Rainbow's End by Vernor Vinge, DB 62400. Copyright 2006 by Vernor Vinge. Read by Mark Ashby. This book contains 364 pages. Approximate reading time 14 hours 30 minutes. This book contains markers allowing direct access to the table of contents, prologue, chapters, and epilogue. Library of Congress annotation. Southern California, 21st century. 75-year-old Robert Gu, renowned poet and former professor, survives a near-fatal battle with Alzheimer's. Physically well but mentally behind, Robert takes classes at a high school to retrain his brain and unwittingly becomes part of an international conspiracy to take over the world. 2006. From the book jacket. Four-time Hugo Award winner Vernor Vinge has taken readers to the depths of space and into the far future in his best-selling novels A Fire Upon the Deep and A Deepness in the Sky. Now he has written a science fiction thriller set in a place and time as exciting and strange as any far future world. San Diego, California, 2025. Robert Gu is a recovering Alzheimer's patient. The world that he remembers was much as we know it today. Now, as he regains his faculties through a cure developed during the years of his near-fatal decline, he discovers that the world has changed, and so has his place in it. He was a world-renowned poet. Now he is 75 years old, though by a medical miracle he looks much younger, and he's starting over, for the first time unsure of his poetic gifts. Living with his son's family, he has no choice but to learn how to cope with a new information age in which the virtual and the real are a seamless continuum. Layers of reality built on digital views seen by a single person or millions, depending on your choice. But the consensus reality of the digital world is available only if, like his 13-year-old granddaughter Miri, you know how to wear your wireless access, through nodes designed into smart clothes, and to see the digital context, through smart contact lenses. With knowledge comes risk. When Robert begins to retrain at Fairmont High, learning with other older people what is second nature to Miri and other teens at school, he unwittingly becomes part of a wide-ranging conspiracy to use technology as a tool for world domination. In a world where every computer chip has homeland security built in, this conspiracy is something that baffles even the most sophisticated security analysts, including Robert's son and daughter-in-law, two top people in the U.S. military. And even Miri, in her attempts to protect her grandfather, may be entangled in the plot. As Robert becomes more deeply involved in the conspiracy, he is shocked to learn of a radical change planned for the UCSD Geisel Library. All the books there, and worldwide, would cease to physically exist. He and his fellow retrainees feel compelled to join protests against the change. With forces around the world converging in San Diego, both the conspiracy and the protest climax in a spectacular moment as unique and satisfying as it is unexpected. This is science fiction at its very best by a master storyteller at his peak. About the author. Vernor Vinge is a four-time Hugo Award winner for novels A Deepness in the Sky and A Fire Upon the Deep, and novellas Fast Times at Fairmont High and The Cookie Monster, and a four-time Nebula Award finalist. He's one of the best-selling authors in the field, and has been featured in such diverse venues as Rolling Stone, Wired, The New York Times, Esquire, and NPR's Fresh Air. Highly regarded by scientists, journalists, and business leaders, as well as readers, for his concept of the technological singularity, Vinge has spoken all over the world on scientific subjects. For many years a mathematician and computer science professor at San Diego State University, he's now a full-time author. He lives in San Diego, California. Other books by Vernor Vinge. Tatja Grimm's World, The Witling, The Peace War, Marooned in Real Time, True Names and Other Dangers, collection, Threats and Other Promises, collection. Across Real Time, comprising The Peace War, The Ungoverned, Marooned in Real Time. True Names and the Opening of the Cyberspace Frontier, The Collected Stories of Vernor Vinge. To the internet-based cognitive tools that are changing our lives. Wikipedia, Google, eBay, and the others of their kind, now and in the future. Acknowledgements. I am grateful for the advice and help of Jeff Allen, David Baxter, Ethan Beer, John Carroll, Randy Carver, Stephen Cherry, Connie Fleener, Robert Fleming, Peter Flynn, Mike Gannis, Harry Goldstein, Thomas Goody, Barbara Gordon, Judith Greengard, Deepak Gupta, Patricia Hartman, Patrick Hillmeyer, Sherry Kushner, Sifang Liu, Sarah Bossy Myers, Keith Myers, Terry McGarry, Sean Peisert, William Rupp, Peter H. Salis, Mary Q. Smith, Charles Vestal, Joan D. Vinge, Gabrielle Wienhausen, and William F. Wu. I am very grateful to James Frankel for the wonderful job of editing he has done with this book. Jim and Tor Books have been very patient with me in the long process of creating Rainbow's End. Table of Contents. Prologue. Dumb Luck and Smart Thinking. Page 13. 01. Mr. Rabbit visits Barcelona. Page 19. 02. The Return. Page 31. 03. A Minefield Made in Heaven. Page 37. 04. An Excellent Affiliance. Page 50. 05. Dr. Xiang's She. Page 64. 06. So much technology, so little talent. Page 69. 07. The Ezra Pound Incident. Page 76. 08. No user-serviceable parts within. Page 83. 09. Carrot greens. Page 96. 10. An excellent thesis topic. Page 103. 11. Introduction to the Librareome project. Page 111. 12. Guardians of the Past, Handmaidens of the Future. Page 118. 13. The Miri Gang is born. Page 134. 14. The Mysterious Stranger. Page 146. 15. When Metaphors Are Real. Page 162. 16. The Front Bathroom Incident. Page 185. 17. Alfred Volunteers. Page 199. 18. The Myasthenic Spelunker Society. Page 206. 19. Failure is an Option. Page 213. 20. The Officer of the Watch. Page 217. 21. When Belief Circles Collide. Page 230. 22. The Bicycle Attack. Page 239. 23. In the Cathedral. Page 245. 24. The Library Chooses. Page 252. 25. You Can't Ask Alice Anymore. Page 266. 26. How to Survive the Next 30 Minutes.pdf. Page 272. 27. The Revocation Attack. Page 282. 28. The Animal Model. Page 293. 29. Dr. Xiang Takes Charge. Page 299. 30. When the Network Stops. Page 309. 31. Bob Contemplates Nuclear Carpet Bombing. Page 313. 32. The Minimum Sufficient Response. Page 317. 33. Freedom on a Very Long Leash. Page 328. 34. The British Museum and the British Library. Page 339. 35. The Missing Apostrophe. Page 348. Epilogue. Page 357. Table of Contents. Prologue. Dumb Luck and Smart Thinking. Side 1. 01. Mr. Rabbit visits Barcelona. Side 1. 02. The Return. Side 1. 03. A Minefield Made in Heaven. Side 1. 04. An Excellent Affiliance. Side 2. 05. Dr. Xiang's She. Side 2. 06. So Much Technology, So Little Talent. Side 2. 07. The Ezra Pound Incident. Side 2. 08. No user-serviceable parts within. Side 3. 09. Carrot greens. Side 3. 10. An excellent thesis topic. Side 3. 11. Introduction to the Librareome project. Side 3. 12. Guardians of the Past, Handmaidens of the Future. Side 3. 13. The Miri Gang is Born. Side 4. 14. The Mysterious Stranger. Side 4. 15. When Metaphors Are Real. Side 4. 16. The Front Bathroom Incident. Side 5. 17. Alfred Volunteers. Side 6. 18. The Myasthenic Spelunker Society. Side 6. 19. Failure is an Option. Side 6. 20. The Officer of the Watch. Side 6. 21. When Belief Circles Collide. Side 7. 22. The Bicycle Attack. Side 7. 23. In the Cathedral. Side 7. 24. The Library Chooses. Side 7. 25. You Can't Ask Alice Anymore. Side 8. 26. How to Survive the Next 30 Minutes.pdf. Side 8. 27. The Revocation Attack. Side 8. 28. The Animal Model. Side 8. 29. Dr. Xiang Takes Charge. Side 9. 30. When the Network Stops. Side 9. 31. Bob Contemplates Nuclear Carpet Bombing. Side 9. 32. The Minimum Sufficient Response. Side 9. 33. Freedom on a Very Long Leash. Side 9. 34. The British Museum and the British Library. Side 10. 35. The Missing Apostrophe. Side 10. Epilogue. Side 10. Prologue. Dumb Luck and Smart Thinking. The first bit of dumb luck came disguised as a public embarrassment for the European Center for Defense Against Disease. On July 23rd, school children in Algiers claimed that a respiratory epidemic was spreading across the Mediterranean. The claim was based on clever analysis of antibody data from the mass transit systems of Algiers and Naples. CDD had no immediate comment, but in less than 3 hours, public health hobbyists reported similar results in other cities, complete with contagion maps. The epidemic was at least 1 week old, probably originating in Central Africa, beyond the scope of hobbyist surveillance. By the time CDD got its Public Relations Act together, the disease had been detected in India and North America. Worse yet, a journalist in Seattle had isolated and identified the infectious agent, which turned out to be a pseudomymavirus. That was about as embarrassing a twist as the public relations people could imagine. Back in the late teens, CDD had justified its enormous budget with a brilliant defense against the New Sunrise cult. The Sunrise Plague had been the second worst Euro terror of the decade. Only CDD's leadership had kept the disaster from spreading worldwide. The Sunrise Plague had been based on a pseudomymavirus. There were still good people at CDD. They were the same specialists who had saved the world in 2017. They quickly resolved the July 23rd issue. Public relations could now spin a more or less accurate statement. Yes, this pseudomyma had evaded the standard announcement protocols. The failure was a simple software error at the center's current events website. And yes, this pseudomyma might be a derivative of the Sunrise Plague. Denatured strains of the original, death-optimized virus continued to echo around the world, a permanent addition to the background noise of the biosphere. 3 had already been sighted that year, one just 5 days before, on July 18th. Furthermore, and here the public relations people regained their usual elan, all such events were subclinical, having essentially no perceptible symptoms. The pseudomimiviruses had an enormous genome, well, enormous for a virus, small for almost anything else. The new Sunrise cult had transformed that genome into a Swiss Army knife of death, with a tool to counter almost every defense. But without such optimization, the pseudomimes were clunky bags of DNA junk. And so, in conclusion, we at CDD apologize for failing to announce this routine event. A week passed. 2 weeks. There were no further captures of the organism. Antibody surveys showed that the epidemic never got much farther than the rim of the Mediterranean. CDD's claims for the outbreak were absolutely correct. This kind of subclinical respiratory epidemic was almost a contradiction in terms. If not one victim in 1,000 even gets the sniffles, the virus is almost dependent on charity to make its way in the world. The CDD explanations were accepted. The public health hobbyists had been scaremongering a commonplace event. In fact, there was only one misrepresentation in the CDD story, and that successfully eluded public notice. The failure to announce the virus had not been a mess-up at the public website. Instead, it had been a glitch in the center's just-revised internal alert system. So the responsible specialists had been as ignorant of the event as the general public. It was the hobbyists who had alerted both. In the inner circles of EU intelligence, there were people who were not forgiving of such lapses. These were people who countered terror on a daily basis. These were people whose greatest successes were things you never heard about, and whose failures could be bigger than the Sunrise Plague. Understandably, these people were both paranoid and obsessive. The EU Intelligence Board assigned one of its brightest agents, a young German named Gunberg Braun, to oversee a quiet reorganization at CDD. In those parts of intelligence where Braun was known, he was somewhat famous, as the most obsessing of the obsessive. In any case, he and his teams quickly revamped the internal reporting structure of the CDD, then undertook a center-wide review that was to last 6 months and consist of random fire drills that would probe threats and conjectures more bizarre than the epidemiologists had ever imagined. For CDD, those 6 months promised to be a torment for the incompetent and a revelation for the brilliant. But Brown's fire drill regime lasted less than 2 months, and was ended by an advertisement at a soccer match. The first meeting of the Greece-Pakistan football series was held in Lahore on September 20th. The Greece-Pakistan series had some tradition behind it, or perhaps the supporters were just old-fashioned. In any case, the advertising was very much a blundering 20th century affair. There were commercials where each advert was seen by everyone. Display space was sold on the inner barricades of the stadium, but even that was not targeted per viewer. A remarkable thing happened at the match. 2 remarkable things, if you count the fact that Greece won. At halftime, a 30-second advert for honeyed nougats was shown. Within the hour, several freelance marketing analysts reported a spike surge of nougat sales, beginning 3 minutes after the advert. That single advertisement had repaid its sponsor 100 times over. Such was the stuff of dreams, at least for those unwholesomely fixated on the marketing arts. Throughout the afternoon, these millions debated the remarkable event. The advertisement was analyzed in every detail. It was an uninspired thing, quite in keeping with the third-rate company that produced it. Importantly, it contained no subliminal messing about, though finding such was the main hope of those who studied it. The delay and abruptness of the surge were quite unlike a normal advertisement response. Within hours, all reasonable participants agreed that the honeyed nougat miracle was just the kind of mirage that came from modern data dredging capabilities. If you watch trillions of things, you will often see 1 in a million coincidences. At the end of the day, the whole affair had canceled itself out, just another tiny ripple in the myriad conversations of public life. Certain observers did not lose interest. Gunberg Braun, like most in the inner circles of the EU-IB, had an enormous, let's be frank, an apprehensive respect for the power of open intelligence analysis. One of his teams noticed the honeyed nougat miracle. They considered the discussion. True, the event was almost surely a mirage. And yet, there were additional questions that could be asked. Some were questions that governments had a special knack for answering. And that brings us to the second bit of dumb luck. On a whim, Brown called for a fire drill. The analytical resources of the CDD would be pointed at the public health significance of the honeyed nougat miracle. Whatever the practical content of the mystery, this would exercise the center in the conduct of a secret real-time emergency investigation. At that, it wasn't much crazier than his previous drills. By now, the brighter of the CDD's specialists were very much in the swing of such festivities. They quickly generated 1,000 conjectures and imagined 500,000 tests. These would be seeds for the search trees of the investigation. Over the next 2 days, the CDD analysts proceeded down their trees, extending and pruning, all the time exercising statistical restraint. This sort of work could generate more mirages than the marketing hobbyists had ever dreamed. Just the topic list would fill an old-time phone book. Here are the good parts, dramatically arranged. There was no connection between the buying surge and the honeyed nougat advert. This conclusion was not based upon theoretical analysis. CDD showed the advertisement to small response groups. All of the halftime publicity was similarly tested. One of the stadium displays, an advertisement for a dating service, which had aired only briefly, caused occasional interest in nougats. The dating service advert was a bit of design artist excess, its background of intersecting lines a distracting moiré pattern. Proceeding down the test tree, the dating service advertisement was played for a number of specialized audiences. For instance, it had no enhanced effect on persons with antibodies to the July 23rd pseudomimivirus. The dating service advertisement did provoke nougat lust when shown to those who'd been infected by the earlier July 18th pseudomimi, the one that CDD had properly reported. As a child, Gunberg Brown had often daydreamed of how, in an earlier time, he might have prevented the firebombing of Dresden, or stopped the Nazis and their death camps, or kept Stalin from starving the Ukraine. On off days, when he couldn't move nations, little Gunberg imagined what he might have done in 1941, December 7th, at a radar outpost in Hawaii, or as an American FBI agent in the summer of 2001. Perhaps all young boys go through such a phase, largely ignorant of historical context, simply wanting to be savior heroes. But when Brown considered this latest report, he knew he was in the middle of something as big as his childhood fantasies. The July 18th pseudomimi and the advertising at the football match, together they amounted to an extremely well-disguised test of a new weapon concept. In its developed form, such a weapon would make the sunrise plague look like a malignant toy. At the least, biological warfare would become as precise and surprising as bullets and bombs, slyly infect a population with the slow random spread of disease, all but undetected, and then, bam, blind or maim or kill, singly with an email, or by the billions with a broadcast, too quickly for any possible defense against disease. If Brown had been a CDD person, this discovery would have precipitated immediate alarms to all the disease defense organizations of the Indo-European Alliance, as well as to the CDC in America and the CDCP in China. But Gunberg Brown was not an epidemiologist. He was a spook, and he was paranoid even for that. Brown's fire drill was under his personal control. He had no trouble suppressing the news there. Meantime, he used his resources in the EUIB and the Indo-European Alliance. Within hours, he was deep into a number of projects. He brought in the best cult expert in the Indo-European intelligence community and set her loose on the evidence. He reached out to the military assets of the Alliance, in Central Africa and all the failed states at the edge of the modern world. There were solid clues about the origin of the July 18th pseudomimi. Though this research was not bioscientific, Brown's analysts were very similar to the best at CDD, only smarter, more numerous, with far deeper resources. Even so, they were lucky. Over the next 3 days, they put 2 and 2, and 2 and 2 and 2 together. In the end, he had a good idea who was behind the weapons test. And for the first time in his life, Gunberg Brown was truly terrified. 01. Mr. Rabbit visits Barcelona. Within the intelligence services of the Indo-European Alliance, There were a handful of bureaucratic superstars, people such as Gunberg Brown of the EUIB. Hopefully, their identities were unknown, or a mass of contradictions, to the general public. The superstars had their own heroes. In particular, when people like Gunberg Brown were confronted with the most desperate problems, there was a place to get help. There was a certain department in India's External Intelligence Agency. It didn't show up in EIA organization charts, and its purpose was happily undefined. Basically, it was whatever its boss thought it should be. That boss was an Indian national known, to those very few who knew of him at all, as Alfred Vaz. Brown took his terrifying discovery to Vaz. At first, the older man was as taken aback as Brown himself had been, but Vaz was a fixer. "With the proper human resources, you can solve almost any problem," he said. "Give me a few days. Let's see what I can dig up." In downtown Barcelona, 3 days later, the rabbit hopped onto the unoccupied wicker chair and thence to the middle of the table, between the teacups and the condiments. It tipped its top hat first at Alfred Vaz, and then at Gunberg Brown and Keiko Mitsuri. "Have I got a deal for you?" it said. Altogether, it was an unremarkable example of its type. Alfred reached out and swiped his hand through the image, just to emphasize his own substance. "We're the ones with the deal." "Humph." The rabbit plunked its ass down on the table and pulled a tiny tea service out from behind the salt and pepper. It poured itself a drop or two, enough to fill its cup, and took a sip. "I'm all ears." It wiggled 2 long ones to emphasize the point. From the other side of the table, Gunberg Brown gave the creature a long stare. Brown was as ephemeral as the rabbit, but he projected a dour earnestness that was quite consistent with his real personality. Alfred thought he detected a certain surprised disappointment in the younger man's expression. In fact, after a moment, Gunberg sent him a silent message. "Brown, arrow, Mitsuri, Vaz, open SM. This is the best you could recruit, Alfred? Close SM." Alfred didn't reply directly. Instead, he turned to the creature sitting on the table. "Welcome to Barcelona, Mr. Rabbit," he said. He waved at the towers of the Sagrada Familia, which soared up and up from just across the street. The cathedral was best seen without virtual elaboration. After all, the reality of Gaudi architecture was gaudy beyond the imagination of modern revisionists. "Do you have any idea why we selected this location for our meeting?" The rabbit sipped its tea. Its gaze slid in a very unrabbity way to take in the noisy crowds that swept past the tables, to scan the costumes and body plans of tourists and locals. "Ah, is it that Barcelona is a place for the beautiful and the bizarre, one of the few great cities of the 20th century whose charm survives in the modern world? Could it be that on the side you and your families are taking touchy-feely tours through Park Güell and writing it all off on your expense accounts?" He stared at Brown and at Keiko Mitsuri. Mitsuri was frankly masked. She looked a bit like Marcel Duchamp's nude, built from a shifting complex of crystal planes. The rabbit shrugged. "But then again, maybe you two are thousands of kilometers away." Keiko laughed. "Oh, don't be so indecisive," she said, speaking with a completely synthetic accent and syntax. "I'm quite happy to be in Park Güell right now, feeling reality with my very own real hands." Mitsuri, arrow, Brown, Vaz, open SM. "In fact, I'm in my office, admiring the moonlight on Tokyo Bay. Close SM." The rabbit continued, ignorant of the silent messaging byplay. "Whatever. In any case, the real reasons for meeting here. Barcelona has very direct connections to wherever you're really from, and modern security to disguise what we say. Best of all, it has laws banning popular and police snooping. Unless, of course, you are the EU Intelligence Board." Mitsuri, arrow, Brown, Vaz. Open SM. "Well, that's 1/3 of a correct guess. Close SM." Brown, arrow, Mitsuri, Vaz. Open SM. "Mr. Rabbit himself is calling from some distance. Close SM." An EU real-time estimate hung in the air above the little creature's head. 75% probability that the mind behind the rabbit image was in North America. Alfred leaned toward the rabbit and smiled. As the agent with physical presence, Vaz had limitations, but some advantages too. No, we are not the secret police. And yes, we wanted some secure communication that was a bit more personal than text messaging. He tapped his chest. In particular, you see me physically here. It builds trust. And should give you all sorts of invalid clues. Vaz waved to a waiter, ordered a glass of Rioja. Then, turning back to the creature on the tablecloth, in recent months, you have bragged many things, Mr. Rabbit. Others brag similarly nowadays, but you have certificates that are difficult to come by. Various people with notable reputations have endorsed your abilities. The rabbit preened. This was a rabbit with many implausible mannerisms. Physical realism did not rank high in its priorities. Of course I am highly recommended. For any problem, political, military, scientific, artistic, or amorous, meet my terms and I will deliver. Mitsuri, Arrow, Brown, Vaz, open SM. Go ahead, Alfred. Close SM. Brown, Arrow, Mitsuri, Vaz, open SM. Yes, the minimal version, of course. Nothing more till we see some results that we couldn't make for ourselves. Close SM. Alfred nodded as if to himself. Our problem has nothing to do with politics or war, Mr. Rabbit. We have only some scientific interests. The rabbit ears waggled. So? Post your needs to the answer boards. That may get you results almost as good as mine, almost as fast. And for certain 1,000 times cheaper. Wine arrived. Vaz made a thing of sniffing the bouquet. He glanced across the street. The bidding on physical tour slots to the Sagrada Familia was closed for the day, but there was still a queue of people near the cathedral entrance, people hoping for no-shows. It proved once again that the most important things were those you could touch. He looked back at the gray rabbit. We have needs that are more basic than picking the brains of a few thousand analysts. Our questions require serious, experimentation. Some of that has already been done. Much remains. Altogether, our project is the size you might imagine for a government crash research program. The rabbit grinned, revealing ivory incisors. Heh, a government crash program? That's 20th century foolishness. Market demands are always more effective. You just have to fool the market into cooperating. Maybe. But what we want to do is... The hell of it was, even the cover story was extreme. What we want is, administrative authority at a large physical laboratory. The rabbit froze, and for an instant it looked like a real herbivore, one suddenly caught in a bright light. Oh? What kind of physical lab? Globally integrated life sciences. Well, well, well. Rabbit sat back, communing with itself, hopefully with itself alone. EU intelligence said a 65% probability that Rabbit was not sharing the big picture with others, 95% that it was not a tool of China or the USA. Alfred's own organization in India was even more confident of these assumptions. The rabbit set down his teacup. I'm intrigued. So this is not an information provision job. You really want me to subvert a major installation? Just for a short time, said Gunberg. Whatever. You've come to the right fellow. Its nose quivered. I'm sure you know the possibilities. In Europe, there are a scattering of top institutions, but none is totally integrated, and for now they remain in the backwash of sites in China and the USA. Vaz didn't nod, but the rabbit was right. There were brilliant researchers the world over, but only a few data-intensive labs. In the 20th century, technical superiority of major labs might last 30 years. Nowadays, things changed faster, but Europe was a little behind. The Bhopal complex in India was more integrated, but lagging in micro-automation. It might be several years before China and the USA lost their current edge. The rabbit was chuckling to itself. So it must be either the labs in Wuhan or those in Southern California. I could work my miracles with either, of course. That was a lie, or else Alfred's people had totally misjudged this fine furry friend. Keiko said, We'd prefer the biotech complex in San Diego, California. Alfred had a smooth explanation ready. We've studied the San Diego labs for some months. We know they have the resources we need. In fact, San Diego was where Gunberg Brown's terrible suspicions were focused. Just what are you planning? Gunberg gave a sour smile. Let us proceed by installments, Mr. Rabbit. For the first installment, we suggest a 30-day deadline. We'd like from you a survey of the San Diego lab's security. More important, we need credible evidence that you can provide a team of local people to carry out physical acts in and near those labs. Well then, I will hop right on it. The rabbit rolled its eyes. It's obvious you're looking for an expendable player, somebody to shield your operation from the Americans. Okay, I can be a cutout. But be warned, I am very pricey and I will be around to collect afterwards. Keiko laughed. No need to be melodramatic, Mr. Rabbit. We know of your famous skills. Quite right, but so far you don't believe in them. Now I'll go away, sniff around San Diego, and get back to you in a couple of weeks. I'll have something to show you by then, and, more important for me, I'll have used my enormous imagination to specify a first payment in this installment plan that Mr. So German-seeming has proposed. He gave a little bow in Gunberg's direction. Mitsuri and Brown were radiating bemused silence, so it was Alfred who carried on the conversation. We'll chat again then. Please remember that for now we want a survey only. We want to know whom you can recruit and how you might use them. The rabbit touched its nose. I will be the soul of discretion. I always know much more than I reveal. But you three really should improve your performances. Mr. So German is just an out-of-date stereotype. And you, Senora, the work of impressionist art reveals nothing and everything. Who might have a special interest in the San Diego biolabs? Who indeed? And as for you, Rabbit looked at Vaz, that's a fine Colombian accent you're hiding. The creature laughed and hopped off the table. Talk to you soon. Alfred leaned back and watched the gray form as it dodged between the legs of passers-by. It must have a festival permit, since other people were evidently seeing the creature. There was no poof of vanishment. The rabbit remained visible for 20 meters up Carrer de Sardegna, then darted into an alley and was finally and quite naturally lost to sight. The three agents sat for a moment in apparently companionable silence. Gunberg bent over his virtual wine, Vaz sipping at his real Rioja and admiring the stilted puppets that were setting up for the afternoon parade. The three blended well with the normal touristy hurly-burly of the Familia district, except that most tourists paying for cafe seating on C de Sardegna would have had more than a one-third physical presence. He is truly gone, Gunberg said, a bit unnecessarily. They could all see the EU signals analysis. A few more seconds passed. The Japanese and Indian intelligence agencies also reported in. Rabbit remained unidentified. Well, that's something, said Keiko. He got away clean. Perhaps he can function as a cutout. Gunberg gave a weary shrug. Perhaps. What a disgusting twit. His kind of dilettante is a cliché a century old, reborn with each new technology. I wager he's 14 years old and desperately eager to show off. He glanced at Vaz. Is this the best you could come up with, Alfred? His reputation is not a fraud, Gunberg. He has managed projects almost as complex as what we have in mind for him. Those were research projects. Perhaps he is a good, what's the term? Weaver of geniuses. What we want is more operational. Well, he correctly picked up on all of the clues we gave him. There had been Alfred's accent, and the network evidence they had planted about Keiko's origin. Ach ja, said Gunberg, and a sudden smile crossed his face. It's a bit humiliating that when I am simply myself I'm accused of overacting. Yes, so now Mr. Rabbit thinks we are South American drug lords. The shifting crystal mists that were Keiko's image seemed to smile. In a way, that's more plausible than what we really are. The heirs of drug wars past had been in eclipse this last decade. Access to ecstasy and enhancement was so widespread that competition had done what enforcement could never accomplish. But the drug lords were still rich beyond the dreams of most small countries. The ones lurking in failed states might be crazy enough to do what they three had hinted at today. Gunberg said, The rabbit is manageable, I grant that. Competent for our needs? Much less likely. having second thoughts about our little project, Gunberg?" This was Keiko's real voice. Her tone was light, but Alfred knew she had her own very serious misgivings. "Of course," said Gunberg. He fidgeted for a moment. "Look, terror via technical surprise is the greatest threat to the survival of the human race. The great powers, ourselves, China, the US, have been at peace for some years, mostly because we recognize that danger and we keep the rest of the world in line. And now we discover that the Americans—" Keiko. "We don't know it's the Americans, Gunberg. The San Diego labs support researchers all over the world." "That is so. And a week ago I was as dubious as you. But now, consider, the weapons test was a masterpiece of cloaking. We were incredibly lucky to notice it. The test was a work of patience and professionalism at the level of a great power. Great powers have their own inertia and bureaucratic caution. Field testing must necessarily be done in the outside world, but they do not run their weapons development in labs they do not own." Keiko made a sound like faraway chimes. "But why would a great power plot a revolution in plague delivery? What profit is there in that?" Gunberg nodded. "Yes, such destruction would make sense for a cult, but not for a superpower. At first my conclusion was a nightmare without logic. But my analysts have been over this again and again. They've concluded that the honey nougat symptom was not simply a stand-in for lethal disease. In fact, it was an essential feature of the test. This enemy is aiming at something greater than instant biowarfare strikes. This enemy is close to having an effective YGBM technology." Keiko was completely silent. Even her crystals lost their mobility. YGBM. That was a bit of science fiction jargon from the turn of the century. You gotta believe me. That is, mind control. Weak social forms of YGBM drove all human history. For more than 100 years, the goal of irresistible persuasion had been a topic of academic study. For 30 years, it had been a credible technological goal. And for 10, some version of it had been feasible in well-controlled laboratory settings. The crystals shifted. Alfred could tell that Keiko was looking at him. "Can this be true, Alfred?" "Yes, I'm afraid so. My people have studied the report. Gunberg's luck was extraordinary, since this was really a simultaneous test of two radical innovations. The honeyed nougat compulsion was far more precise than needed for a test of remote disease triggering. The perpetrators knew what they were coding for. Consider the cloaking advertisement for nougats. My analysts think the enemy may be capable of higher semantic control in as little as a year." Keiko sighed. "Damn. All my life I've fought the cults. I thought the great nations were beyond the most monstrous evils. But this would make me wrong." Gunberg nodded. "If we are right about these labs, and if we fail to properly deal with them, that could be the end of history. It could be the end of all the striving for good against evil that has ever been." He shook himself, abruptly returning to the practical. "And yet we are reduced to working through this damned rabbit person." Alfred said gently, "I've studied Rabbit's track record, Gunberg. I think he can do what we need, one way or another. He'll get us the inside information, or he'll create enough chaos, not attributable to us, that any evil will be clearly visible. If the worst is true, we'll have evidence that we and China and even the non-culpable parties in the USA can use to stamp this out." Suppression attacks on the territory of a great power were rare, but there was precedent. All three were silent for a moment, and the sounds of the festival afternoon swept around Vaz. It had been so many years since his last visit to Barcelona. Finally, Gunberg gave a grudging nod. "I'll recommend to my superiors that we proceed." Across the table, Keiko's prismatic imagery shimmered and chimed. Mitsuri's background was in sociology. Her analyst teams were heavily into psychology and social institutions, much less diversified than the teams working for Alfred or Gunberg. But maybe she would come up with some alternative that the other two had missed. Finally, she spoke. "There are many decent people in the American intelligence community. I don't like doing this behind their back. And yet this is an extraordinary situation. I have clearance to go ahead with Plan Rabbit." She paused. "With one proviso. Gunberg fears that we've erred in the direction of employing an incompetent. Alfred has studied Rabbit more and thinks he's at just the right level of talent. But what if you are both wrong? Gunberg started in surprise. The devil, he said. Alfred guessed that some very quick silent messaging passed between the two. The prisms seemed to nod. Yes. What if Rabbit is significantly more competent than we think? In that unlikely event, Rabbit might hijack the operation, or even ally with our hypothetical enemy. If we proceed, we must develop abort and destroy plans to match Rabbit's progress. If he becomes the greater threat, we must be prepared to talk to the Americans. Agreed? Yeah. Of course. Keiko and Gunberg stayed a few minutes more, but a real café table on Sea de Sardegna in the middle of the festival was not the proper place for virtual tourists. The waiter kept circling back, inquiring if Alfred needed anything more. They were paying table rent for 3, but there were crowds of real people waiting for the next available seating. So his Japanese and European colleagues took their leave. Gunberg had many loose ends to deal with. The inquiries at CDD must be gracefully shut down. Misinformation must be layered carefully about, concealing things both from the enemy and from security hobbyists. Meantime, in Tokyo, Keiko might be up the rest of the night, pondering rabbit traps. Vaz stayed behind, finishing his drink. It was amazing how fast his table space shrank, accommodating a family of North African tourists. Alfred was used to virtual artifacts changing in a blink of the eye, but a clever restaurateur could do almost as well with physical reality when there was money involved. In all Europe, Barcelona was the city Alfred loved the most. The rabbit was right about this city. But was there time to be a real tourist? Yes. Call it his annual vacation. Alfred stood and bowed to the table, leaving payment and tip. Out on the street, the crowds were getting rather extreme, the stilt people dancing wildly about among the tourists. He couldn't see the entrance of the Sagrada Familia directly, but tourism info showed the next certain tour slot was 90 minutes away. Where to spend his time? Ah, atop Montjuic. He turned down an alley. Where he emerged on the far side, the crowds were thin, and a tourist auto was just arriving for him. Alfred sat back in the single-passenger cockpit and let his mind roam. The Montjuic fortress was not the most impressive in Europe, and yet he had not seen it in some time. Like its brethren, it marked the bygone time when revolutions in destruction technology took decades to unfold, and mass murder could not be committed with the press of a button. The auto navigated its way out from the octagonal city blocks of the Barcelona basin and ran quickly up a hillside, grabbing the latch of a funicular that dragged them swiftly up the side of Montjuic. No tedious switchback roadway for this piece of automation. Behind him, the city stretched for miles. And then ahead, as they came over the crest of the hill, there was the Mediterranean, all blue and hazy and peaceful. Alfred got out, and the tiny auto whipped around the traffic circle, heading for the cable car installation that would take its next customer in an overflight across the harbor. He was at just the spot he had ordered on the tourist menu, right where 20th century guns faced out from the battlements. Even though these cannon had never been used, they were very much the real thing. For a fee, he could touch the guns and climb around inside the place. After sundown, there would be a staged battle. Vaz strolled to the stone barrier and looked down. If he blocked out all the tourism fantasy, he could see the freight harbor almost 200 meters below and a kilometer away. The place was an immensity of freight containers rambling this way and that. Chaos. If he invoked his government powers, he could see the flow of cargo, even see the security certificates that proclaimed, in ways that were validated by a combination of physical and cryptographic security, that none of the 10-meter boxes contained a nuke or a plague or a garden-variety radiation bomb. The system was very good, the same as you would find for heavy freight anywhere in the civilized world. It had been the result of decades of fear, of changing attitudes about privacy and liberty, of technological progress. Modern security actually worked most of the time. There hadn't been a city lost in more than 5 years. Every year, the civilized world grew, and the reach of lawlessness and poverty shrank. Many people thought that the world was becoming a safer place. Keiko and Gunberg, and certainly Alfred, knew that such optimism was dead wrong. Alfred looked across the harbor at the towers beyond. Those hadn't been here the last time he visited Barcelona. The civilized world was wealthy beyond the dreams of his youth. Back in the 1980s and 1990s, the rulers of modern states realized that success did not come from having the largest armies, or the most favorable tariffs, or the most natural resources, or even the most advanced industries. In the modern world, success came from having the largest possible educated population and providing those hundreds of millions of creative people with credible freedom. But this utopia was a Red Queen's race with extinction. In the 20th century, only a couple of nations had the power to destroy the world. The human race survived, mostly by good luck. At the turn of the century, a time was in view when dozens of countries could destroy civilization. But by then, the great powers had a certain amount of good sense. No nation-state could be nuts enough to blow up the world, and the few barbaric exceptions were dealt with, if necessary, with methods that left land aglow in the dark. By the teens, mass death technology was accessible to regional and racial hate groups. Through a succession of happy miracles, some engineered by Alfred himself, the legitimate grievances of disaffected peoples were truly addressed. Nowadays, grand terror technology was so cheap that cults and small criminal gangs could acquire it. That was where Keiko Mitsuri was the greatest expert. Even though her work was hidden by cover stories and planted lies, Keiko had saved millions of lives. The Red Queen's race continued. In all innocence, the marvelous creativity of humankind continued to generate unintended consequences. There were a dozen research trends that could ultimately put world-killer weapons into the hands of anyone having a bad hair day. Alfred walked back to the nearest cannon, paying the touch fee with a wave of his hand. He leaned against the warm metal, sighting out over the blue Mediterranean haze, and imagining a simpler time. Poor Gunberg. He had the truth exactly backwards. Effective YGBM would not be the end of everything. In the right hands, YGBM technology was the one thing that could solve the modern paradox, harnessing the creativity of humankind without destroying the world in the process. In fact, it was humankind's only hope for surviving the 21st century. And in San Diego, I am so close to success. He had insinuated his project into the biolabs 3 years earlier. The great breakthrough had come less than a year ago. His test at the soccer match had proven the delivery system. In another year or so, he'd have developed higher semantic controls. With that, he could reliably control those immediately around him. Much more important, he could spread the new infection across whole populations and engineer a few universally viewed transmissions. Then he would be in control. For the first time in history, the world would be under adult supervision. That had been the plan. Now incredibly bad luck had jeopardized it. But I should look at the bright side. Gunberg came to me to fix the problem. Alfred had spent a lot of effort digging up Mr. Rabbit. The fellow was clearly inexperienced, and every bit the egotistical fool that Gunberg believed. Rabbit's successes were just barely impressive enough to make him acceptable. They could manage Rabbit. I can manage Rabbit. From inside the labs, Alfred would feed the Rabbit just the right misinformation. In the end, neither Rabbit nor Alfred's colleagues in the Indo-European Alliance would realize they had been fooled. And afterward, Alfred could continue undisturbed with what might well be the last, best chance for saving the world. Alfred climbed into the gun turret and admired the fittings. The Barcelona Tourist Commission had spent some real money on rebuilding these artifacts. If their mock battle this evening meshed with this physical reality, it would be very impressive. He glanced at his Mumbai schedule and decided to stay in Barcelona a few more hours. 02. The Return. Robert Gu should be dead. He knew that. He truly did. He had been a long time dying. He wasn't really clear on how long. In this unending present, he could see only blurs. But that didn't matter, since Lena had turned the lights down so low that there was nothing to see. And the sounds. For a while he had worn things in his ears, but they were devilishly complicated and always getting lost or worn out. Getting rid of them had been a blessing. What sounds remained were vague mumblings, sometimes Lena complaining at him, pushing and poking. following him into the John, for God's sake. All he really wanted was to go home. Lena wouldn't let him do that simple thing. If it really was Lena at all. Whoever, she wasn't very nice. I just want to go home. And yet, he never did quite die. The lights were often brighter now, though blurry as ever. There were people around and voices, the high-pitched tones he remembered from home. They talked as if they expected to be understood. Things had been better before, when everything was a mumbling blur. Now he hurt all over. There were long drives to see the doctor, and afterward the pain was always worse. There was some guy who claimed to be his son, and claimed that wherever he was now was home. Sometimes they rolled him outside to feel the bright sun on his face and listen to the birds. No way was this home. Robert Goo remembered home. There had been snow on big mountains he could see from his folks' backyard. Bishop, California, USA. That was the place, and this wasn't it. But even though this wasn't home, his little sister was here. Caragoo had been around before, when things were dark and mumbling, but she'd always been just out of sight. This was different. At first he was just aware of her high-piping voice, like the wind bells his mother kept on the porch at home. Finally, one day, he was out on the patio, feeling the sunlight brighter and warmer than it had seemed in a long time. Even the blurs were sharp and colorful. There was Kara's high little voice asking him, Robert this and Robert that, and... Robert, would you like it if I showed you around the neighborhood? What? Robert's tongue felt all sticky, his voice hoarse. It suddenly occurred to him that with all the mumbling and darkness, maybe he hadn't spoken in some time. And there was something else that was even more strange. Who are you? There was silence for a moment, as if the question were foolish or had been asked many times before. Robert, I'm Miri. I'm your grand... He jerked his hand as much as it would move. Come closer. I can't see you. The blur moved directly in front of him, into the middle of the sunlight. This was not some hint of presence behind his shoulder or in his memory. The blur became a face just inches from his own. He could see the straight black hair, the small round countenance smiling at him as if he were the greatest guy in the world. It really was his little sister. Robert reached forward, and her hand was warm in his. Oh, Kara, it's so good to see you. He wasn't home, but maybe he was close. He was quiet for a moment. I'm glad to see you too, Robert. Would you like to go for a ride around the neighborhood? Yes, that would be nice. Things happened fast then. Kara did something and his chair seemed to spin around. It was dark and gloomy again. They were inside the house and she was fussing like she always did, this time getting him a hat. She still teased, though, as in asking him if he needed to go to the bathroom. Robert sensed that the thug who claimed to be his son was lurking just to one side, watching it all. And then they were out, the front door? And onto a street. Kara stayed beside his wheelchair as they strolled and rolled down an empty street lined with tall, thin trees. Palm trees, that's what they were. This wasn't Bishop. But this was Caragoo, though on her very best behavior. Little Kara was a good kid, but she could only be good for so long, and then she would find some devilish tease and have him chasing her all over the house, or vice versa. Robert smiled to himself and wondered how long the angelic phase would last this time. Maybe she thought he was sick. He tried unsuccessfully to turn in his chair. Well, maybe he was sick. See, we live on Honor Court. Over there, that's the Smithsons' house. They transferred here from Guam last month. Bob thinks they're growing 5. Oops, but I'm not supposed to talk about that. And the boyfriend of the base commander lives in that house by the corner. I'm betting they'll be married by the end of the year. And there are some kids from school I don't want to talk to just now. Robert's wheelchair took an abrupt turn, and they were heading down a side street. Hey! Robert tried again to turn in his chair. Maybe those kids were friends of his. Kara was teasing, after all. He slumped down in the chair. There was the smell of honey. Bushes seemed to hang low above them. The houses were gray and greenish blurs. Some tour, he groused. I can't see a damn Ned thing. The wheelchair abruptly slowed. Really? The little wretch was all but chortling. Don't worry, Robert. There's some devious twiddling that can fix your eyes. Grump. A pair of glasses would fix them, Kara. Maybe she was hiding them from him. There was something about the brightness and the dry wind that swept these streets, wherever this was. It made him wonder what he was doing tied down to a wheelchair. They toured around a couple more blocks. Kara fussed endlessly over him. Are you too warm, Robert? Maybe you don't need that blanket. The sun is going to burn your head, Robert. Let me tilt your cap down a little bit. At one point, there were no houses. It seemed that they were on the edge of a long slope. Kara claimed they were looking off toward the mountains, but all Robert could see was a hazy line of tan and faded ochre. They were nothing like the mountains that shouldered into the sky above Bishop, California, USA. Then they were back indoors, in the house they had started from. Things were as dark and gloomy as ever, the room lights swallowed up in darkness. Kara's bright voice was gone. She was off to study for her classes, she said. No classes for Robert. The thug was feeding him. He still claimed to be Robert's son, but he was so big. Afterward, there was another ignominious potty stop, more like a police interrogation than a trip to the can. And then Robert was left mercifully alone, in the darkness. These people didn't even have television. There was just the silence, and the dim and faraway electric lights. I should be sleepy. He had a vague memory of nights fading off into nights fading off into years, of drowsing sleep that came right after dinner, and then later waking, walking through strange rooms and trying to find home, arguing with Lena. Tonight was different. He was still awake. Tonight he was thinking of things that had just happened. Maybe that was because he had made it partway home. Kara. So he hadn't found his folks' house on Crombie Street and the bedroom that looked out on the old pine tree and the little cabin he had built in its branches. But Kara was part of all that, and she was here. He sat for a long time, his thoughts slowly crunching forward. Across the room, a single lamp was kind of a whirlpool in the darkness. Barely visible, the thug was sitting by the wall. He was talking to someone, but Robert couldn't see who. Robert ignored the guy, and thought hard. After a while, he remembered something very scary. Kara Gu had died in 2006. They hadn't said a word to each other for years before that. And when she died, Kara had been 51 years old. West Fallbrook had been a handy place in the early years of the century. Busy, too. Right next to Camp Pendleton, it had been the base's largest civilian community. A new generation of Marines had grown up here, and prosecuted a new generation of war. Robert Gu Jr. had seen the tail end of that frenzy, arriving at a time when Chinese-American officers were welcomed back to positions of trust. Those had been high and bittersweet days. Now the town was bigger, but the Marines weren't nearly such a large part of it. Military life had become a lot more complicated. Between little bits of war, Lieutenant Colonel Gu found that West Fallbrook was a nice place to raise a daughter. I still think it's a mistake for Miri to call him Robert. Alice Gu looked up from her work. We've been over this before, dear. It's how we've brought her up. We're Bob and Alice, not Ma and Pa or whatever silliness is currently approved. And Robert is Robert, not Grandpapa. Colonel Alice Gong Gu was short and round-faced, and, when she wasn't deadly stressed, motherly. She had graduated numero uno from Annapolis, back when being short and round-faced and motherly were definite career minuses. She'd be a general officer by now, except that higher authority had discovered more productive and dangerous work for her. That accounted for some of her kooky ideas, but not this one. She had always insisted that Miri address her parents as if they were all just pals. Hey, Alice, I've never minded that Miri calls us by our first names. There'll come a time when besides loving us, the little general will also be our peer, maybe our boss. But this is just confusing my old man. Bob jerked a thumb at where Robert Sr. sat, half slumped and staring. Play back the way Dad was acting this afternoon. See how he lit up? He thinks Miri is my Aunt Kara when they were little kids. Alice didn't answer right away. Where she was, it was mid-morning. Sunlight glittered off the harbor behind her. She was running support for the U.S. delegation in Jakarta. Indonesia was joining the Indo-European Alliance. Japan was already a member of that bizarrely named club. The joke was that the Indo-Europeans would soon have the world surrounded. There was a time when China and the USA would not have taken that as a joke. But the world had changed. Both China and the US were relieved by the development. It left them with more time to worry about real problems. Alice's eyes flickered this way and that as she nodded at an introduction, laughed at some witty comment. She walked a short distance with a couple of self-important types, chattering all the while in Bahasa and Mandarin and good-enough English, of which only the English was intelligible to Bob. Then she was alone again. She leaned a little toward him and gave him a big grin. "Well, that sounds like a good thing," she said. "Your father has been beyond all rational discourse for how many years? And now suddenly he's engaged enough to have a good time. You should be thrilled. From here he'll only get better. You'll have your father back." Yes. Yesterday he'd said goodbye to the last of the in-home caregivers. Dad should improve very fast now. The only reason he was still in a wheelchair was that the docs wanted to make sure his bone regeneration was complete before they let him loose in the neighborhood. She saw the expression on his face and cocked her head to one side. "Are you chicken?" He glanced at his father. The Paraguay operation was just a few weeks away, a covert op at the edge of the world. The prospect was coming to seem almost attractive. "Maybe." "Then let our little general do her thing and don't worry." She turned and waved at someone beyond his vision. "Oops." Her image flickered out and there was only silent messaging. Alice, Arrow, Bob. Open SM. "Gotta go. I'm already covering for Secretary Martinez, and local custom does not approve of time-sharing. Close SM." Bob sat for a moment in the quiet living room. Miri was upstairs, studying. Outside, the late afternoon slid into evening. A peaceful time. Back when he was a kid, this was when Dad would bring out the poetry books, and Dad and Mom and little Bobby would have a read-along. Actually, Bob felt a happy nostalgia for those evenings. He looked back at his father. "Dad?" No answer. Bob leaned forward and tried to shout diffidently. "Dad? Is there enough light for you? I can make it lots brighter." The old man shook his head distractedly. Maybe he even understood the question, but he gave no other indication. He just sat there, slumped to the side. His right hand rubbed again and again at the wrist of his left. And yet this was a big improvement. Robert Gu Sr. had been down to 80 pounds, a barely living vegetable, when UCSF Medical School took him on for their new treatment. It turned out the UCSF Alzheimer's cure worked where the years of conventional treatment had failed. Bob did a few errands on base, checked the plans for the upcoming Paraguay operation, and then sat back and just watched his father for a few minutes. "I didn't always hate you." As a child, he had never hated his old man. Maybe that wasn't surprising. A kid has very little to compare to. Robert was strict and demanding. On that, little Bobby had been very clear. For even though Robert Sr. had often and loudly blamed himself for being such an easygoing parent, sometimes that seemed to contradict what Bob saw at his friends' homes. But it had never seemed mistreatment to Bob. Even when Mom left Dad, even that hadn't turned Bob against the old man. Lena Gu had taken years of subtle abuse, and she couldn't take any more. But little Bobby had been oblivious of it all. It wasn't till later, talking to Aunt Cara, that he realized how much worse Robert treated others than he had ever treated Bob. For Lieutenant Colonel Robert Gu Jr., this should be a joyous time. His father, one of America's most beloved poets, was returning from an extended campout in the Valley of the Shadow of Death. Bob took a long look at Robert's still, relaxed features. No, if this were cinema, it would be a Western, and the title would be The Return of the S.O.B. 03. A Minefield Made in Heaven. My eyeballs are fizzing. This shouldn't be painful. Do they actually hurt? No. But the light was so bright that Robert saw fiery color even in the shadows. It's all still a blur, but I haven't seen this well in... He didn't know how long. Time itself had been a darkness. In years. A woman spoke from right behind his shoulder. "You've been on the retinal meds for about a week, Robert. Today we felt we had a working population of cells present, so we decided to turn them on." Another woman's voice. "And we can cure your blurred vision even more easily. Reed?" "Yes, doctor." This voice came from the man-shaped blur directly in front of him. The figure leaned near. "Let me put this over your eyes, Robert. There'll be a little numbness." Big, gentle hands slipped glasses across Robert's face. At least this was familiar. He was getting new lenses fitted. But then his face went numb and he couldn't close his eyes. "Just relax and look to the front." Relaxing was one thing, but there was no choice about looking to the front. And then, God, it was like watching a picture come up on a really slow computer, the blurs sharpening into finer and finer detail. Robert would have jerked back, but the numbness had spread to his neck and shoulders. "The cell map in the right retina looks good. Let's do the left." A few more seconds passed, and there was a second miracle. The man sitting in front of him eased the glasses off Robert's head. There was a smile on his middle-aged face. He wore a white cotton shirt. The pocket was embroidered with blue stitching. Physician's assistant Reed Weber. "I can see every thread of it." He looked over the man's shoulder. The walls of the clinic were slightly out of focus. Maybe he'd have to wear glasses out of doors. The thought set him laughing. And then he recognized the pictures on the walls. This was not a clinic. Those wall hangings were the calligraphy that Lena had bought for their house in Palo Alto. Where am I? There was a fireplace. There were sliding glass doors that opened onto a lawn. Not a book in sight. This was no place he had ever lived. The numbness in his shoulders was almost gone. Robert looked around the room. The two female voices. They weren't attached to anything visible. But Reed Weber wasn't the only person in sight. A heavy-set fellow stood on his left, arms akimbo, a broad smile on his face. Robert's look caught his, and the smile faltered. The man gave him a nod and said, "Dad?" "Bob?" It wasn't so much that memory suddenly returned as that he noticed a fact that had been there all along. Bobby had grown up. "I'll talk to you later, Dad. For now, I'll let you wrap things up with Dr. Aquino and her people." He nodded at the thin air by Robert's right shoulder and left the room. The thin air said, "Actually, Robert, that's about all we intended to do today. You have a lot to do over the next few weeks, but it will be less chaotic if we take things one step at a time. We'll be keeping watch for any problems." Robert pretended to see something in the air. "Right. See you around." He heard friendly laughter. "Quite right. Reed can help you with that." Reed Weber nodded, and now Robert had the feeling that he and Weber were truly alone in the room. The physician's assistant packed away the glasses and various other pieces of loose equipment. Most were plain plastic boxes, prosaic throwaways except for the miracles they had made. Weber noticed his look and smiled. "Just tools of the trade, the humdrum ones. It's the meds and machines that are floating around inside you that are really interesting." He stowed the last of the brick-like objects and looked up. "You're a very lucky guy, do you know that?" "I am in daylight now, where before it was night since forever. I wonder where Lena is." Then he thought about the other's question. "How do you mean?" "You picked all the right diseases." He laughed. "Modern medicine is kind of like a minefield made in heaven. We can cure a lot of things. Alzheimer's, even though you almost missed the boat there. You and I both had Alzheimer's. I had the normal kind, cured at earliest onset. Lots of other things are just as fatal or crippling as ever. We still can't do much with strokes. Some cancers can't be cured. There are forms of osteoporosis that are as gruesome as ever. But all your major infirmities are things we have slam-dunk fixes for. Your bones are as good as a 50-year-old's now. Today we did your eyes. In a week or so, we'll start reinforcing your peripheral nervous system." Reed laughed. "You know, you've even got the skin and fat biochemistry that responds to Van Kurosawa treatments. It's not one person in 1,000 who steps on that heavenly landmine. You're even going to look a lot younger." "Next you'll be having me playing video games." "Ah!" Weber reached into his equipment bag and pulled out a slip of paper. "We can't forget that." Robert took the paper and unfolded it all the way. It was really quite large, almost the size of foolscap. This appeared to be letterhead stationery. At the top was a logo, and in a fancy font the words, Crick's Clinic, Geriatrics Division. The rest was some kind of outline, the main categories being Microsoft Family, Great Wall Linux, and Epiphany Lite. Eventually, you'll want to use Epiphany Lite, but in the meantime, just touch the computer type you're most familiar with. The items listed under Microsoft Family were the brand names of Microsoft systems all the way back to the 1980s. Robert stared uncertainly. Robert? You do know about computers, right? Yes. The memory was there, now that he thought about it. He grinned. But I was always the last to get on board. I got my first PC in 2000. And that was because the rest of the English department was brutalizing him for not reading his email. Phew. Okay. You can imitate any of those old styles with that. Just lay it out flat on the arm of your chair. Your son has this room set to play the audio, but most places you'll have to keep your fingers touching the page if you want to hear output. Robert leaned forward to get a close view of the paper. It didn't glow. It didn't even have the glassy appearance of a computer display. It was just plain, high-quality paper. Reed pointed at the outline items. Now, press the menu option that corresponds to your favorite system. Robert shrugged. Over the years, the department had upgraded through a number of systems, but he pressed his finger to the line of text that said WinME. There was no pause, none of the boot-up delays he recalled. But suddenly a familiar and annoying musical jingle was in the air. It seemed to come from all around, not from the piece of paper. Now the page was full of color and icons. Robert was filled with nostalgia, remembering many frustrating hours spent in front of glowing computer screens. Reed grinned. A good choice. WinME has been a simple rental for a long time. If you picked Epiphany, we'd be whacking through their licensing jungle. Okay, now the rest should be almost exactly what you know. Crick's Clinic even has some of the modern services filtered down so they look like browser sites. This isn't quite as good as what your son and I use, but you won't have any more trouble with invisible voices. You'll see Rachel and Dr. Aquino on the page here if you want. Be cool, Robert. Robert listened to Weber's mix of probably dated slang and tech talk, to the joviality and the phrase structures that might suggest sarcasm. Once upon a time, all that would have been enough for Robert to calibrate this fellow. Today, just out of the murk of senility, he couldn't be sure. So he probed a little. I'm all young again? Reed sat back and gave an easy laugh. Wish I could tell you that, Robert. You're 75 years old, and there are a lot more ways for the body to break down than the MDs have even imagined. But I've been on your case for 6 months. You've come back from the dead, man. You've almost got the Alzheimer's licked. It makes sense to try these other treatments on you now. You're going to have some surprises, mostly for the good. Just take it easy, roll with the punches. For instance, I noticed that you recognized your son just now. Yes. I was here just a week ago. You didn't recognize him then. It was strange to poke into that dimness, but... Yes, I knew I couldn't have a son. I wasn't old enough. I just wanted to go home. I mean, to my parents' home in Bishop. And even now, I was surprised to see that Bob is so old. Consequences were crashing down upon him. So my parents are dead. Reed nodded. I'm afraid so, Robert. There's a whole lifetime that you're going to start remembering. As a patchwork? Or oldest memories first? Or maybe I'll get stuck at some point. The MDs can give you the best answers on that. Reed hesitated. Look, Robert, you used to be a professor, right? I was a poet. But he didn't think Reed would appreciate which was the more valued rank. Yes, Professor Emeritus of English at Stanford. Okay then. You were a smart guy. You have a lot to learn, but I'm betting you'll get those smarts back. Don't panic if you can't remember something. Don't push too hard either. Practically every day the docs are going to restore some additional capability. The theory is that this will be less disturbing for you. Whether that's right or wrong won't matter if you keep cool. Remember, you have a whole loving family here. Lena. Robert lowered his head for a moment. Not a return to childhood, but a kind of second chance. If he could come all the way back from the Alzheimer's, then he might have another 20 years left, time to make up for what he had lost. So 2 goals, his poetry and Lena. Reed leaned closer. What did you say, sir? Robert looked up. My wife. My ex-wife. He tried to remember more. I bet I'll never remember what happened after I lost my marbles. Like I say, don't worry about it. I remember being married to Lena and raising Bobby. We split up years ago. But then, I also remember her being with me when the Alzheimer's really started to shut me down. And now she's gone again. Where is she, Reed? Reed frowned, then leaned forward and zipped up his equipment case. I'm sorry, Robert. She passed away 2 years ago. He stood and gave Robert a gentle pat on the shoulder. I think we've made really good progress today. Now I've got to run. In his former life, Robert Gu had paid even less attention to technology than he had to current events. Human nature doesn't change, and as a poet his job was to distill and display that unchanging essence. Now, well, I'm back from the dead. That was something new under the sun, a bit of technology somewhat too large to ignore. It was a new chance at life, a chance to continue his career. And where he should continue his art was obvious, with Secrets of the Ages. He had spent 5 years on the cantos of that sequence, poems such as Secrets of the Child, Secrets of the Young Lovers, Secrets of the Old. But his Secrets of the Dying had been an errant fake, written before he really started to die, no matter that people seemed to think it was the most profound canto of the sequence. But now, yes, something new. Secrets of the One Who Came Back. The ideas were coming, and surely verse would follow. Every day there were new changes in himself, and old barriers suddenly removed. He could easily accept Reed Weber's advice to be patient with his limitations. So much was changing, and all for the better. One day he was walking again, even if it was a lurching, unstable gait. He fell 3 times that first day, and each time he just bounced back to his feet. Unless you fall on your head, Professor, you'll be fine, Reed said. But his walking got steadily better. And now that he could see, really see, he could do things with his hands. No more pawing around in the dark. He had never realized how important sight was to coordination. There are uncountable ways that things can lie and tangle and hide in 3 dimensions. Without vision, you're condemned to compromise and failure. But not me. Not now. And 2 days after that, he was playing ping-pong with his granddaughter. He remembered the table. It was the one that he'd bought for little Bobby 30 years ago. He even remembered Bob taking it off his hands when he finally gave up his home in Palo Alto. Today, Miri was pulling her punches, lobbing the ball high and slow across the table. Robert moved back and forth. Seeing the ball was no problem, but he had to be very careful or he'd swing too high. Careful, careful went the game, until Miri had him down 15-11. And then he won 5 points, each stroke a kind of spastic twitch that somehow smashed the white plastic into the far edge of the table. Robert, you were just fooling me. Poor pudgy Miri raced from one corner of the table to the other, trying to keep up with him. Robert's slams had no spin, but she wasn't an expert player. 17-15, 18, 19. Then his powerful swings got out of tune, and he was back to being a staggering spastic. But now his granddaughter showed no mercy. She racked up 6 straight points and won the game. And then she ran around the table to hug him. You are great, but you'll never fool me again. It didn't do any good to tell her what Aquino had said, that the reconstruction of his nervous system would cause randomly spiky performance. He might end up with the reflexes of an athlete. More likely, the endpoint would be something like average coordination. It was funny how he paid attention to the day of the week. That had stopped mattering even before he lost his marbles. But now, on the weekends, his granddaughter was around all day. "What was Great Aunt Kara like?" she asked him one Saturday morning. "She was a lot like you, Miri." The girl's smile was sudden and wide and proud. Robert had guessed that this was what she wanted to hear. But it's true, except that Kara was never overweight. Miri was like Kara, right in those last years of pre-adolescence when her hero worship for her older brother had been replaced by other concerns. If anything, Miri's personality was an exaggeration of Kara's. Miri was very bright, probably smarter than her great aunt, and Miri was already into the extreme independence and moral certainty of the other. I remember that persistent arrogance, thought Robert. That had been an enormous irritation. Breaking her of it had been what drove them apart. Sometimes Miri had her little friends over. The boys and girls mixed pretty indiscriminately at this age and in this era. For a few brief years, they were almost matched for muscle. Miri loved to play doubles at ping-pong. He had to smile at the way she bossed her friends around. She had them organized into a tournament. And though she was scrupulously honest, she played to win. When her side got behind, her jaw set in angry determination, and there was steel in her eyes. Afterward, she was quick to acknowledge her own failures, and just as quick to critique her playmates. Even when her friends were gone physically, they were often still around, invisible presences like Robert's doctors. Miri walked around the backyard talking and arguing with nobody, a parody of all the cell phone discourtesy that Robert remembered from his later years at Stanford. Then there were Miri's grand silences. Those didn't match anything in his recollection of Kara. Miri would push gently back and forth on the swing that hung from the only good-sized tree in the backyard. She would do that for hours, speaking only occasionally, and then to the empty air. Her eyes seemed to be focused miles away, and when he asked her what she was doing, she would start and laugh and say that she was studying. It looked much more like some kind of pernicious hypnosis to Robert Goo. Weekdays, Miri was off at school. A limo pulled up for her every morning, always at the moment that the girl was ready to go. Bob was gone nowadays, to be back in a week or so. Alice was home part of each day, but she was in a distinctly short-tempered mood. Sometimes he would see her at lunch. More often, his daughter-in-law was at Camp Pendleton until mid-afternoon. She was especially irritable when she came back from the base. Except for Reed Weber's therapy sessions, Robert was left much to his own devices. He wandered around the house, found some of his old books in cardboard boxes in the basement. Those were almost the only books in the house. This family was effectively illiterate. Sure, Miri bragged that many books were visible any time you wanted to see them, but that was a half-truth. The browser paper that Reed had given him could be used to find books online, but reading them on that single piece of foolscap was a tedious desecration. It was remarkable foolscap, though. It really did support teleconferencing. Dr. Aquino and the remote therapists were not just invisible voices anymore, and the web browser was much like the ones he remembered, even though many sites couldn't be displayed properly. Google still worked. He searched for Lena Llewellyn Goo. Of course, there was plenty of information about her. Lena had been a medical doctor and rather well known in a limited, humdrum way. And yes, she had died a couple of years ago. The details were a cloud of contradiction, some agreeing with what Bob told him, some not. It was this damn Friends of Privacy. It was hard to imagine such villains, doing their best to undermine what you could find on the net. A vandal charity was what they called themselves. And that eventually got him into the news of the day. The world was as much a mess as ever. This month, it was a police action in Paraguay. The details didn't make sense. What were moonshine fabs, and why would the U.S. want to help local cops close them down? The big picture was more familiar. The invading forces were looking for weapons of mass destruction. Today, they had found nuclear weapons hidden beneath an orphanage. The pictures showed slums and poor people, ragged children playing inscrutable games that somehow seemed to deny the squalor all around. There was an occasional, almost lonely-looking soldier. I'll bet this is where Bob is, he thought. Not for the first time, or the 1000th. He wondered how his son could have chosen such an ugly, dead-end career. Evenings they had something like a family meal, Alice and Robert and Miri. Alice seemed happy to do the cooking, though tonight she looked like she hadn't slept for a couple of days. Robert hung around the kitchen, watching mother and daughter slide trays from the fridge. "TV dinners, that's what we used to call this sort of thing," he said. In fact, this stuff had the appearance and texture of delicious food. It all tasted like mush to him, but Reed said that was because his taste buds were 95% dead. Miri hesitated the way she often did when Robert tossed out some idea she hadn't heard before, but as usual, her response was full of confidence. "Oh, these are much better than TV junk food. We can mix and match the parts." She pointed at the unmarked containers sizzling in, well, it looked like a microwave. "See, I got the ice cream dessert and Alice got angel hair blueberries. Wow, Alice." Alice gave her a brief smile. "I'll share." "Okay, let's get this into the dining room." It took all three of them to carry everything, but no second trip was needed. They set the food on the long dining table. The tablecloth was an intricate damask that seemed to be different every night. The table itself was familiar, another hand-me-down. Lena's presence was still everywhere. Robert sat down beside Miri. "You know," he said, more to probe reactions than anything else, "this all seems a bit primitive to me. Where are the robot servants? Or even the little automatic hands to put the TV dinners in the wave and take them out?" His daughter-in-law gave an irritated shrug. "Where it makes sense, we have robots." Robert remembered Alice Gong when she had married Bob. Back then, Alice had been an impenetrable diplomat, so smooth that most people never realized her skill. In those days, he had still had his edge both with verse and with people. He took such a personality as a challenge. And yet, his former self had never been able to find a chink in her armor. The new Alice only imitated the composure of the old, and with varying success. Tonight was not one of her better nights. Robert remembered the news about Paraguay and took a stab in the dark. "Worried about Bob?" She gave him an odd smile. "No, Bob is fine." Miri glanced at her mother and then chirped, "Actually, if you want mechs, you should see my doll collection." Mechs? Dolls? It was hard to dominate people when you didn't know what they were talking about. He backed up. "I mean, there are all the things that future freaks have been predicting for 100 years and that never happened. Things such as air cars." Miri looked up from her steaming food. At one corner of the tray, there really was a bowl of ice cream. "We have air taxis. Does that count?" "That gets partial credit." Then he surprised himself. "When can I see one?" The Robert of old would have dismissed mechanical contrivances as beneath any mature interest. "Any time. How about after dinner?" This last question was directed at Alice as much as Robert. That brought a more natural smile to Alice's face. "Maybe this weekend." They ate in silence for a moment. "I wish I could taste this stuff." Then Alice was on to the topic she must have been saving up. "You know, Robert, I've been looking at the medic's reports on you. You're almost up to speed now. Have you considered resuming your career?" "Why, of course. I'm thinking about it all the time. I've got new writing ideas." He gestured expansively and was surprised by the fear that suddenly rose in him. "Hey, don't worry, Alice. I've got my writing. I've got job offers from schools all around the country. I'll be out of your way as soon as I get my feet solidly on the ground." Miri said, "Oh, no, Robert, you can stay with us. We like having you here." "But at this point, don't you think you should be actively reaching out?" said Alice. Robert looked back mildly. "How is that?" "Well, you know that Reed Weber's last session with you is next Tuesday. I'll bet there are still new skills you'd like to master. Have you considered taking classes? Fairmont High has a number of special—" Colonel Alice was doing pretty well, but she was handicapped by the 13-year-old at Robert's side. Miri piped up with, "Yucko, that's our vocational track. A few old people and lots of teenage dumbheads. It's dull, dull, dull." "Miri, there are basic skills. Reed Weber has done a lot of that. And I can teach Robert to wear." She patted his arm. "Don't worry, Robert. Once you learn to wear, you can learn anything. Right now, you're in a trap. It's like you're seeing the world through a little hole, just whatever your naked eye sees, and what you can get from that. She pointed at the magic fool's cap that was tucked into his shirt pocket. "With some practice, you should be able to see and hear as good as anyone." Alice shook her head. "Miri, there are lots of people who don't use contacts and wearables." "Yes, but they're not my grandfather." And there was that defiant little thrust of her jaw. "Robert, you should be wearing. You look silly walking around with that view page clutched in your hand." Alice seemed about to object more forcefully. Then she settled back, watching Miri with a neutral gaze that Robert couldn't fathom. Miri didn't seem to notice the look. She leaned her head forward and stuck a finger close to her right eye. "You already know about contacts, right? Want to see one?" Her hand came away from her eye. A tiny disc sat on the tip of her middle finger. It was the size and shape of the contact lenses he had known. He hadn't expected anything more, but he bent close and looked. After a moment, he realized that it was not quite a clear lens. Speckles of colored brightness swirled and gathered in it. "I'm driving it at safety max or you wouldn't see the lights." The tiny lens became hazy, then frosty white. "Ugh, it powered down. But you get the idea." She popped it back into her eye and grinned at him. Now her right eye was fogged with an enormous cataract. "You should get a fresh one, dear," said Alice. "Oh no," said Miri. "Once it warms up, it'll be good for the rest of the day." And in fact, the cataract was fading, Miri's dark brown iris showing through. "So what do you think, Robert?" "That it's a rather gross substitute for what I can do simply by reading my view page." "That's all there is to it?" No. I mean, we can fix you up with one of Bob's shirts and a box of contacts right away. It's learning to use them that's the trick." Colonel Alice said, "Without some control, it's like old-time television, but much more intrusive. We wouldn't want you to be hijacked, Robert. How about this? I'll get you some trainer clothes and that box of contacts that Miri mentioned. Meantime, give some thought to attending Fairmont High, okay?" Miri leaned forward and grinned at her mother. "Betcha he's wearing inside of a week. He won't need those loser classes." Robert smiled benignly over Miri's head. In fact, there had been job offers. His return had percolated onto the web, and 12 schools had written him. But 5 were simply speaking invitations. 3 were for semester artist-in-residence gigs, and the others weren't from first-rank schools. It was not exactly the welcome Robert expected for one of the century's literary giants, quoting the critics here. "They're afraid I'm still a vegetable." So Robert kept the offers on ice and worked on his writing. He would show the doubters he was as sharp as ever, and in the doing, he would overleap them to the sort of recognition he deserved. But progress was slow on the poetry front. Progress was slow on a lot of fronts. His face actually looked young now. Reed said such complete cosmetic success was rare, that Robert was a perfect target for the Ven Kurosawa process. Wonderful. But his coordination remained spastic and his joints ached all the time. Most ignominious, he still had to hike down to the John several times each night to take a leak. That was surely the fates reminding him he was still an old man. Yesterday had been Weber's last visit. The guy had a menial mind, but it was exactly matched to the menial aid he provided. I'll miss him, I suppose. Not least because now there was another empty hour in every day. And progress was especially slow on the poetry front. For Robert, dreams had never been an important source of inspiration, though he had claimed otherwise in several well-known interviews. But wide-awake attempts at creativity were the last resort of pedestrian minds. For Robert Gu, real creativity most often came after a good night's sleep, just as he roused himself to wakefulness. That moment was such a reliable source of inspiration that when he was having problems with writing, he would often go the pedestrian route in the evening, stock up his mind with the intransigencies of the moment, and then the next morning, drowsing, review what he knew. There, in the labile freshness of new consciousness, answers would drift into view. In his years at Stanford, he'd run the phenomenon past philosophers, religionists, and the hard science people. They'd had 100 explanations, from Freudian psychology to quantum physics. The explanation didn't matter. Sleeping on it worked for him. And now, Coming out of years of dementia, he still had that morning edge, but his control of the process was as erratic as ever. Some mornings, his mind was awash with ideas for Secrets of the One Who Came Back and his revision of Secrets of the Dying. Yet none of these morning brainstorms contained poetical detail. He had the ideas. He had concepts down to the level of verse blocks. But he didn't have the words and phrases that made ideas into beauty. Maybe that was okay. For now. After all, making the words sing was the highest, purest talent. Didn't it make sense that such would be his very last talent to return? In the meantime, many of his mornings were wasted on garbage insights. His subconscious had turned traitor, fascinated by how things worked, by technology and math. During the day, when he was surfing his view page, he was constantly diverted by topics unrelated to any artistic concern. He had spent one whole afternoon on a child's introduction to finite geometry, for God's sake, and the big insight he wakened with the next morning had been a proof of one of the harder exercises. Robert's daytime was a grinding bore, an endless search for the right words, all the while trying to ignore the lure of his view page. His evenings were spent putting off Miri and her attempts to stick foreign objects onto his eyeballs. Finally, morning insight came to his rescue. Rising toward wakefulness, thinking dispassionately about his failure, he noticed the green junipers beyond his window, the yard painted in soft pastels. There was a world outside. There were a million different viewpoints there. What had he done in the past when progress hit roadblocks? You take a break. Do something different. Almost anything. Going back to high school would get him out of this, get Miri out of his hair. It would certainly expose him to different, even if narrow, viewpoints. Alice would be so pleased. 04. An Excellent Affiliance. Juan Orozco liked to walk to school with the Radnor twins. Fred and Jerry were a bad influence, but they were the best gamers Juan knew in person. "We got a special scam for today, Juan," said Fred. "Yeah," said Jerry, smiling the way he did when something really fun or embarrassing was on the way. The three followed the usual path along the flood control channel. The concrete trough was dry and bone-white, winding its way through the canyon behind the Mesitas subdivision. The hills above them were covered with ice plant and manzanita. Ahead, there was a patch of scrub oaks. What do you expect of San Diego North County in early October? At least in the real world. The canyon was not a dead zone, not at all. County flood control kept the whole area improved, and the public layer was just as fine as on city streets. As they walked along, Juan gave a shrug and a twitch just so. That was enough cue for his Epiphany wearable. Its overlay imagery shifted into Hotsek's dangerous knowledge world. The manzanita morphed into scaly tentacles. Now the houses that edged the canyon were large and heavily timbered, with pennants flying. High ahead was a castle, the home of Grand Duke Joaquin, in reality, the local kid who did the most to maintain this belief circle. Juan tricked out the twins in the leather armor of Knight's Guardian. "Hey, Jer, look," Juan radiated, and waited for the twins to slide into consensus with his view. He had been practicing a week to get these visuals in place. Fred looked up, accepting the imagery that Juan had conjured. "That's old stuff, Juanito." He glanced at the castle on the hill. "Besides, Howie Fine is a dwit." "Oh." Juan released the vision in an untidy cascade. The real world took back its own. First the landscape, then the sky, then the creatures and costumes. "But you liked it last week." Back when, Juan now remembered, Fred and Jerry had been maneuvering to oust the Grand Duke. The twins looked at each other. Juan could tell they were silent messaging. "We told you today would be different. We're on to something special." They were partway through the scrub oaks now. Coming out the far side, you could see ocean haze. On a clear day, or if you used clear vision, you could see all the way to the ocean. On the south were more subdivisions, and a patch of green that was Fairmont High School. On the north was the most interesting place in Juan Orozco's neighborhood. Pyramid Hill Amusement Park dominated the little valley that surrounded it. The underlying rock was more a pointy hill than a pyramid, but the park's management thought pyramid was the sexier adjective. Once upon a time, it had been an avocado orchard, dark green trees clothing the hillsides. You could see it that way if you used the park's logo view. To the naked eye, there were still lots of trees, but there were also lawns and real mansions and the launch tower. Among other things, Pyramid Hill claimed to have the longest free-fall ride in California. The twins were grinning at him. Jerry waved at the hill. "How would you like to play Cretaceous Returns, but with real feeling?" Pyramid Hill managers knew exactly what to charge for different levels of touchy-feely experience. The low end was pretty cheap. Real feeling was at the top. That's too expensive." "Sure it is, if you pay." "And, don't you have a project to set up before class?" The twins had shop class first thing in the morning. "That's still in Vancouver," said Jerry. "But don't worry about us." Fred looked upward, somehow prayerful and smug at the same time. "UP Express will provide, and just in time." "Well, okay. Just so we don't get into trouble." Getting into trouble was the major downside of hanging with the Radners. A couple of weeks earlier, the twins had shown him how to avoid a product safety recall on his new Wikibay bicycle. That had left him with a great martial arts weapon, and a bike that was almost impossible to unfold. Ma had not been pleased. "Hey, don't worry, Juan." The three left the edge of the flood channel and followed a narrow trail along the east edge of Pyramid Hill. This was far from any entrance, but the twins' uncle worked for county flood control, and they had access to CFC Utilities support imagery, which just now they shared with Juan. The dirt beneath their feet became faintly translucent. 15 feet down, Juan could see graphics representing a 10-inch runoff tunnel. Here and there were pointers to local maintenance records. Jerry and Fred had used such omniscience before and not been caught. Today they were blending it with a map of the local network nodes. The overlay view was faint violet against the sunlit day, showing communication blind spots and active high-rate links. The two stopped at the edge of a clearing. Fred looked at Jerry. "Tsk, flood control should be ashamed. There's not a localizer node within 30 feet. "Yeah, Jer. Almost anything could happen here." Without a complete localizer mesh, nodes could not know precisely where they and their neighbors were. High-rate laser comm could not be established, and low-rate sensor output was smeared across the landscape. The outside world knew only mushy vagueness about this area. They walked into the clearing. They were deep in a network blind spot, but from here they had a naked-eye view up the hillside, to ground that must surely be within Pyramid Hill. If they continued that way, the hill would start charging them. But the twins were not looking at the hill. Jerry walked to a small tree and squinted up. "In fact, this is an interesting spot. They tried to patch the coverage with an airball." He pointed into the branches and pinged. The utility view showed only a faint return, an error message. "It's almost purely net guano at this point." Juan shrugged. "The gap will be fixed by tonight." Around twilight, when aerobots flitted around the canyons, swapping out nodes here and there. "Well, why don't we help the county by patching things right now?" Jerry held up a thumb-sized greenish object. He handed it to Juan. 3 antenna fins sprouted from the thing's top. It was a typical ad hoc node. The dead ones were more trouble than bird poop. "You've perved this thing?" The node had break-ins R Us written all over it, but perverting networks was harder in real life than in games. "Where did you get the access codes?" "Uncle Don gets careless." Jerry pointed at the device. "All the permissions are loaded. Unfortunately, the bottleneck node is still alive." He pointed upward, into the sapling's branches. "You're small enough to climb this, Juan. Just go up and knock down the node." Hey, don't worry. Homeland Security won't notice." In fact, the Department of Homeland Security would almost certainly notice, at least after the localizer mesh was patched. But just as certainly they wouldn't care. DHS logic was deeply embedded in all hardware. See all, know all was their motto, but what they knew and saw was for their own mission. They were notorious about not sharing with law enforcement. Juan stepped out of the blind spot and took a look at the sheriff's department view. The area around Pyramid Hill had its share of arrests, mostly for enhancement drugs, but there had been nothing hereabouts for several weeks. Okay. Juan came back to the tree and scrambled up about 10 feet to where the branches spread out. The old node was hanging from rotted Velcro. He knocked it free, and the twins caused it to have an accident with a rock. Juan shinnied down from the tree. They watched the diagnostics for a moment. Violet mists sharpened into bright spots as the nodes figured out where they and their perved sibling were, and coordinated up toward full function. Now, point to point, laser routing was available. They could see the property labels all along the boundary of Pyramid Hill. "Ha," said Fred. The twins started uphill toward the property line. "Come on, Juan. We're marked as county employees. We'll be fine if we don't stay too long." Pyramid Hill had all the latest touchy-feely gear. These were not just phantoms painted by your contact lenses on the back of your eyeballs. On Pyramid Hill, there were games where you could ride a Scoochie's salsapwed or steal the eggs of raptors, or games with warm furry creatures that danced playfully around, begging to be picked up and cuddled. If you turned off all the game views, you could see other players wandering through the woods in their own worlds. Somehow the hill kept them from crashing into each other. In Cretaceous Returns, the sound of the free-fall launcher was disguised as thunder. The trees were imaged as towering ginkgos with lots of places you couldn't see through. Juan played the pure visual Cret-Ret a lot these days, in person with the twins, and all over the world with others. It had not been an uplifting experience. He had been killed and eaten 3 times so far this week. It was a tough game, one where you had to contribute or maybe you got killed and eaten every time. So Juan had joined the Fantasists Guild, well, as a junior wannabe member. Maybe that would make him clueful. He had already designed a species for Cret-Ret. His saurians were quick, small things that didn't attract the fiercest of the critics. The twins had not been impressed, though they had no alternatives of their own. As he walked through the ginkgo forest, he kept his eye out for critters with jaws lurking in the lower branches. That's what had gotten him on Monday. On Tuesday, it had been some kind of paleo disease. So far, things seemed safe enough, but there was no sign of his own contribution. They had been fast-breeding and scalable, so where were the little monsters? Sigh. Sometime he should check out other game sites. They might be big in Kazakhstan. Here, today, nada. Juan stumped across the hill, a little discouraged, but still uneaten. The twins had taken the form of game-standard velociraptors. They were having a grand time. Their chicken-sized prey were Pyramid Hill game bots. The Jerry Raptor looked over its shoulder at Juan. "Where's your critter?" Juan had not assumed any animal form. "I'm a time traveler," he said. That was a valid type, introduced with the initial game release. Fred flashed a face full of teeth. "I mean, where are the critters you invented last week?" "I don't know." "Most likely they got eaten by the critics," said Jerry. The brothers did a joint reptilian chortle. "Give up on making creator points, Juan. Kick back and use the good stuff." He illustrated with a soccer kick that connected with something that scuttled across their path. That got lots of classic points and a few thrilling moments of quality carnage. Fred joined in and red splattered everywhere. There was something familiar about this prey. It was young and clever-looking. A newborn from Juan's own design. And that meant its mommy would be nearby. Juan said, "You know, I don't think... The problem is, none of you think nearly enough." The sound was premium external, like sticking your head inside an old-time boombox. Too late, they saw that the tree trunks behind them grew from yard-long claws. Mommy. Drool fell in 10-inch blobs from high above. This was Juan's design scaled up to the max. "Shh," said Fred. It was his last hiss as a velociraptor. The head and teeth behind the slobber descended from the ginkgo canopy and swallowed Fred down to the tips of his hind talons. The monster crunched and munched for a moment. The clearing was filled with the sound of splintering bones. "Ah!" The monster opened its mouth and vomited horror. It was so good, Juan flicker-viewed on reality. Fred was standing in the steaming remains of his raptor. His shirt was pulled out of his pants, and he was drenched in slime, real smelly slime, the kind you paid money for. The monster itself was one of the hill's largest mechanicals, tricked out as a member of Juan's new species. The three of them looked up into its jaws. "Was that touchy-feely enough for you?" the creature said, its breath a hot breeze of rotting meat. For sure it was. Fred stepped backwards and almost slipped on the goo. "The late Fred Radnor just lost a cartload of points," the monster waved its trunk-sized snout at them. "And I'm still hungry. I suggest you move off the hill with all dispatch." They backed away, their gaze still caught on the monster's teeth. The twins turned and ran. As usual, Juan was an instant behind them. Something like a big hand grabbed him. "You, I have further business with." The words were a bird roar through clenched fangs. "Sit down. Let's chat." "Caray, I have the worst luck." Then he remembered that it had been Juan Orozco who had climbed a tree to perv the hill entrance logic. Stupid Juan Orozco didn't need bad luck. He was already the perfect chump. And now the twins were gone. But when the jaws set him down and he turned around, the monster was still there, not some Pyramid Hill rent-a-cop. Maybe this really was a Cret-Ret player. He edged sideways, trying to get out from under the pendulous gaze. This was just a game. He could walk away from this four-story saurian. Of course, that would trash his credit with Cretaceous returns, maybe drench him in smelly goo. And if Big Lizard took its place seriously, it might cause him trouble in other games. Okay. He sat down with his back to the nearest ginkgo, so he would be late another day. That couldn't make his school situation any worse. The saurian settled back and slid the steaming corpse of Fred Radnor's raptor to one side. It brought its head close to the ground to look at Juan straight on. The eyes and head and color were exactly Juan's original design, and this player had the moves to make it truly impressive. He could see from its battle scars that it had fought in several Cretaceous hotspots. Juan forced a cheerful smile. "So you like my design?" It flashed yard-long fangs. "I've been worse." The creature shifted game parameters, bringing up critic layer details. This was a heavy player, maybe even a game cracker. On the ground between them was a dead and dissected example of Juan's creation. Big Lizard nudged it with a foreclaw. "But the skin texture is from a Fantasist's Guild example library. The color scheme is a cliché. The plaid kilt would be cute if it weren't in all the Epiphany Now ads." Juan drew his knees in toward his chin. This was the same crap he had to put up with at school. "I borrow from the best." The saurian's chuckle was a buzzing roar that made Juan's skull vibrate. "That might work with your teachers. They have to eat whatever garbage you feed them, at least till you graduate and can be dumped on the street. This design is so-so. There have been some adoptions, mainly because it has good mechanics. But if we're talking real quality, it just don't measure up." The creature flexed its custom battle scars. "I do other things." "Yes, and if you never deliver, you'll fail with them, too." That was a point that occupied a lot of Juan Orozco's internal worry time. More and more, it looked like he was going to end up like his pa, only Juan might never even get a job to be laid off from. Try your best was the motto of Fairmont High, but trying your best was only the beginning. Even if you tried your best, you could still be left behind. These were not things he'd confess to another gamer. He glared back at the slitted yellow eyes, and suddenly it occurred to him that, unlike teachers, this guy was not being paid to be nice, and it was wasting too much time for this to be some humiliating con. It actually wants something from me. Juan sharpened his glare. "And you have some suggestions, O mighty virtual lizard?" "That could be. Besides Cret-Ret, I have other things going. How would you like to take an affiliate status on a little project?" Except for local games, no one had ever asked Juan to affiliate on anything. His mouth twisted in bogus contempt. "Affiliate? A percent of what? How far down the value chain are you?" The Saurian shrugged, and there was the sound of ginkgos creaking against its shoulders. My guess is I'm way, way down. That's how it is with most affiliances. But I can pay real money for each answer I pipe upwards. The creature named a number. It was enough to ride the free fall every day for a year. A payoff certificate floated in the air between them, showing the named amount and a bonus schedule. Juan had played his share of finance games. I get twice that or no deal. Then he noticed the subrights section. The numbers were not visible. That could be because anyone he recruited would get a lot more. Done, said the lizard, before Juan could correct his bid upward. And Juan was sure it was smiling. Okay, what do you want? And what makes you think a dwit like me can supply it? You're at Fairmont High, aren't you? You already know that. It's a strange place, isn't it? When Juan did not reply, the critter said, Trust me, it is strange. Most schools, even charter schools, don't schedule adult education students in with the children. Yeah, the vocational track. The old farts don't like it. We don't like it. Well, the task from my upstream affiliate is to snoop around, mainly among these old guys. Make friends with them. Yucko. But Juan glanced at the payoff certificate again. It tested valid. The payoff adjudication was more complicated than he wanted to read, but it was backed by Bank of America. Who in particular? That's the problem. Whoever is at the top of my affiliance is coy. We're just collecting information. Basically, some of these senior citizens used to be big shots. If they were so big, how come they're in our classes now? It was just the question the kids asked at school. Lots of reasons, Juan. Some of them are just lonely. Some of them are up to their ears in debt and have to figure how to make a living in the current economy. Some of them aren't good for much but a healthy body and lots of old memories. They can be very bitter. How do I make friends with people like that? If you want the money, you figure out a way. Anyway, here are the search criteria. The big lizard shipped him a document. He browsed through the top layer. This covers a lot of ground. Retired San Diego politicians, bioscientists, parents of persons currently in such job categories. There are qualifying characteristics in the links. Your job is to interest appropriate people in my affiliance. I'm just not that good at talking people up. Especially people like this. Stay poor, then. Chicken. Juan was silent for a moment. His pa would never take a job like this. Finally, he said, Okay, I'll go affiliate with you. I wouldn't want you doing anything you feel I said I'll take the job. Okay. Well then, what I've given you should get you started. There's contact info in the document. The creature lumbered to its feet, and now its voice came from high above. Just as well we don't meet again on Pyramid Hill. Suits me. Juan stood up. He made a point of slapping the creature's mighty tail as he walked off downhill. The twins were way ahead of him, standing by the soccer field on the other side of campus. As Juan came up the driveway, he grabbed a viewpoint in the bleachers and gave them a ping. Fred waved back, but his shirt was still too gooey for comm. Jerry was looking upward at the UPX shipment falling toward his outstretched hands. Just in time, for sure. The twins were popping the mailer open even as they walked into the shop tent. Unfortunately, Juan's first class was at the end of the far wing. He ran across the lawn, keeping his vision tied to unimproved reality. The buildings were mostly 3 stories today. Their gray walls were like playing cards stacked in a rickety array. Inside, the choice of view was not entirely his own. Mornings, the school administration required that the Fairmont News show all over the interior walls. 3 kids at Hoover High had won IBM career fellowships. Applause, applause, even if Hoover was Fairmont's unfairly advantaged rival, a charter school run by the math ed department at SDSU. The 3 young geniuses would have their college education paid for, right through grad school, even if they never worked a day at IBM. Big deal, Juan thought, trying to comfort himself. Someday those kids might be very rich, but a percentage of their professional fortunes would always go back to IBM. He followed the little green nav arrows with half his attention, and abruptly realized he had climbed 2 flights of stairs. School admin had rearranged everything since yesterday. Of course, they had updated his nav arrows too. It was a good thing he hadn't been paying attention. He slipped into his classroom and sat down. Ms. Chumlig had already started. Search and analysis was Chumlig's main thing. She used to teach a fast-track version of this at Hoover High, but well-documented rumor held that she just couldn't keep up. So the Department of Education had moved her to the same-named course here at Fairmont. Actually, Juan kind of liked her. She was a failure, too. "There are many different skills," she was saying. "Sometimes it's best to coordinate with lots of other people who together can make the answers." The students nodded. Be a coordinator. That's where the biggest and most famous money was. But they also knew where Chumlig was going with this. She looked around the classroom, nodding that she knew they knew. "Alas, you all intend to be top agents, don't you?" "It's what some of us will be." That was one of the adult ed students. Winston Blount was old enough to be Juan's great-grandfather. When Blount had a bad day, he liked to liven things up by harassing Miss Chumlig. The search and analysis instructor smiled back. "It's about as likely as being a Major League Baseball star. The pure coordinating agent is a rare type, Dean Blount." "Some of us must be the administrators." "Oh." Chumlig looked kind of sad for a moment, like she was figuring out how to pass on bad news. "Administration has changed a lot, Dean Blount." Winston Blount sat back in his chair. "Okay, so we have to learn some new tricks." "Yes." Ms. Chumlig looked out over the class. "That's an important point. This class is about search and analysis, the heart of the economy. We obviously need search and analysis as consumers. In almost all modern jobs, search and analysis are how we make our living. But in the end, we must also know something about something." "Meaning those courses we got C's in, right?" That was a voice from the peanut gallery, probably someone who was physically truant. Chumlig sighed. "Yes. Don't let those skills die. You've been exposed to them. Use them. Improve on them. You can do it with a special form of pre-analysis that I call study." One of the students actually held up a hand. She was that old. "Yes, Dr. Xiang?" "I know you are correct, but—" The woman glanced around the room. She looked about Chumlig's age, not nearly as old as Winston Blount. But there was kind of a frightened look in her eyes. "But some people are better than others. I'm not as sharp as I once was, or maybe others are just sharper. What happens if we try our hardest, and it just isn't good enough?" Chumlig hesitated. How will she answer this, thought Juan. It was the real question. "That's a problem that affects everyone, Dr. Xiang. Providence gives each of us our hand to play. In your case, you've got a new deal and a new start on life." Her look took in the rest of the class. "Some of you think your hand in life is all deuces and trays." At the front of the room were some really dedicated students, not much older than Juan. They were wearing, but they had no clothes sense and had never learned ensemble coding. As Chumlig spoke, you could see their fingers tapping away, searching on deuces and trays. "But I have a theory of life," said Chumlig, "and it is straight out of gaming. There is always an angle. You, each of you, have some special wild cards. Play with them. Find out what makes you different and better, because it is there, if only you can find it. And once you do, you'll be able to contribute answers to others, and others will be willing to contribute back to you. In short, synthetic serendipity doesn't just happen. By golly, you must create it." She hesitated, staring at invisible class notes, and her voice dropped down from oratory. So much for the big picture. Today we're going to talk about morphing answer board solutions. As usual, we are looking to ask the right questions. Juan liked to sit by the outer wall, especially when the classroom was on the 3rd floor. You could feel the wall sway gently back and forth as the building kept its balance. That sort of thing made his ma real nervous. 1 second of system failure and everything will fall apart, she had complained at a PTA meeting. On the other hand, House of Cards construction was cheap, and it could handle a big earthquake almost as easily as it did the morning breeze. He leaned away from the wall and listened to Chumlig. That was why the school made you show up in person for most classes. You had to pay a little bit of attention just because you were trapped in a real room with a real instructor. Chumlig's lecture graphics floated in the air above them. She had the class's attention. There was a minimum of insolent graffiti nibbling at the edges of her imagery. And for a while, Juan paid attention too. He really did. Answer boards could generate solid results, usually for zero cost. There was no affiliation, just kindred minds batting problems around. But what if you weren't a kindred mind? Say you were on a genetics board. If you thought transcription was a type of translation, it could take you months to get anywhere. So Juan tuned her out and wandered from viewpoint to viewpoint around the room. Some were from students who'd set their viewpoints public. Most were just random cams. He browsed Big Lizard's task document as he paused between hops. In fact, the lizard was interested in more than just the old farts. Some ordinary students made the list too. This affiliance must be as wide as the California lottery. He started some background checks. Like most kids, he kept lots of stuff saved on his wearable. He could run a search like this very close to his vest. He didn't route to the outside world except when he could use a site that Chumlig was talking about. She was real good at nailing the mentally truant. But Juan was good at ensemble coding, driving his wearable with little gesture cues and eye-pointer menus. As her gaze passed over him, he nodded brightly and replayed the last few seconds of her talk. As for the old students, competent retreads would never be here. They'd be rich and famous, the people who owned most of the real world. The ones in adult education were the has-beens. These people trickled into Fairmont all through the semester. The old folks' hospitals refused to batch them up for the beginning of classes. They claimed that senior citizens were socially mature, able to handle the jumble of a mid-semester entrance. Juan went from face to face, matching against public records. Winston Blount. The guy was a saggy mess. Retread medicine was such a crapshoot. Some things it could cure, others it couldn't. And what worked was different from person to person. Winston Blount had not been a total winner. Just now, the old guy was squinting intensely, trying to follow Chumlig's answer board example. He had been in several of Juan's classes. Juan couldn't see the guy's med records, but he guessed that his mind was mostly okay. He was as sharp as some of the kids in class. And once upon a time, he had been an important player at UCSD. Once upon a time. Okay, put him on the of interest list. And then there was Xiang, Ph.D. Physics, Ph.D. Electrical Engineering, 2010 winner of the President's Medal for Secure Computation. Overall, the hot stuff index on her was almost Nobel quality. Dr. Xiang sat hunched over, looking at the table in front of her. She was trying to keep up on a view page. Poor lady. But for sure she would have connections. Chumlig was still going on about how to morph results into new questions, oblivious of Juan's truancy. Who's next? Robert Gu. For a moment, Juan thought he had the wrong viewpoint. He sneaked a glance to his right, toward where the adult education crocs hung out. Robert Gu, Ph.D. Literature, a poet. He was sitting with the crocs, but he looked about 17 years old. Juan brought his apparent attention back to Miss Chumlig and inspected the new arrival close up. Gu was slender, almost scrawny, and tall. His skin was smooth and unblemished, but he looked like he was sweating. Juan risked a peek at outside medical references. Aha! Symptoms of the Ven Kurosawa treatment. Dr. Robert Gu was a lucky man, the 1 in 1,000 who fully responded to that piece of retread magic. On the other hand, it looked to Juan like the guy had run out of luck after that. He was fully unpingable. There was a crumpled piece of view page on his desk, but he wasn't using it. Years ago, this guy had been more famous than Xiang, but he was an even bigger loser now. What was deconstructive revisionism anyway? Oh, definitely not something on the Big Lizard's list. Juan slid the name into the trash can. But wait, he hadn't checked out Gu's family connections. He queried, and suddenly there was silent messaging hanging in letters of silent flame all across his vision. Chumlig, Arrow, Orozco, Open SM. You have all day to play games, Juan. If you won't pay attention here, you can darn well take this course over. Close SM. Orozco, Arrow, Chumlig. Open SM. Sorry. Close SM. He suspended his question queue and dropped the external session. At the same time, he played back the last few minutes of her talk, desperately trying to summarize. Most times, Chumlig just asked embarrassing questions. This was the first she'd sminged him with a threat. And the amazing thing was, she'd done it in a short pause, when everyone else thought she was just looking at her notes. Juan eyed her with new respect. You were a little hard on the boy, don't you think? Rabbit was trying out new imagery today, this based on classic Alice in Wonderland illustrations, complete with engraving lines. The effect was fully silly on a three-dimensional body. Big Lizard did not seem impressed. You don't belong down here. Juan is my direct affiliate, not yours. A bit overly sensitive, aren't you? I'm simply spot-checking the depths of my affiliance. Well, stay out. Juan needs this class. Of course I share your charitable motives. The rabbit gave the lizard his most dishonest leer. But you cut him off just when he was looking at someone especially interesting to me. I have provided you with a most excellent affiliance. If you want my continued support, you must cooperate. Listen, you. I want the boy to reach out for himself, but I don't want him to be hurt. Lizard's voice trailed off, and Rabbit wondered if Chumlig was finally having second thoughts. Not that it mattered. Rabbit was having fun, spreading out across the Southern California social scene. Sooner or later, he would figure out what this job was all about. 05. Dr. Xiang's She. Shop class. It was by far Juan Orozco's favorite class. Shop was like a premium game. There were real gadgets to touch and connect. That was the sort of thing you paid money for up on Pyramid Hill. And Mr. Williams was no Louise Chumlig. He let you follow your own inclinations, but he never came around afterward and complained because you hadn't accomplished anything. It was almost impossible not to get an A in Ron Williams's classes. He was wonderfully old-fashioned. Shop class was also Juan's best opportunity to make progress on Big Lizard's project, at least with the old farts and the do-not-call privacy freaks. He wandered around the big gadget tent looking like an utter idiot. Juan had never been any good at diplomacy games, and now he was schmoozing oldsters. Well, trying to. Xiang was really a nice lady, but she just sat at the equipment bench and read from her view page. She had the parts list formatted like some kind of hard-copy catalog. Once I knew these things, she said. See that? She pointed at a section in the museum pages, Xiang's secure hardware environment. I designed that system. Juan came up with, You're world-class, Dr. Xiang. But I don't understand even the principles of these new components. They look more like pond scum than self-respecting optical semiconductors. She read one of the product descriptions, stopped at the third line. What's redundant entanglement? Ah. He looked it up, saw pointers into jungles of background concepts. You don't need to know about redundant entanglement, ma'am. Not for this class. He waved at the product descriptions on Xiang's view page. The image sat like carven stone, not responding to his gesture. Go forward a few pages. You'll find the stuff we have available here in class. Look under... Geez, this was a pain, spelling out navigation in words. Look under Fun Functional Compositions and go from there. He showed her how to use her view page to ID local parts. You don't need to understand everything. Oh. In a few moments, she was playing with the possibilities, had downloaded half a dozen component gadgets. This is like being a child, doing without understanding. But then she started putting build-it parts together, doing pretty well after Juan showed her how to find the interface specs. She laughed at some of the descriptions. Sorters and shifters, solid-state robots. I bet I could make a cutter out of this. I don't see it. Cutter? Don't worry, you can't hurt anything. That wasn't quite true, but close enough. He sat and watched, made a few suggestions, even though he wasn't really sure what she was up to. Enough of establishing rapport. He marked that box in his diplomacy checklist and moved on to the next stage. So, Dr. Xiang, do you keep in touch with your friends at Intel? That was a long time ago. I retired in 2010. And during the war, I couldn't even get consulting jobs. I could just feel my skills rusting out. Alzheimer's? He knew she was much older than she looked, even older than Winston Blount. Xiang hesitated, and for a moment Juan was afraid he had made the lady really angry. But then she gave a sad little laugh. No Alzheimer's, no dementia. People nowadays don't know what it was like to be old. I do so. All my grandparents are still alive, and I have a great-grandpa in Puebla. He plays a lot of golf. Great-grandma, she does have dementia. You know, a kind they still can't fix. In fact, great-grandma had looked as young as Dr. Xiang. Everyone thought she had really lucked out. But in the end, that only meant she lived long enough to run into something they couldn't cure. Dr. Xiang just shook her head. Even in my day, not everyone went senile. Not the way you mean. I just got behind in my skills. My girlfriend died. After a while, I just didn't care too much. I didn't have the energy to care. She looked at the gadgets she was building. Now I have at least the energy I had when I was 60. Maybe I even have the same native intelligence. She slapped the table. And all I'm good for is playing with jacked-up Lego blocks. It almost looked like she was going to start crying right in the middle of shop class. Juan scanned around. No one seemed to be watching. He reached out to touch Xiang's hand. He didn't have the answer. Ms. Chumley would say he didn't have the right question. There were still a few others to check out. Winston Blount, for instance. Not a jackpot case, but he ought to be worth something to the lizard. In shop class, Blount just sat in the shade of the tent, staring off into space. The guy was wearing, but he didn't respond to messages. Juan waited until Williams went off for one of his coffee breaks. Then he sidled over and sat beside Blount. Geez, the guy really looked old. Juan couldn't tell exactly where he was surfing, but it had nothing to do with shop class. Juan had noticed that when Blount wasn't interested in a class, he just blew it off. After a few minutes' silence, Juan realized that he wasn't interested in socializing either. So talk to him. It's just another kind of monster whacking. Juan morphed a buffoon image onto the guy, and suddenly it wasn't so hard to cold start the encounter. So, Dean Blount, what do you think of shop class? Ancient eyes turned to look at him. I couldn't care less, Mr. Orozco. Okay. There was lots about Winston Blount that was public record, even some legacy newsgroup correspondence. That was always good for getting a grown-up's, attention. Fortunately, Blount continued talking on his own. I'm not like some of the people here. I've never been senile. By rights, I shouldn't be here. By rights? Maybe he could score points just by imitating an old-time shrink program. Yes. I was Dean of Arts and Letters through 2012. I was on track to be UCSD Chancellor. Instead, I was pushed into academic retirement. Juan knew all that. But you never learned to wear. Blount's eyes narrowed. I made it a point never to wear. I thought wearing was a demeaning fad. He shrugged. I was wrong. I paid a heavy price for that. But things have changed. His eyes glittered with deliberate iridescence. I've taken 4 semesters of this adult education. Now my resume is out there in the ether. You must know a lot of important people. Indeed. Success is just a matter of time. You know, Dean, I may be able to help. No, wait, I don't mean by myself. I have an affiliance you might be interested in. Oh? He seemed to know what affiliance was. Juan explained Big Lizard's deal. So there could be some real money in this. He showed him the payoff certificates, and wondered how much his recruit would see there. Blount squinted his eyes, no doubt trying to parse the certificates into a form that Bank of America could validate. After a moment, he nodded, without granting Juan numerical enlightenment. But money isn't everything, especially in my situation. Well, I bet whoever's behind these certs would have a lot of angles. Maybe you could get a conversion to help in kind. I mean, to something you need. True. They talked a few minutes, till the place got busy. Some of the shop projects were finally showing results. At least 2 teams had made mobile nodes, swarm devices. Tiny paper wings fluttered all around. The other swarmer crawled in the grass and up the legs of the furniture and chairs. It stayed out of clothes, but it was awfully close to being intrusive. Juan zapped a few of them, but the others kept coming. Orozco, Arrow, Blount, open SM. Can you read me? Close SM. Of course I can, replied the old man. So despite Blount's claims of withitude, he couldn't manage silent messaging, not even the finger-tapping most grown-ups used. The class period was almost over anyway. Juan looked up at the billowing tent fabric. He was a little discouraged. He had covered almost everyone on the list, and Winston Blount was the best he'd found, someone who couldn't even sming. Okay. Well, keep my offer in mind, Dean Blount. And remember, there are only a limited number of people I'm allowed to take in. Blount rewarded this sales jabber with a thin smile. Meantime, I have other possibilities. Juan nodded in the direction of the weird new guy, Robert Gu. Winston Blount didn't follow Juan's gaze, but you could tell he was sneaking a peek sideways. For a moment, the skin on his face seemed to tighten. Then the smile returned. May God have mercy on your soul, Mr. Orozco. Juan didn't get his chance at Robert Gu till Friday, right after Ms. Chumlig's other class. Creative composition was almost always the low point of Juan's school week. Chumlig was flexible as to media, but students had to stand up and perform their own work. That was bad enough when you had to watch some other kid mess up, but unbearable when you were the performer. Order of appearance was decided at Ms. Chumlig's whim. Normally worrying about that would have occupied most of Juan's attention. Today he had other concerns that mercifully blotted out the usual panic. Juan skulked to the back of the class and slumped down, covertly watching the others. Winston Blount was here, which was a surprise. He blew off this class almost as often as he did shop. But he took me up on my offer. The Lizard's account showed that the old man had taken his first step toward signing on. On the far side of the room, Robert Gu was surfing with his view page. Even that looked like a struggle for the guy. But it turned out that Gu was part of a particular Marine Corps family, and when Juan had reviewed all of the affiliation instructions, he had found that that was a big plus. If he could just interest Robert Gu in affiliation, he'd hit the top bonus level. Chumlig's voice cut across his thought. No volunteers for first up? Well? She looked off into the air, and then turned to Juan. Caray. 06. So much technology, so little talent. Chumlig's creative composition class was shaping up to be the low point of Robert Gu's first week at Fairmont High. Robert remembered his own high school years very well. In 1965, school had been easy, except for math and science, which he didn't care about anyway. Basically, he never did homework in anything. But the poems he wrote, almost without conscious effort, were already in a different world from what his poor teachers normally encountered. They considered themselves blessed to be in his presence, and rightly so. But in this brave new world, he could see only a fraction of the compositions the students allegedly created, and he had no doubt they could appreciate very little about his work. Robert sat at the edge of the class, doodling on his view page. As usual, the children were on the left side of the room, and the adult ed students were on the right. Losers. He had learned a few names, even talked to the Xiang woman. She said she was going to have to drop Chumlig's composition class. She just didn't have the courage to perform in front of others. The only talent she had was in obsolete engineering, but at least she was smart enough to know she was a loser. Not like Winston Blount, the biggest loser of all. Occasionally he caught Winnie looking his way, and Robert would smile to himself. At the front of the class, Ms. Chumlig was coaxing today's first performer. I know you've been practicing, Juan. Show us what you can do. Juan stood and walked to center stage. This was the kid who had been chatting up the adult ed students in shop class. Robert remembered his earnest sales rep behavior. At a guess, the boy was on the low side of average, the kind that high schools of Robert's time graduated pro forma. But here, in the 21st century, incompetence was no excuse. Chumlig seemed to have serious expectations. The boy hesitated, and then began waving his arms, without any visible effect. "I don't know, Miss Chumlig. It's still not, fully ready." Miss Chumlig just nodded patiently, and gestured for him to continue. "Okay." The boy squinted his eyes, and his arm-waving became even more chaotic. It wasn't dance, and the boy wasn't speaking, but Chumlig leaned back against her desk and nodded. Much of the class watched the random mime with similar attention, and Robert noticed that they were nodding their heads as if in time to music. Crap. More invisible nonsense. Robert looked down at his Magic Fool's cap and played with the local browser selections. Internet Explorer was much as he remembered, but there were drop-downs that allowed him to select view. Yes, the fantasy overlays. He tapped on Juan Orozco Performs. The first overlay looked like graffiti, rude commentary on Juan's performance. It was the sort of thing you might see on a note passed furtively from child to child. He tapped the second view selection. Ah, here the boy stood on a concert stage. The classroom windows behind him opened onto a vast city as seen from a high tower. Robert held his hand along the margin of the page, and there was sound. It was tinny and faint compared with the room audio back in the house, but yes, it was music. It was almost Wagner, but then it rambled off into something that might have been a marching song. In the window on Robert's view page, rainbows formed around the boy's image. Fluffy white ferrets hopped into existence at every jerk of his hands. Now all the other kids were laughing. Juan was laughing too, but his hand-waving became desperate. Ferrets covered the floor, shoulder to shoulder, and the music was frenetic. The creatures misted together into snow and lifted on miniature tornadoes. The boy slowed his rhythm, and the sound became something like lullaby music. The snow glistened, sublimating into invisibility as the music faded. And now Robert's browser window showed the same unmagical child who stood in reality at the front of the room. Juan's peers applauded politely. One or two yawned. "Very good, Juan," said Miss Chumlig. It was as impressive as any advertising video that Robert had seen in the 20th century. At the same time, it was essentially incoherent, a garbage dump of special effects. So much technology, so little talent. Chumlig talked the class through the components of Orozco's effort, gently asking the boy where he was going to take his work, suggesting that he collaborate with other students in putting words to the composition. Robert looked surreptitiously about the room. The windows were opened onto the brown and sere hillsides of North County autumn. Out there, sunlight was everywhere, and a slow breeze brought in the smell of honeysuckle. He could hear kids playing on the far side of the lawn. Inside, the classroom was a cheap plastic construction, utterly without aesthetic sensibility. Yes, school was easy, but it could also be mind-numbingly boring. He'd have to reread his own poems about that. The forced confinement, the endless days of sitting still and listening to witless talk, while the whole world waited outside. Most of the students were actually looking in Chumlig's general direction. Was that just an artful scam? But when the woman asked a random child a snap question, she got relevant, if halting, answers. And then, much sooner than he had imagined, "Quitting early today, so we have time for only one more presentation," said Miss Chumlig. What has she been saying? Damn. Chumlig was looking directly at him now. "Please show us your composition, Professor Gu." Juan slunk back to his seat, barely listening to Chumlig's analysis. She was always gentle in these public critiques, but the bad news was obvious all around him. Only the Radnor twins had posted something nice. Someone who looked like a rabbit was grinning at him from the peanut gallery. Who was that? He turned and plunked himself down in his chair. "So we have time for only one more presentation," finished Miss Chumlig. "Please show us your composition, Professor Gu." Juan looked back at where Gu was sitting. What sort of presentation could he make? Robert Gu seemed to wonder the same thing. I really don't have anything that the class would appreciate. I don't do audio visuals. Chumlig smiled brightly. When she smiled like that at Juan, he knew his excuses would count for nothing. Nonsense, Professor Gu. You are a poet. Indeed. And I made an assignment. Gu looked young, but when he cocked his head and eyed Miss Chumlig, there was such power in his gaze. Geez, if only I could look like that when Chumlig has me on the hot seat. The young old man was silent for a second, and then he said calmly, I have written a short piece, but as I said, it has none of... His gaze swept the class, nailing Juan for an instant. The pictures and sound that seem expected. Miss Chumlig gestured him forward. Your words will do splendidly today. Please, come down. After a second, Gu stood and came down the steps. He moved fast, with kind of a spastic lurch. Gossipy notes flew back and forth. For the moment, the class's attention was focused like Miss Chumlig always wanted. Chumlig stepped out of his way, and Robert Gu turned to face the class. Of course, he couldn't call up a word display, but he didn't look at his view page either. He just looked at the class and said, A poem. 300 words. I tell you about the land of North County as it really is, here and beyond. His arm twitched outward, toward the open windows. Then he just talked. No special effects, no words scrolling through the air. And it couldn't really be a poem, since his voice didn't get all sing-song. Robert Gu just talked about the lawn that circled the school, the tiny mowers that circled and circled across it, the smell of the grass, and how it squeezed down moist in the morning, how the slope of the hills took running feet to the creek brush that edged the property. It was what you saw here every day, at least when you weren't using overlays to see somewhere else. And then Juan wasn't really aware of the words anymore. He was seeing. He was there. His mind floated above the little valley, scooted up the creek bed, had almost reached the foot of Pyramid Hill, when suddenly Robert Gu stopped talking, and Juan was dumped back into the reality of his place at the rear end of Ms. Chumlig's composition class. He sat for a few seconds, dazed. Words. That's all they were. But what they did was more than visuals. It was more than haptics. There had even been the smell of the dry reeds along the creek bed. For a moment, no one said anything. Ms. Chumlig looked glassy-eyed. Either she was very impressed or she was surfing. But then a classic pompous bird flew up from the old fart's side of the room. It swooped across the room to drop a huge load of wet bird shit on Robert Gu. Fred and Jer burst out laughing, and after a moment the whole class responded. Of course, Robert Gu couldn't see the special effects. For a second he looked puzzled, and then he glared at the Radners. Class! Ms. Chumlig sounded truly pissed. The laughter choked off, and everyone applauded politely. Chumlig held them to it for a moment, then lowered her own hands. Juan could see she was scanning them all. Normally she ignored graffiti. This time she was searching for someone to crucify. Her gaze ended up in the old farts section, and she looked a little surprised. Very well. Thank you, Robert. That is all we have time for today. Class, your next assignment is to collaborate and improve on what you have already done. It's up to you to find local partners for this step. Send me the teamings and your game plan before we meet next time. The ignominious details would be in the mail by the time they got home. Then the class bell, triggered by Chumlig in fact, rang out. By the time Juan got himself out of his chair, he was in the tail end of the mad rush for the door. It didn't matter. He was a little dazed by the strange form of virtual reality that Robert Gu had created. Behind him, he could see that Gu had finally figured out the class was over. He would be outside with the rest of them in a few seconds. My chance to enlist him for the lizard. And maybe something else. He thought on the old man's magic words. Maybe they could collaborate. Everybody had laughed at Robert Gu. But before the pompous bird had been launched, before they had laughed, Juan Orozco had felt the awed silence. And he did that with words alone. When Robert walked to the front of the class, he was more irritated than nervous. He had wowed students for 30 years. He could wow them with the bit of verse he had composed for today. He turned and looked out the class. "A poem," he said. 300 words. I tell you about the land of North County as it really is, here and beyond. The poem was a pastoral cliché, composed last night and based on his memories of San Diego and what he saw on the drive to Fairmont. But for a few moments, his words held them, just as in the old days. When he was done, there was a moment of absolute silence. What impressionable children. He looked over at the adult ed people, saw the jagged, hostile smile on Winston Blount's face. Envious as ever, eh, Winnie? Then a pair of oafs near the front started laughing. That precipitated scattered giggles. "Class!" Chumlig stepped forward, and everyone applauded, even Blount. Chumlig said a few more words. Then the class bell rang, and the students were all rushing for the door. He started after them. Robert," said Miss Chumlig, "please stay a moment. That bell did not toll for you." She smiled, no doubt pleased by her command of literary allusion. "Your poem was so beautiful. I want to apologize to you for the class. They had no right to put the—" She gestured at the air above his head. "What?" "Never mind. This is not a truly talented class, I fear." She looked at him quizzically. "It's hard to believe you're 75 years old. Modern medicine is working miracles. I've had a number of senior students. I understand your problems." "Ah, you do. Anything you do in this class will be a favor for the others here. I hope you'll stay, help them. Rework your poem with some students' visuals. They can learn from you, and you can learn the skills that will make the world a more comfortable place for you." Robert gave her a little smile. There would always be cretins like Louise Chumlig. Fortunately, she found something else to focus on. "Oh, look at the time. I've got to start remote studies. Please excuse me." Chumlig turned and walked to the center of the classroom. She jabbed a hand toward the top row of seats. "Welcome, class. Sandy, stop playing with the unicorns." Robert stared at the empty room and the woman talking to herself. So much technology. Outside, the students had dispersed. Robert was left to ponder his re-encounter with academia. It could have been worse. His little poem had been more than good enough for these people. Even Winnie Blount had applauded. To impress someone even when he hates you, that was always a kind of triumph. "Mr. Gu?" The voice was tentative. Robert gave a start. It was the Orozco kid, lurking by the classroom door. "Hello," he said, and gave the boy a generous smile. Maybe too generous. Orozco came out of the shadows and walked along with him. I thought your poem was wonderful." "You're too kind." The boy waved at the sunlit lawn. "It made me feel like I was actually out here, running in the sunlight, and all without haptics or contacts or my wearable." His gaze came up to Robert's face and then flickered away. It was a look of awe that might have really meant something if the speaker had been anyone worthwhile. "I'll bet you're as good as any of the top game advertisers." "I'll bet." The boy dithered for an inarticulate moment. "I notice you're not wearing. I could help you with that. Maybe we could team up. You know, you could help me with the words." Another glance at Robert, and then the rest of the kid's speech came out in a rush. "We could help each other, and then there's another deal I can get you in on. It could be a lot of money. Your friend Mr. Blount has already come on board." They walked in silence for a dozen paces. "So, Professor Gu, what do you think?" Robert gave Juan a kindly smile, and just as the kid brightened, he said, "Well, young man, I think it will be a cold day in hell before I team with an old fool like Winston Blount, or a young fool such as yourself." Zing. The boy stumbled back almost as if Robert had punched him in the face. Robert walked on, smiling. It was a small thing, but like the poem, it was a start. 07. The Ezra Pound Incident. There was a dark side to Robert's morning insights. Sometimes he would wake not to a grand solution, but to the horrid realization that some problem was real, immediate, and apparently unsolvable. This wasn't worrywart obsessiveness. It was a form of defensive creativity. Sometimes the threat was a total surprise. More often it was a known inconvenience, now recognized as deadly serious. The panic attacks normally led to real solutions, as when he had withdrawn his earliest long poem from a small press, hiding its naive shallowness from public view. And very rarely, the new problem was truly unsolvable, and he could but flail and rail against the impending disaster. Last night, coming away from his presentation at Fairmont High, he'd been feeling pretty good. The groundlings had been impressed, and so had the likes of Winston Blount, who was a more sophisticated kind of fool. Things are getting better. I'm coming back. Robert had drifted through dinner, pretty much ignoring Miri's pestering about all the things she could help him with. Bob was still absent. Robert had half-heartedly badgered Alice with questions about Lena's last days. Had Lena asked for him at the end? Who had come to her funeral? Alice was more patient than usual, but still not a great source of information. Those were the questions he'd gone to sleep with. He woke with a plan for finding answers. When Bob returned, they would have a heart-to-heart talk about Lena. Bob would know some of the answers. And for the rest, in Search and Analysis, Chumlig had been talking about the Friends of Privacy. There were methods of seeing through their lies. Robert was getting better and better at S&A. One way or another, he would recover his lost times with Lena. That was the good news. The bad news floated up as he lay there drowsing through his scheme for turning technology into a searchlight on Lena. The bad news was an absolute gut certainty that replaced the vague uneasiness of earlier days. Yesterday, my poetry impressed the groundlings. That was no reason for joy, and he'd been a fool to be warmed by it for even an instant. Any blush of pleasure should have vanished when little Juan Huzitz had announced that Robert was as brilliant as an advertising copywriter. Lord. But Winston Blount had applauded Robert's little effort. Winston Blount was certainly competent to judge such verse. And here Robert's morning insight came up with the memory of Winnie applauding, the measured beat of Blount's hands, the smile on his face. That had not been the look of an enemy bested and awed. Never in the old days would Robert have confused it for that. No, Winnie had been mocking him. Winston Blount was telling him what he should have known all along. His outdoorsy poem was shit, good only for an audience accustomed to eating shit. Robert lay still for a long moment, a groan trapped in his throat, remembering the banal words of his little poem. That was the genius insight of this dark morning, the conclusion he had evaded every day since he was brought back from the dead. I've lost the music in the words. Every day he was awash with ideas for new poetry, but not the smallest piece of concrete verse. He had told himself that his genius was coming back with his other faculties, that it was coming back slowly, in his little poems. All that was a mirage. And now he knew it for a mirage. He was dead inside, his gifts turned into vaporous nothingness and random mechanical curiosity. You can't know that. He rolled out of bed and went into the bathroom. The air was cool and still. He stared out the half-open bathroom window at the little gardens and twisted conifers, the empty street. Bob and Alice had given him an upstairs room. It had been fun to be able to run up and down stairs again. In truth, nothing had changed about his problems. He had no new evidence that he was permanently maimed. It was just that suddenly, with the full authority of a morning insight, he was certain of it. But hell, for once, this could be just panic without substance. Maybe obsessing on Lena's death was spilling over, making him see death in all directions. Yes, no problem. There was no problem. He spent the morning in a panicked rage, trying to prove to himself that he could still write. But the only paper was the foolscap, and when he wrote on it, his scrawling penmanship was reformed into neat fontified lines. That had been an irritation in days past, but never enough to force him to dig up real paper. Today, now, he could see that his soul was sucked out of the words before he could make them sing. It was the ultimate victory of automation over creative thought. Everything was beyond the direct touch of his hand. That was what was keeping him from finally connecting with his talents. and in the entire house there were no real paper and ink books. Aha! He rushed to the basement, pulled down one of the moldering cartons that Bob had brought from Palo Alto. Inside there were real books. When he was a kid, he had practically camped out on the living room sofa the whole summer. They had no television, but every day he'd bring home a new pile of books from the library. Those summers, lying on the sofa, he had read his way through frivolous trash and deep wisdom, and learned more about truth than in an entire school year. Maybe that was where he had learned to make words sing. These books were mostly junk. There were school catalogs from before Stanford went all online. There were handouts that his TAs had painfully Xeroxed for the students. But yes, there were a few books of poetry, pitifully few, and read only by silverfish these last 10 years. Robert stood up and stared at the boxes farther back in the basement dimness. Surely there were more books there, even if selected by brute chance, whatever was left after Bob auctioned off the Palo Alto place. He looked down at the book in his hand. Kipling. Damned jingoistic elevator music. But it's a start. Unlike the libraries that floated in cyberspace, this was something he could hold in his hands. He sat down on the boxes and began to read, all the while pushing his mind ahead of the words, trying to remember, trying to create what should rightly be the rest of the poem. An hour passed. 2. He was vaguely aware that Alice came down to announce lunch, and that he waved her off impatiently. This was so much more important. He opened more boxes. Some contained Bob and Alice's own junk, even more vacuous than what they had retrieved from Palo Alto. But he found a dozen more books of poetry. Some of them were good stuff. The afternoon passed. He could still enjoy the poetry, but the enjoyment was also pain. I can't write a jot of the good stuff, except where I happen to remember it. And his panic grew. Finally, he stood and threw Ezra Pound into the basement wall. The spine of the old book split, and it sprawled on the floor, a broken paper butterfly. Robert stared for a moment. He had never harmed a book before, not even if it bore the ugliest writing in the world. He walked across the room and knelt by the ruin. Miri chose that moment to come bouncing down the stairs. "Robert, Alice says I can call an air taxi. Where would you like to go?" The words were noise, scraping on his despair. He picked up the book and shook his head. "No. Go away." "I don't understand. Why are you digging around here? There are easier ways to get what you want." Robert stood, his fingers trying to put Ezra Pound back together again. His eyes found Miri. Now she had his attention. She was smiling, so sure of herself, in maximum bossiness mode. And for the moment she didn't understand the light in his eyes. "And how is that, Miri?" "The problem is that you can't access what's all around us. That's why you're down here reading these old books, right? In a way, you're like a little kid. But that's good. That's good. Grown-ups like Alice and Bob have all sorts of bad habits that hold them back. But you're starting almost fresh. It'll be easy for you to learn the new things, but not from dumbhead vocational classes. See? Let me teach you how to wear." It was the same wearisome nag as always, but she thought she'd found a clever new angle. This time he would not let it pass. Robert took a step toward her. "So you've been watching me down here?" he said mildly, building up to what he intended. Just in a general way. Robert took another step toward her and shoved the mutilated book toward her face. "Have you ever heard of this poet?" Miri squinted at the broken spine. E.Z. Oh, Ezra Pound? Well, yes, I've got all her stuff. Let me show you, Robert." She hesitated, then saw the fool's cap lying atop a box. She picked it up, and it came to life. Titles streamed down the page, the cantos, the essays, even, God help us, later criticism from the mindless depths of the 21st century. "But seeing it on this page is like looking through a keyhole, Robert. I can show you how to see it all around you, with—" "Enough," said Robert. He slid his voice down till it was quiet, cutting, overtly reasonable. "You simpleton. You know nothing, and yet you presume to run my life, just as you run the lives of your little friends." Miri had backed up a step. There was shock on her face, but that had apparently not yet connected with her mouth. "Yes, that's what Alice says, that I'm too bossy." Robert took another step, and Miri was against the stairs. "You've spent your whole life playing video games, convincing yourself and your friends that you're worth something, that you're some kind of beautiful thing. I'll bet your parents are even foolish enough to tell you how clever you are, but it's not a pretty thing to be bossy when you're a fat, brainless brat." Miri's hand rose to her mouth, and her eyes grew wide. She took an awkward step backwards, up the steps. His words were connecting now. He could see the veneer of self-confidence and bright cheeriness collapsing. And Robert pursued, Yes, that's probably what your self-centered little mind thinks about most. It would be hard to bear your worthlessness otherwise. But think about that before you come again trying to run my life." Tears welled in the girl's eyes. She turned and sprinted up the stairs, her footsteps not a pounding of childish force, but soft, almost as if she didn't want anything about herself to be sensed. Robert stood for a moment, looking up the empty stairway. It was like standing at the bottom of a well, with a patch of daylight across the top. He remembered. There had been a time, when he was 15 and his sister Cara was about 10, when Cara became independent, bothersome. At the time, Robert had had his own problems, totally trivial from the altitude of 75 years, but they'd seemed significant at the time. Getting past his sister's newfound ego, making her realize how little she counted in the general scheme of things, that had given him such a rush of pleasure. Robert stared up into the patch of daylight and waited for the rush. Bob Gu got out of debrief late on Saturday. He had been delinquent about tracking events at home. The Paraguay operation had been all-absorbing. Okay, that was an excuse, but it was also the truth. There had been hot launchers under that hostage orphanage. There in Asuncion, he had seen the abyss. So it wasn't until he arrived home that he got the local bad news. His daughter was too big and grown up to sit on his lap, but she sat close on the sofa and let him take her hands in his. Alice sat on the other side. She looked calm, but he knew she was totally freaked. Training jitters plus this problem at home were almost too much for her. So it was past time to face up to family responsibilities. "It's nothing you did, Miri." Miri shook her head. There were dark rings around her eyes. Alice said she had stopped crying only an hour ago. "I was trying to help him and—" The sentence dribbled off. Her voice held none of the confidence that had grown in it over the last 2 or 3 years. Damn. In the corner of his eye, Bob could see that his father was still ensconced in his room upstairs, silently sticking it to them all. Visiting Dad was next on the agenda. The old man was going to have a surprise. For now, there was something more important to set right. "I know you were, Miri. And I think you have helped Grandpa a lot since he came to live with us." The old man would still be trying to find his shoes if she hadn't. "You remember, we talked about this when Grandpa came? He is not necessarily a nice fellow. Except when he wants a favor, or he's setting you up for a fall. Then he can charm almost any human ever born." Yes, I remember." "What he says when he's trying to hurt you doesn't have any connection with whether you've been good or bad, clever or stupid." But maybe I was too pushy." "You didn't see him this morning, Bob. He was so sad. He thinks I don't notice, but I do. His pulse was way up. He's so afraid that he can't write anymore. And he misses Grandma. Lena. I miss Lena. But It's not your responsibility to solve this problem, Miri." He glanced over Miri's head at Alice. "It's mine. And till now I've messed up. Your job, well, that's at Fairmont Junior High." "Actually, we call it Fairmont High." "Okay. Look, before Grandpa came, school was just about all you thought about. That and your friends and your projects. Didn't you tell me you're going to transform the place this Halloween?" Some shred of her past enthusiasm lit Miri's face. "Yeah. we've got the backstory on all the Spielberg Rowling stuff. Annette's going to... Then that and your regular schoolwork is what you should concentrate on. That's your mission, kiddo. But what about Robert? Robert can go to hell. I'll talk to him. I think you're right that he's got a problem. But, sometimes, well, there's something you have to learn as you grow up. Some people make their own problems, and they never stop hurting themselves and messing up the people around them. When that's the case, then you shouldn't keep hurting yourself for them. Miri's head bowed, and she looked very sad. And then she looked back at him. Her jaw came up in that familiar, stubborn way. Maybe that's true about other people, but this is my grandfather. 08. No user-serviceable parts within. After that remarkable Saturday, Robert Goose spent considerably less time at his son's home. He slept there, still in the upstairs room. Sometimes he even ate in the dining room. Miri was always somewhere else. Alice was as impassive as stone. When Bob was around, the hospitality was even more sparse. Robert was living on borrowed time, and it had nothing to do with his medical condition. He hung out in empty rooms at school, reading from his old books. He surfed the web more than ever. Chumlig showed him some modern utilities that hid in his view page, things that could not even pretend to be WinME programs. And he drove around town. That was as much to play with the automatic cars as it was to see what San Diego had become. In fact, the suburban sprawl was just as drab as in the past. But Robert discovered that his new maimed personality had a thing about gadgets. Cryptic machines were everywhere nowadays. They lurked in walls, nestled in trees, even littered the lawns. They worked silently, almost invisibly, 24 hours a day. He began to wonder where it all ended. One day after school, Robert drove into the far east county, past the endless ordinary suburbs. The housing didn't thin out until he was well into the mountains. But 20 miles beyond El Cajon, he came to a gap in the housing and what looked like a war in progress. Dust plumes spouted from buildings several hundred yards back from the highway. When he rolled down the window, he heard what might have been artillery fire. A frontage road ran along a high fence. A rusted sign said UP Express, something or other. And then the strange firing range was behind him. The highway was a long straight climb now, up past 4,000 feet. It was farther and farther between off-ramps. The auto slowly accelerated. According to the awkward little dashboard display that he'd found in his WinME game folder, they were doing better than 120 miles per hour. The boulders and scrub along the shoulder were a blur, and the window rolled itself closed. He passed the manual vehicles in far-right lanes as though they were standing still. Someday I have to learn to drive again. Then he was over the crest. The auto slowed, taking the curves at a mere 50 miles per hour. He remembered driving this way with Lena, on a much smaller Highway 8, maybe in 1970. Lena Llewellyn was new to California, new to the USA. She had boggled at the size of the place compared with her native Britain. She'd been so open then, so trusting. That was even before she decided to specialize in psychiatry. The hills shed their faded green and stood as piles of rounded boulders. The desert spread endlessly below and beyond. He came down from the mountains, turned off Highway 8, and drove slowly along old desert roads toward Anza Borrego State Park. The last of the suburbs were up on the ridgeline. Down here, things were as they had been when he'd been in grad school, even as they had been for centuries before that. There were plenty of traffic signs on these smaller roads. Some were rusted and tilted, but they were real. His gaze turned to watch a bullet-punctured stop sign dwindle behind him. It was beautiful. A little farther on, he came upon a dusty path that ran off across endless desert. The automobile balked at following it. "Sorry, sir, there's no guidance that way, and I notice you don't have a driver's license." "Ha! In that case, I'm taking a little walk." Surprisingly, there was no objection to that. He opened the door and stepped out into the breezy afternoon. He could feel his spirit unlimber. He could see forever. Robert walked east along the rutted dirt road. Here, at last, he had reached the natural world. His foot kicked something metallic. A spent round? No. The gray lump had a triple antenna sticking out of the top. He tossed it into the bushes. He was not beyond the web even here. He pulled out his magic fool's cap, surfed the local area. The pictures showed the ground around him. From some kind of camera built into the paper, little signs floated above every weed. Ambrosia dumosa this and Encelia farinosa that. Ads for the park's gift shop scrolled across the top of the page. Robert pressed 411. The expense meter at the corner of the page was running now, almost $5 a minute. That sort of money meant there was a human at the other end. Robert talked to the paper. So how far am I from the natural world? How far am I from unimproved land? A tag changed color. His request had been subcontracted. A woman's voice replied, "You're almost there. It's another 2 miles in the direction you are heading. If I might suggest, sir, you don't really need 411 to answer questions like this. Just—" But Robert had already stuffed the paper back in his pocket. He set out eastward, his shadow breaking the trail ahead of him. It had been a very long time since he had walked 2 miles. Even before the Alzheimer's, walking 2 miles would have been the stuff of an emergency. But today he was not even out of breath, and the pain in his joints was muted. The most important thing about me is broken, while almost everything else works. Reed Weber was right. It was a heavenly minefield. I am so lucky. Over the wind, he heard the sound of electric motors torquing up. His car was driving off to do business elsewhere. Robert did not look back. His shadow grew longer, the air cooler, and finally he had reached the beginning of nature. A little voice spoke in his ear, announcing that he was leaving the tagged section of the park. Beyond this point, only low-rate emergency wireless was guaranteed. Robert walked on, across the unlabeled wilderness. So this is the closest thing to being alone these days. It felt good. A cold, clean purity. For a moment, the recollection of Saturday's confrontation with Bob swept over him, more real than the desert evening. There had been times, years ago, when he raged at his son, trying to shame him for wasting his talents in the military. But last Saturday, the rage had flowed in the other direction. "Sit," the boy grown up had said to his father, in a tone that Robert had never heard from him before. And Robert had dropped onto the sofa. His son towered over him for a moment. Then Bob sat down opposite him and leaned close. "Miri won't talk about the details, but it's clear what you did this afternoon, mister." "Bob, I was just—" "Shut up. My little girl has enough problems, and you will not add to them." His glare was long and steady. "I didn't mean any harm, Bob. I had a bad day." Some distant part of him realized that he was whining, and that he couldn't stop. "Where is Lena, Bob?" Bob's eyes narrowed. "You've asked me that before. I wondered if it was an act." He shrugged. "Now I don't care. After today, I just want you out of here. But, have you looked at your finances, Dad?" It was going to come down to that. "Yes, there's a finance package in my Win ME. My savings, I was a multimillionaire in 2000. That's 3 bubbles back, Dad. And you guessed wrong on every one. But at this point, you're nearly certified as self-sufficient. You'd have a hard time scaring up any public assistance. The taxpayers are not kind to seniors. Old people run too much of the country already." He hesitated. "And after today, my generosity has run out. Mom died 2 years ago, and dumped you decades before that. But maybe you should wonder about other things. For instance, where are all your old pals from Stanford?" Faces rose up in Robert's mind. He'd been in the English department at Stanford for 30 years. There were lots of faces. Some of them belonged to people who were years younger than he was. Where were they now? Bob nodded at his silence. "Right. Not one has visited you, nor even tried to contact you. I should know. Even before today, I figured that when you got your strength back, you'd start hurting whoever was nearest, and that would be Miri. So I've been trying to farm you out to one of your old buddies. And you know what, Dad? There's not one who wants anything to do with you. Oh, there are newsies. You won't have to look far to find as many fans as ever, but among them all there's not a single friend." He paused. "Now you don't have any options. Finish the semester, learn what you can, and then get out of our house." "But Lena. What about Lena?" Bob shook his head. "Mom's dead. You had no use for her except when you needed a servant or a kickball. Now it's too late. She's dead." "But—" There were memories, but they clashed with one another. The last decade at Stanford, the Bollingen Prize, and the Pulitzer. Lena had not been there to share them. She had divorced him just about the time Bob joined the Marines. And yet... "You remember, Lena got me into that rest home, Rainbow's End. And then she was here, when things got really dark. She was here with Kara, his little sister, still 10 years old, and dead since 2006. His words stumbled to a halt. Something glittered in his son's eyes. "Yes, Mom was here, just like Kara. A shame attack won't work on me, Dad. I want you out of this house. End of the semester at the latest." And that was the longest conversation Robert had had with anyone since Saturday. It was cold. He'd walked a long way into the desert. The night had risen partway up the sky. Stars hung over a flat land that stretched forever beyond him. Maybe that should be the secret of the one who came back. That he just wanted to go away again, walking forever into the bluish dark. He walked a bit farther, then slowed, stopped beside a huge rough rock, and stared into the night. After some minutes, he turned and started back into the bright twilight. Juan got sidetracked from Big Lizard's quest. School began to seriously intrude. Chumlig wanted them to complete their projects, and she wanted real results. Worst of all, the school board had suddenly decided the class must demo their creative compositions at Parents' Night in place of the final exam. Low grades and Chumlig's disappointment in him were bad enough. Juan already knew he was a loser. But such public humiliation was something he desperately wanted to avoid. So for a while he was on a different quest, finding someone to team with in composition class. The problem was, Juan was no good at writing. He wasn't more than so-so with math or answer boards. Miss Chumlig said the secret of success was to learn to ask the right questions. But to do that, she also said you had to know something about something. That wisdom, and everyone has some special talent, were the drumbeats of her classes. But it didn't help. Maybe the best he could hope for was a team so big the losers would shield each other. Today he sat at the back of the shop tent with Fred and Jerry. The twins had missed their proper shop class that morning, so now they were wasting the rest of the day here rather than in study hall. It was kind of fun. The two were pretending to work on a magnetic orrery, a plagiarism so obvious that their plans still had the source URLs written on them. About half the class had completed something. Doris Schlei's paper airplanes were flying, but just this afternoon her team had discovered terrible stability problems. They didn't know about Fred and Jerry's unofficial project. The twins had hijacked the tent's air conditioning. While they kicked back and fooled with the orrery, they were using the fans to tumble Schlei's flyers. Xiang sat hunched over the transport tray she had been working on lately. She didn't look so blank and despairing these days, even if she had warped the transport surface to where it wasn't good for anything. Xiang practically had her nose buried in the equipment. Every so often she drew back and studied her view page, then returned to the unmoving wreck she had created. Winston Blount had been scarce since Juan had put him onto the Lizard's quest. Juan counted that as encouraging. Maybe Mr. Blount was working on the Affiliance. Juan leaned into the cool air from the fans. Back here it was nice. It was hot and noisy over by the outside entrance, but that's where Robert Gu sat. Earlier, the guy had been watching Dr. Xiang. Sometimes she seemed to be watching him back, but even more secretly. Now Mr. Gu mainly stared at the traffic circle, watching the cars that occasionally pulled up, picked up or dropped off passengers, and then departed. The table in front of the fake teenager was littered with Build-It fragments and several rickety-looking towers. Juan zoomed in on a couple of them from a viewpoint in the tent above Gu's head. Huh. The gadgets had no motors. Not even any control logic. So Gu was going to crash in this class just as sure as Juan was in composition. It suddenly occurred to him that maybe he could resume the lizard's game and take one last whack at finding a teammate from his chumleague's project. But I tried him last week. Robert Gu was the best writer Juan had ever known. He was so good he could kill you with his words. Juan tucked his chin in and tried to forget last week. And then he thought, the guy isn't wearing, so he's staring at nothing. He must be bored out of his skull. Juan dithered for another 10 minutes, but shop class had 30 minutes more to run and the Radners were way too focused on their anti-aircraft guns. Jerry, Arrow, Juan, open SM. Hey, where are you going? Close SM. Juan, Arrow, Radners, open SM. Gonna make one more try with Gu. Wish me luck. Close SM. Fred, Arrow, Juan, open SM. It's unhealthy to want to grade that bad. Close SM. Juan meandered across the pavilion, walking along the lab benches as if he were studying the other projects. He ended up beside the strange old man. Gu turned to look at him, and Juan's casual cover evaporated. Gu's sweaty face looked almost as young as Fred Radner's, but the eyes looked right into Juan, cold and cruel. Last week the guy had seemed friendly, right up to the moment he ripped Juan apart. Now all Juan's clever opening lines were gone. Even the dumb ones were hiding. Finally, he managed to point at the crazy towers Robert Gu had been working on. What's the project? The young old man continued to stare at Juan. A clock. Then he reached into a parts box and dropped 3 silver balls into the top of the tallest tower. Oh! The balls bounced down connecting stairways. The first tower was directly in front of Juan. Going to the right, each tower was a bit shorter and more complex than the last. Mr. Gu had used most of the classic parts that Ron Williams kept in stock. This was a clock? Juan tried to match it against old-time clock patterns. There were no perfect fits, though the thing did have levers that clicked back and forth against a whatchamagoogle, an escape wheel. Maybe the balls tipping down the stairways were like the hands on a clock. Gu continued to stare at him. But it's running fast, he said. Juan leaned forward and tried to ignore that stare. He captured about 3 seconds of the contraption's motion, enough to identify stationary points and dimensions. There was an old mechanics program that came in handy for medieval gadget games. He fed the description into it. The results were easy to interpret. You just got to make that lever a 1/4 inch longer. He poked a finger at a tiny spar. I know. Juan looked back at him. But you're not wearing. How did you figure that out? Gu shrugged. A medical gift. That's pretty neat, Juan said uncertainly. For what? To do what any child can do already? Juan didn't have any answer for that. But you're also a poet. And now I'm good with gadgets. Gu's hand twitched out, smashing through the levers and wheels. Parts sprayed in all directions, some of them breaking under the force of his blow. That got everyone's attention. The class was suddenly quiet, and blazing with SMing. It was time to back off. But Juan really needed help with creative composition. And so he said, You still know about words, though, right? Yes, I still know about words. I still know about grammar. I can parse sentences. I can even spell hallelujah without mechanical aid. What's your name? Juan Orozco. Yes, I remember. What are you good for, Mr. Orozco? Juan tucked his chin in. I'm learning how to ask the right questions. Do so, then. Juan looked at the other parts Gu had collected, things he hadn't used in his clock. There were rotary motors, there were wireless syncs, there were programmable gear trains. There was even a transport tray like the one Dr. Xiang had messed up. So how come you don't use any of these gadgets? That would be lots easier. He expected Gu to spout some chumleague thing about solving a problem within constraints. Instead, the other poked angrily at the components. Because I can't see inside them. Look. He flipped a rotary motor across the table. No user-serviceable parts within. It's stamped right in the plastic. Everything is a black box. Everything is inscrutable magic. You could look at the manuals, said Juan. They show internals. Gu hesitated. His hands were gathered into fists. Juan edged back a few inches. You can see internals? You can change them? Juan watched the fists. He's flipping crazy. You can see them easy. Almost everything serves up its own manual. If it doesn't, just Google on the part number. The look on Gu's face sent Juan into fast mode. As for changing the internals, often they're programmable, but otherwise the only changes you can make are when you order, back at the design and fab stage. I mean, these are just components. Who'd want to change them once they're made? Just trash them if they're not working like you want. Just components. Gu looked out from under the fringes of the shop class tent. An automobile was tooling up Pala Avenue, heading for the school's traffic circle. What about the fucking cars? The whole class was staring. Almost the whole class. Mr. Williams was on break and out of contact. Mr. Gu twitched for a few seconds. Then suddenly he was standing. He grabbed Juan by the collar. By God, I'm going to have a look. Juan bounced along just ahead of Robert Gu's angry pushing hands. Break open a car? Why would you want to do that? That's the wrong question, kid. At least they were walking away from the traffic circle. Even if he went after an automobile, what damage could he do? The car bodies were a trashy composite, easy to recycle, but strong enough to take a 50-mile-per-hour crash. Visions of battle lasers and monster sledgehammers came to mind. But this was the real world. Jerry, Arrow, Juan, open SM. What is the goofball up to? Close SM. Juan, Arrow, Radners, open SM. I don't know. Close SM. Robert Gu marched him across the tent to where Xiang was sitting. By the time he arrived, the only evidence of madness was the faint twitchiness in his face. Dr. Xiang? The crazy man actually sounded relaxed and friendly, but Xiang hesitated a long moment. Yes, she said. I've been admiring your project. Some kind of mass mover? Xiang tilted the warped surface up toward him. Yes. It's just a toy, but I thought I could get a leverage effect by warping the surface. Talking about the gadget seemed to distract her from Gu's weirdness. Very nice. There was nothing but charm in Gu's voice. May I? He picked up the panel and studied the ragged edge. I had to cut out gores so the micro-grooves wouldn't bind, she said, standing up to point at her work. Transport trays were for shedding dirt or sliding small containers. For most things, they were better than robot hands, even if they didn't look as impressive. Juan's mother had remodeled their kitchen with fake marble transports. Afterward, everything she wanted was where it should be, in the fridge or oven or on the cutting board, just when she needed it. Usually, the micro-grooves couldn't slide anything faster than a couple of inches a second. What Xiang was saying gave Juan an idea. Maybe the warped board was not broken. He started to put the dimensions into a mechanics program, but Robert Gu already seemed to know what the thing could do. You could triple the delivered force if you adjusted it. Here. He twisted the tray. It creaked the way ceramics do when you've bent them almost to the breaking point. Wait! She reached for her project. I didn't break it. This is even better. Come on over and I'll show you. His words were also open and friendly, but he was already walking away. Xiang chased after him, but she didn't act like a kid would when someone grabs their property. She walked along beside Gu, her head tilted to get a look at the wrecked transport tray. But there's no way to use that mechanical advantage with just the batteries it's rated for. The rest of what she said was mathematical. Juan just saved it. As Gu swept by the Radner twins, his right arm flicked out, grabbing a jar of metal beads that Fred and Jerry were using for their orrery. Hey! The Radners jumped to their feet and followed him, not saying much out loud. The adult ed students were like untouchables. You didn't mess with them, and vice versa. Jerry, Arrow, Juan, open SM. What did we miss, Juan? Close SM. Fred, Arrow, Juan, open SM. Yeah. What did you say to him? Close SM. Juan danced backwards, lifting his hands to say that he was an innocent bystander. Almost an innocent bystander. As Gu walked past his workbench, he jerked his chin toward the tent entrance. Make yourself useful, Orozco. Get me some line current. Juan scooted ahead. There were 110-volt AC sources on campus, though most were indoors. He looked up public utilities and saw a big arrow pointing down into the lawn. This outlet was used to power building reconfiguration when they needed an extra auditorium. It had a 30-foot extension reel. He ran to the spot and pulled the line up from the fresh-cut grass. Now all the kids, minus Schlee's team, which was suddenly overjoyed by the improvement in their Flyers' performance, were following them out of the tent. The car coming up the traffic loop was gliding to a stop at the curb behind him. It was Ms. Chumlig, back from lunch. Robert Gu caught up, Xiang right behind him and looking upset. Gu was no longer making nice noises. He grabbed the power cord from Juan and plugged it into the transport tray's universal, bypassing the teeny battery pack that Dr. Xiang had used. He tilted the tray on edge and poured the metal beads from the Radner's project into the top edge opening. Chumlig was out of the car. What's going on? The crazy man smiled at her. My shop project, Louise. I've had enough of no user-serviceable parts within. Let's take a look. He leaned over the car's front hood and ran his finger down the printed words forbidding customer maintenance. The kids stood in clusters, awed. Juan had never heard of anyone at Fairmont High going wacko. Robert Gu was making history. The old man set the transport tray against the automobile. So where is your battle laser, Mr. Spaceman? Gu sighted along the edge of the tray, then glanced to his right, at the Radner brothers. You really don't want to be standing there. Xiang was frantic, shouting at the twins, Get back! Get back! And now Juan was getting way unbelievable answers from his mechanics program. He hopped back from the transport tray. Robert Gu didn't need a battle laser. For this job, he had something just as good. Gu powered up the tray. The noise was like tearing cloth, but loud, a crack of doom sound. Real sparks sprayed from where the transport tray touched the car's hood. 20 feet ahead of the car, where the Radners had been standing, there was an oleander hedge. Some of the branches were as thick as Juan's arm. Now the white flowers were dancing like there was a breeze. One of the largest branches snapped and fell on the sidewalk. Gu slid the tray along the curve of the automobile, driving dozens of metal beads per second into the hood, cutting an 1/8-inch wide slit in the composite. He turned the tray, the cutter, and made a corner. Now the lawn near his feet was ripped by the invisible ricochets. In less than 10 seconds, Gu had brought the cutter round to itself. The carved section fell into the dark of the car's drive compartment. Gu tossed Xiang's project onto the lawn. He reached into the drive compartment and flipped out the loose hull section. A ragged and maybe disdainful cheer rose from the kids behind him. Hey, dork! There has to be a latch! Why didn't you scam the lock? Gu didn't seem to hear. He leaned forward to look into the interior. Juan edged closer. The compartment was in shadow, but he could see well enough. Not counting damage, it looked just like the manual said. There were some processor nodes and fiber leading to the dozens of other nodes and sensors and effectors. There was the steering servo. Along the bottom, just missed by Gu's cutting, was the DC bus to the left front wheel. The rest was empty space. The capacitor and power cells were in the back. Gu stared into the shadows. There was no fire, no explosion. Even if he had chopped into the back, the safeties would have prevented any spectacular outcome. But Juan saw more and more error flags float into view. A junk wagon would be coming real soon. Gu's shoulders slumped, and Juan got a closer look at the component boxes. Every one had physical signage. No user-serviceable parts within. The old guy stood and took a step away from the car. Behind them, Chumlig and now Williams were on the scene, herding the students back into the tent. For the most part, the kids were fully stoked by all the insanity. None of them, not even the Radner brothers, ever had the courage to run amok. When they committed something major, it was usually done in software, like what the guy had shouted from the crowd. Xiang gathered up her weird, Gu-improved project. She was shaking her head and mumbling to herself. She unplugged the gadget and took a step toward Robert Gu. "I object to your appropriation of my toy," she said. There was an odd expression on her face. "Though you did improve it with that extra bend." Gu didn't respond. She hesitated. "And I never would have run it with line power." Gu waved at the guts of the dead car. "It's Russian dolls all the way down, isn't it, Orozco?" Juan didn't bother to look up Russian dolls. "It's just throwaway stuff, Professor Gu. Why would anyone want to fool with it?" Xiang leaned around him, saw the nearly empty compartment, and the boxes with their stamped-on labels. She looked up at Gu. "You're worse off than I am, aren't you?" she said softly. Gu's hand twitched up, and for a moment Juan thought he was going to punch her out. "You worthless bitch. You were never more than an engineer, and now you have to re-educate even for that." He turned and walked away along the traffic circle, down the hill toward Pala Avenue. Xiang took a step or two after Gu. From inside the school, Chumlig was demanding that everyone come indoors. Juan reached out to touch Xiang's arm. "We gotta go back inside, Dr. Xiang." She didn't argue, but turned and walked back toward the tent, her transport tray held close. Juan followed her, all the time watching the crazy man as he departed in the opposite direction. Even with Robert Gu off campus, the rest of the afternoon was fairly exciting. The school board invoked cloture. Well, they tried to invoke cloture, but they had to allow the students contact with home, and most kids regarded this as an opportunity to grab a journo affiliance. Juan had been close enough to provide some of the best pictures of the great automobile wrecking. His mother was not happy about that. She'd be even less happy when she noticed that the madman was in 3 of Juan's classes. So anyway, the campus was famous in San Diego and beyond, competing with the billion other bizarrities of the day, all over the planet. Students from other classes played hooky and came over. Juan saw a young, kind of plump kid talking in person with Ms. Chumlig, Miri Gu. By 3 p.m., the excitement had faded. This was past the end of classes for most students. The Radners' betting pool on Gu's punishment had been bought out by some guys in L.A. Lucky for the twins. The trouble with instant fame was that there was always something new coming to distract everyone's attention. Overall, it had been a wild day, but kind of sad. Juan was almost home when he got a phone call. A phone call? Well, classic I am light was what Epiphany called it. This must be his great-grandpa. "Yes?" he replied without thinking. The call came as a window view from a synthetic camera. He was looking upward into a small bedroom. Bizarre decorations, though. Hard copy books stacked in cardboard boxes. A distorted face filled most of the screen. Then the caller sat back. It was Robert Gu, calling from his view page. "Hi, kid." "Hi, Professor." In person, Robert Gu was fully scary. In this cheap flat view, he just looked small and crumpled. "Look, kid." The picture twisted and jerked. Gu was fidgeting with the page. When it settled, the other's face filled the screen again. "What you were talking about last week. I think I could help out with your writing." "Yes." "That would be tragic, Professor Gu." Gu gave him a blank look. "I mean, that would be way cool. And I'd be happy to show you how to wear." He was already thinking how he would explain this to his ma. "Right." Gu's face retreated, and he gave a shrug. "I suppose that would be fine, too. If they let me back in school, I'll see you there." 09. Carrot Greens. Make no mistake about it, this job of saving the world was no bed of roses. Alfred glared at Gunberg Brown's latest report, Covert Search for Grand Terror in San Diego. Things had been hard enough before Gunberg spotted Alfred's YGBM project, but since the Barcelona meeting, Alfred's duplicity had become steadily more difficult to maintain. He had never expected that Brown could keep such a careful watch on the San Diego labs. Alfred had had to shut down almost all his activity there, even canceling his regular specimen outshipments. This affair had set his schedule back by months. The only bright spot was that Gunberk and Keiko were going ahead with Plan Rabbit. In fact, Rabbit had resurfaced a week ago, along with his initial survey and his payment demands. The demands had been laughable, basically a wholesale shopping list of enhancement drugs, just what you might think South American drug lords could supply to a bright young businessman. As for his survey, Rabbit had come up with a list of contacts in San Diego and a complicated plan for getting direct surveillance equipment into the labs. Gunberk and Keiko had been respectively irritated and amused by the scheme, but all three of them agreed they could make it work. The Americans would know they had been probed, but unless things went very wrong, the operation would be deniable. Of course, what Gunberk and Keiko saw was the easy part. The hard part was what Alfred was hiding beneath Plan Rabbit. When this magnificent intrusion inspection was complete, there would be no evidence of his research program. Working as the trusted leader of the operation, Alfred was confident that he could accomplish that much. The triumph would be to leave credible evidence that would point Bird Dog Gunberk somewhere far across the world, and leave Alfred's operation intact in San Diego. Failing that, Alfred would have to rebuild his research setup and his security at second-rate sites. He could lose a year or two of development time. Would such a delay really matter? He had completed the hard part. The honeyed nougat test had demonstrated that he had a delivery system. In fact, his pseudomimiviral was far more robust than Gunberk realized. If Grand Terror had been Alfred's goal, he was already in the winner's circle. He could trigger devastating psychosis, even customized for particular targets. The way to develop higher mental controls was clear. But meantime, the human race was still careening down a mountain road with no one at the wheel. The Saturday night specials, the cheap delivery systems, the plagues. There was always the next precipice, the next very bad thing. What if the next very bad thing was the final fatal bad thing? And what if they ran into it before he could take control? So yes, anything he could do to save a few months was worthwhile. He pushed away Gunberk's report and returned to planning just what he would do during the brief hours when this operation put Gunberk and Keiko and himself in control of the San Diego labs. He was so absorbed in his scheming that he almost didn't hear the sound behind him. There was a small popping noise and a little whoosh of air, typical game sound effects. They were sounds that absolutely did not belong here. Alfred flinched and turned. Rabbit had grown. "Hi there," it said. "I thought I'd pop up and give you a special progress report. Maybe ask for your help with some details." Rabbit gave Alfred a buck-toothed grin and sat back to enjoy a carrot. Sat back in the big leather visitor's chair across from Alfred's desk. In Alfred's office. His inner office. The one here in the bomb-proof catacombs under Mumbai, at the heart of India's external intelligence agency. Alfred had managed covert operations for almost 70 years. It had been decades since he had been so rudely upset. It was like being young again. Not a good feeling. He stared at Rabbit for a moment, absorbing the terrible implications of the creature's presence. Perhaps it would be best to ignore those for now. And so his reply was a random flail. "A progress report. We've seen your progress. I personally was somewhat disappointed. You've accomplished little, that you can see. Beyond creating a fog of foolishness, self-defeating as often as not. The local agents you've recruited are incompetent. For example," Alfred made a show of fetching records. Meantime, the people in the EIA analyst pool were tracing Rabbit's intrusion. They opened a graphics window above the creature's head. Rabbit was coming through routers on 3 continents. "For example," Alfred continued, picking a name almost at random, "take this Winston Blount. Years ago he was a top administrator at UCSD. But he never had any personal connection with the founders of the biolabs. And today," he waved his hand in dismissal, "these people have so little connection with the San Diego labs that I might validly ask what we are getting for our money." The Rabbit leaned across Alfred's mahogany desk. Its reflection in the deep varnish moved in perfect synchrony. "You might ask. And what great ignorance that would reveal. You know what to look for, and still this is all you have discovered. Think how invisible this must be to the Americans. I am a phantom that shows as Brownian noise until, Viola, the jaws of my operation spring shut." A smile stretched across Rabbit's face. It gave its ears a wiggle and gestured around Alfred's inner sanctum. In a very small way, just a proof of principle, really, those jaws closed on you today. You, the Japanese, the Europeans, you all thought you had me fooled. What of your anonymity now, eh? Eh? Alfred glowered at the animal. No need to disguise his upset. But pray God this is all he has discovered. Rabbit settled its elbows on Alfred's desk and continued chattily. Don't worry, I'm not being so open with your pals in Japanese and EU intelligence. I figure it might panic them. And this is a project I've come to enjoy. Meeting new people, learning new skills. You understand. It cocked its head as if expecting some confidence in return. Alfred pretended to consider the matter and finally gave Rabbit a judicious nod. Yes. Knowing our cover was blown, even to an insider such as yourself, they would likely abort the mission. You did the right thing. The numbers above Rabbit's ears were changing. The available routing information was mostly bogus, but the network latencies, the delays, made his analysts 80% confident that Rabbit was coming from North America. Without help from the European signals intelligence people, he wasn't going to get any better estimate. But telling Gunberg about this visit was the last thing Alfred wanted to do. So I must treat this son of a bitch as a respected colleague. Alfred sat back and essayed a mild demeanor. Between us, then, what has been your progress? The rabbit tossed the butt end of his carrot onto Vaz's desk and crossed his paws behind his head. Heh. I've almost completed assembling the operational team. That file you're looking at probably lists some of them, including the esteemed Dean Blount. I can pay off most of these people with my own resources. One of them may play ball in a spirit of good-natured adventure. The others need inducements that the wealth of nations can satisfy. And the one thing the Indo-European alliance has is the wealth of nations. As long as it is totally untraceable and doesn't look like the wealth of nations. Trust me, if these loons think about it at all, they'll figure we really are South American drug lords. Anyway, I'll have their wish list for you in a week or so. If all goes according to plan, you'll have full access to the San Diego biolabs for almost 4 hours, sometime in late December. Excellent. And then maybe you'll tell me just what you're looking for in those labs. We believe the Americans are up to something there. Rabbit's eyebrows raised. A great power betraying its own kind? It's happened before, though not since the early part of the century, the Sino-American misunderstanding. For a brief moment, Rabbit seemed almost thoughtful. I trust you'll let me in on what you discover? Alfred nodded. If we can keep this between the two of us. In fact, Rabbit learning about Alfred's YGBM project would give new meaning to the phrase worst-case outcome. Fortunately, Rabbit did not push the issue. There is one other thing, said the creature. One last contact. An interesting fellow. In a way more interesting to me than all your espionage hugger-mugger. Very well. Alfred resolved to accept whatever foolishness the other was spouting. A picture of a youngish Chinese fellow hung in the air. Vaz's gaze swept through the attached bio. No, this chap wasn't young. That's Bob Goo's father? You're going to fiddle with... He spluttered into silence, remembering recent events in Paraguay. For a moment, he forgot the need for placid acceptance. Some types of foolishness were very hard to swallow. See here, this operation was to be discreet. How could you... Not to worry. I have zero interest in Junior. It's just one of those crazy coincidences. See, Bob Goo's father is Alice Goo's father-in-law. Alfred parsed the contorted language. Then he realized that Rabbit was talking about Alice Gong. Oh. Rabbit had left the land of the foolish and was trekking deep into madness. Alfred was speechless. Ah, you know about Alice, then. Did you know that she is tooling up for a full-scale audit of San Diego biolab security? Just think. Real soon now, the Americans are going to go ask Alice to tighten up the guard there. Tracking her is muy importante, old man. Yes. The EU and Japan would bail out if they knew Alice Gong-gu was on this case. And Alice will surely detect what I'm doing at the biolabs. So what are you proposing? I want to make sure Alice is not guarding the labs when we go in. I've had Gu Sr. on a line for several days, but that's going too slowly. Besides, another challenging, toothy grin, I'm dying to talk to the guy directly. We need a zombie contact. Another picture bio popped up. An Indian national? Subtle, am I not? Yes, though for the last 2 years Mr. Sharif has been living in the USA. He really has no connection with any Indo-European intelligence service. I'll contact him like the gentle cloud of coincidence that I am. If the Americans identify him, he will be a perfect red herring. Your EU and Japanese friends would be too cowardly to go for this. You, I think, have more courage. So I'm here to give you a heads up. Cover me on this. Keep your people out of Sharif's way. Sometimes he will really be me. Vaz was silent for a long moment. He had not known that Alice Gong-gu was training for an audit of the San Diego labs. That was bad news. Very bad news. It wasn't enough that Gong be kept away one night. Then inspiration struck. Alice's genius came at a terrible sacrifice. He had stumbled on her secret several years ago. In her own way, she risked more than Alfred ever had. And my weapon, incomplete as it is, could stop her cold. He looked back at Rabbit. Indeed, you have my support in this. It should involve just the two of us. Rabbit preened. But if I may make a suggestion, Alfred continued, one colleague to another. It may be best if we schedule things so that Alice Gu is on duty the night we go in. With proper preparation, we may be able to turn her presence to our advantage. Really? Rabbit was literally bug-eyed with curiosity. How is that? I'll have the details for you in a few days. In fact, there were lots of details, but not for Rabbit's ears. Alfred was already posting the mission requirements to his inner teams. How long would it take to build a pseudo-mimivirus appropriate to Alice's special weakness? What was the surest delivery method? Indirect infection was probably not practical here. And what cover story would work best with this wretched Rabbit? Said Rabbit was still looking at him expectantly. Of course, Vaz continued, there are aspects of the matter that I should best keep to myself. Heh, of course. World-shaking plans and so forth? Never mind. I am content to remain your great cutout from heaven. I'll be in touch. Meantime... Suddenly, he was wearing a gray uniform studded with medals and draped with aiguillettes. He stuck his arm out in a Hitlerian salute. Long live the Indo-European Alliance! With that, the Rabbit's image vanished like the cheap theatrics it was. Alfred sat motionless for almost 2 minutes, not responding to the shrill alarms that pounded through the office network, not responding to the various staff analyses that were already being generated. Alfred was rearranging his priorities. He hadn't known about Alice Gong-gu, but now he did, and with enough time to turn her presence into an advantage. It was a sad thing that he would harm this woman who was actually fighting on his side, who had done more than almost anyone to keep the world safe. He forced his attention back on track. Besides dealing with Alice, there was another new priority, to learn more about Rabbit, to learn how to destroy him. Alfred Vaz had no official rank in the External Intelligence Agency, but he had immense power there. Even with modern compartmentalization techniques, he never could have cloaked his research programs otherwise. Now, well, Rabbit's visit to EIA headquarters was arguably the most spectacular intelligence failure of the decade, but only if outsiders knew to argue about it. Alfred used all his power in the agency and all the secret political levers he had accumulated over 70 years to keep the news within his own teams. If the EIA Inspector General had got a whiff of it, all Alfred's plans would have unraveled. It was a sad fact that his own government would probably count him as a traitor if it knew of his efforts to save the world. All this made investigating Rabbit's jape a delicate affair. Somehow this enemy had penetrated the most secure isolation firewall known. Rabbit had even co-opted high-res localizer support, evident from his perfectly positioned imagery. The obvious explanation was that Rabbit had succeeded in subverting the secure hardware environment. If that were so, then the foundation of all modern security was suspect, and Rabbit's visit was a clap of doom. Surely Armageddon would not be announced by a silly rabbit. There followed almost 80 hours of uncertainty as Alfred's inner teams pounded away at the mystery. Finally, his EIA analysts discovered the true explanation, something at once comforting and deeply embarrassing to them. Rabbit had, admittedly with extraordinary cleverness, exploited a combination of buggy software and foolish registry settings, the kind of flaws that bedevil careless consumers. The bottom line, Rabbit was far more dangerous than Alfred had originally thought, but he was not the next very bad thing. Vaz suffered through every moment of the suspense, but in the end, the most infuriating aspect of the incident was the piece of carrot that Rabbit left on his desk. With all the resources and expertise of the modern Indian state, it took EIA Signals Intelligence almost 3 days to obliterate the logic that injected that image into his office network. 10. An excellent thesis topic. Miri kept a low profile around the house, even though that bothered Alice, which was kind of contradictory, since Bob didn't want her talking with Robert anytime soon. Either way, they both seemed to think that given the chance, Robert would just hurt her again. Okay. She let Robert have the living room whenever he pleased. She made sure she was outside when he was in. But she also snooped on him whenever she honorably could. Halloween was just around the corner. She should be over at her friend's sites, deep into final planning. She and Annette and Paula had done so much prep with Spielberg rolling. Now it all seemed kind of dumb. So Miri hung out with farther away friends. Jin's parents were shrinks in the provincial medical care group in Hainan. Jin didn't speak very good English, but then Miri's Mandarin was worse. Actually, language wasn't a problem. They'd get together on his beach or hers, depending on which side of the world was daylight or had the nicest weather, and chatter away in good enough English, the air around them filled with translation guesstimates and picture substitutions. Their little clique had contributed lots to the answer boards. It was the most socially responsible of Miri's hobbies. Jin was full of theories about Robert. Your grandfather was way gone dead before the doctors bring him back. No surprise he feel bad now. He floated a couple of academic papers in support of his point. Today Jin was hosting several other kids who had senile or otherwise damaged old folks living at home. Mostly they just listened, as sand crabs or simply presence icons. A few presented human forms, maybe their real-world appearance. Now one of those, she looked about 10 years old, spoke up. My great-great-aunt is like that. Back in the 20th, she was an account executive. Account executive didn't mean anything like the English words might make you think. By the teens, she was all crippled up. I've seen pictures, and she got drifty and depressed. My grandma said she lost her edge, and then she lost her job. One of the sand crabs reared back, a lurker drawn into the open. So what's new in that? My brother is all unemployed and depressed, and he's only 20. It's hard to keep up. The 10-year-old ignored the interruption. G. Granty was just old-fashioned. Grandma got her a job as a landscape artist. The little girl slipped into pure picturing, showing old-time cell phone advertisements for background scenery you could rent for when people call and you're in the bathroom. Granty was good at that, but she never made as much money as before, and then video landscapes went fully irrelevant. Anyway, she lived with my grandma for 12 years. It sounds just like what you're talking about, Miri. 12 years? I'll go bonkers after even a year of this. She glared at the little girl. So what happened then? Oh, everything turned out fine in the end. My mom found a treatment site. They specialize in upgraded specialties. 48 hours at their clinic, and G. Granty had the skills of an ad manager, which was about the modern equivalent of account executive. Silence. Even some of the crabs looked a little shocked. After a moment, Jin said, That sounds like JIT to me. Just-in-time training? What if it is? JIT is illegal, said Miri. This is not something I want to talk about. It wasn't illegal back then. And this jit wasn't so bad. G. Granty lives pretty well as long as she keeps taking her upgrades. She seems happy, except that she cries a lot. Sound like mind control to me, said Jin. The little girl laughed. It is not. You should know that, Jin Li. You, Chinese, with 2 shrink parents. Her eyes danced about, searching on things the others could not see. Your parents were in the army, weren't they? They must know all about mind control. That's what you Han tried in Myanmar. Jin came to his feet and kicked sand through the little girl's image. No. I mean, that is year and year ago. Nobody do anything like that now. We certainly don't. Miri decided she didn't like the little girl. What she said was more or less true, but Bob had talked to her once about the Myanmar restoration, back when she was doing a history project in the 5th grade. She had quoted him as an unnamed source high in the American military. In fact, he said the same thing as most websites. You gotta believe me technology had been a big nightmare possibility for years. Myanmar was the only place where YGBM had been tried on a large scale. It all comes down to the delivery problem, Bob had said. The Chinese army had some new drugs, things that were very persuasive in a research lab. But in the field, the Chinese sank half their budget into YGBM, and they didn't get as much payoff as a good propaganda campaign. Humans had a million years of evolution learning to resist the power of suggestion. There was no magic way to beat that. Now Miri came to her feet too. Hey, she said, in the tone Alice occasionally used. I didn't come here to talk politics. I came for help with my grandfather. The little girl stared at her for a moment, her face quirked in an odd smile. The air was full of support for Miri, unanimous -1. After a moment, the little girl shrugged. I was just trying to help. Hey, I'll be good. I'm all ears. And she demonstrated with a graphical exaggeration, growing wiggly rabbit ears. So they all sat down again and had a quiet moment. Miri looked out along the beach. She knew this was the true view even though she had never been to Hainan in person. It was beautiful, a lot like the cove in La Jolla, but this beach was much bigger, with correspondingly more real people. Out near the horizon there were 3 white peaks, icebergs on their way to coastal cities farther north, just like in California. Okay then, said Jin. How we help Miri Gu? But no jit. That's a dead end. Is your grandpa good at anything nowadays? Well, he's always been great with words. Better than anyone I know. He has poor clothes sense, but he's become very quick with numbers and mechanical things. That brought a wave of interest. Some of the crabs opened up with little stories about numeracy. But that just seems to send him into a rage. She showed them the story of the disemboweled automobile. If Louise Chumlig hadn't stood up for him, that would have gotten him expelled. The little girl's big ears had shrunk back to normal size. Of course, she had more opinions. Heh, I'm reading about him, what he was like before. He had a track record back in the 20th century. Famous poet, blah, blah, blah. But he was only beloved by people who never met him. That's not true. Robert never suffered fools gladly, but... She ran out of steam, remembering Lena and the stories about Granty Kara, and remembering the Ezra Pound incident. Jin dug his toes into the sand. Let's get back to track. Does he have any friends in school? No. He's been matched up with Juan Orozco. That kid is like most in those classes, a dumbhead. What about friends from before? Said the little girl. Miri shook her head. All the people Robert had known and helped when he was a great poet, none of them had made contact. Was being a friend such a temporary thing? There are other old people in the class, but they're on different projects. They hardly talk at all. Go for a personality match. There must be hundreds of people with complementary problems. The little girl smiled. Then arrange for an accidental collision. See, if your grandpa doesn't know you're working behind the scenes, he can't be resentful. She looked up, as if surprised by insight. Better yet, once upon a time your grandpa stirred up a lot of critical interest. I bet there are still graduate students who would love to fawn on him. Sell one of them a truly excellent thesis topic. Afterward, Miri did a number of character searches. One of the guys in Robert's Fairmont classes had known him for years. She should have noticed that before. The two had so much in common. If she could just get them together. Too bad that dummy Orozco was teaming with Robert. But Winston Blount was into something outside of school, and that involved at least one other person who had been in grad school with Robert way back in the 1970s. How to set up something to bring them all together. She also searched for graduate students who might want to talk with Robert. She was confident that no grandparent of Miri Gu would be susceptible to false flattery, but it would be nice for Robert to meet an outsider who obviously respected him. If it was somebody with weak data skills, well, that might be good too. She might be able to help out directly. She did a world search, the kind of thing that drags in yak herders desirous of learning English. But this time, hey, she got a near-perfect match in less than 5 minutes. And this Sharif fellow was in Oregon, just far enough away that most contact would be virtual and tweakable. For all her snottiness, the little girl had made some really good suggestions. Miri hesitated. In fact, all the really successful suggestions had been due to the little girl. Maybe the little girl persona was covering something. Miri started a query replicating out through everyone and everything that might provide identity clues. But even if the kid were really 10 years old, it wouldn't prove anything. Some fifth graders were scary. The woman was tall and dressed in black. "I understand you're looking for some help," she said. "Huh?" Zulfikar Sharif looked up from his beef taco. He hadn't heard her approach. Then he realized that he was still alone at his table in the back of the OSU CAF. He frowned at the apparition. "I'm not accepting fantasies. God protect me, I've been perverted still again." The woman looked at him severely. She wasn't more than 30, but he couldn't imagine her on a date. "Young man, I am not your fantasy. You are looking for help with a thesis topic, are you not?" "Oh." Zulfi Sharif was no lover of high technology, but now in his second year in the OSU literature department, he'd become a bit desperate. His thesis advisor was no help. Professor Blandings seemed most interested in having a permanent, unpaid research assistant. So way back in January, Sharif had put out feelers for help. That had provoked endless adverts for plagiarized and custom-writ material. Annie Blandings was so obnoxious that Sharif was almost tempted by some of the early offers, till his geekier friends pointed out how badly that could go wrong. Sharif had filtered out the plagiarists and the sarcastic jerk-offs. That left very little. So much for high technology. He had spent the last 2 semesters propping up Blandings' career in deconstructive revisionism. In the remaining time, he worked at a 411 job for the American Poetry Association and did his best to craft a thesis out of vapor. He had come to America hoping for old-world insight into the literature that he loved. Lately, he was beginning to wonder if he should have stayed home in Kolkata. And now, suddenly, this woman. The answer to my prayers. Yes, sure. He waved her to be seated. At least that would embarrass her. But the apparition knew exactly where it stood. It slid into the chair across the table with scarcely an overlap of body and furniture. "I was really expecting an email," he said. The woman in black just shrugged. Her imperious glance did not waver. After a moment, Sharif continued. "In fact, I am looking for a thesis topic. But I'll have you know I'm not interested in fraud, or plagiarism, or collaboration. If you're selling that, then please shove off. I simply want the sort of pointers, and support, that a good thesis advisor would give a student." The lady smiled a cruel smile, and it suddenly occurred to Sharif that she might be connected to Annie Blandings. The old fart didn't even wear, but maybe she had friends who did. "Nothing whatsoever illegal, Mr. Sharif. I simply saw your ad. I have a tremendous opportunity for you. And I don't have much money. I'm sure we can come to an arrangement. Interested?" "Well, possibly." The lady in black leaned forward. Even her shadow matched the cafeteria lighting. Sharif hadn't realized that such precision was possible. "I don't suppose you know that Robert Gu is alive and well and living in Southern California?" "Huh? Bullshit. He died some years ago. There hasn't been—" His words dribbled off before her silent stare. He tapped briefly at his phantom keypad, calling up a standard search. Since he started working 411, he'd become rather good at this kind of ultra-fast research. Results streamed across the tabletop. Okay. He just stopped writing. Alzheimer's. And he's come back. Indeed. Does this suggest possibilities? Sharif continued his guppy imitation for a second or two. If I had just looked for the right facts, I would have known this a month ago. It does suggest possibilities. Interviewing Robert Gu would run a close second to chatting up William Shakespeare. Good. The lady in black tented her fingers. There are complications, however. Like what? An opportunity this good must be a scam. Robert... The woman's image seemed to freeze for an instant, maybe a communications jitter. Professor Gu has never suffered fools gladly, and never less so than now. I can give you access capability in his private enum. It will be up to you to intrigue him. Without the enum, getting through to the great man could be very difficult. How much? He said. He had $20,000 in the student credit union. Perhaps his brother in Kolkata could be hit up for one more loan. Ah, my price is not in dollars. I simply ask to tag along, occasionally to make a suggestion or ask a question. But I'll have first use? Of course. Well... Sharif wavered. Robert Gu. Okay, you've got a deal. Very good. The lady gestured for his hand. Give me a moment of full access. Epiphany rule number 1, what they pound on in all the instructions. Full access is only for parents and spouses, and then only if you like to take chances. Whether it was her tone or his need, Sharif was never sure, but he reached out and touched the empty air. He matched the pointing gesture with a lowering of security. The tingle in his fingers was surely his imagination, but now the air between them was full of binding certificates. Then the paperwork was done. What remained in the air was a single enum. Sharif stared at the identifier with sudden apprehension. So I just call him? She nodded. Now you have that capability. But remember what I said about his intolerance for fools. Do you know his works? Of course. Do you admire them? Yes. I honestly and intelligently admire the hell out of them. It was a claim that worked with all the profs, Sharif knew. In this case, it was also the truth. The lady nodded. That may be enough. Keep in mind that Professor Gu is not feeling well. He is still recovering from his illness. You may have to be directly useful to him. I'll empty the man's chamber pot if that will help. Again, a brief freeze of expression. I don't think that will be necessary. But he misses things from the past. He misses the way books used to be. You know, those clunky things you have to carry around. Who is this creature? But he nodded. I know all about, physical books. I can show him plenty, and in person. He was already looking up taxi services. Very good. The apparition smiled. Good luck, Mr. Sharif. And it was gone. Sharif sat for almost a minute, staring blankly into the space lately occupied by the woman in black. And then he was consumed by the desire to share this news with others. Fortunately, the caf was nearly empty this late at night, and Sharif was not one of those who could message as quickly as they were overcome by the whim. No, after a moment he realized that this was likely something he should keep under his hat, at least until he'd established a connection with Robert Gu. Besides, second thoughts were percolating up. How could I be so stupid as to let her into my wearable? He ran the Epiphany integrity check a couple of times. Widgets of purity floated in the air above his taco. Epiphany said he was clean. Of course, if he'd been totally perverted, that's exactly what it would say. Damnation. I don't want to fry clean my clothes. Not again. Especially in this case. He looked at the golden enum, Robert Gu's own direct identifier. If he took the right approach, he would finally have his thesis. Not just any ordinary thesis. Sharif considered Robert Gu to be from the highest rank of modern literature, up there with Williams and Cho. And Annie Blandings thought Gu was God. 11. Introduction to the Librareome project. Wearable computers. What a concept. IBM PC meets Epiphany brand high fashion. In fact, Robert might have mistaken his new wardrobe for ordinary clothes. True, the shirts and pants were not a style he favored. There were embroidered patterns both inside and out, but the embroidery was more noticeable to the touch than the eye. Juan Orozco had to show him special views to reveal the net of microprocessors and lasers. The main problem was the damn contact lenses. He had to put them on every morning and then wear them all day. There were constant twinkles and flashes in his eyes, but with practice he got control of that. He felt a moment of pure joy the first time he managed to type a query on a phantom keyboard and view the Google response floating in the air before him. There was a feeling of power in being able to draw answers out of thin air. And then there was what Juan Orozco called ensemble coding. A week passed. Robert was practicing with his beginner's outfit, trying to repeat the coding tricks Juan had shown him. For the most part, even the simplest gestures didn't work when he first tried them. But he would flail and flail, and when the command did work, the success gave him a pitiful spike of joy, and he worked even harder. Like a boy with a new computer game. Or a trained rat. When the phone call came, he thought he was having a stroke. There were bright flashes before his eyes, and a faraway buzzing sound. The buzzing broke into words. Very much like to interview you, sir. Aha. Spam, or some kind of reporter. Why would I want to give an interview? A short interview. Even a short one. Robert's reply was a reflex. It had been years since he'd had the opportunity to dump on a journalist. The light was still a glaring shapelessness, but when Robert straightened his collar, the voice became sharp and perfect. Sir, my name is Sharif. Zulfikar Sharif. The interview would be for my Lit in English thesis. Robert squinted and shrugged, squinted again, and then suddenly he got it right. His visitor was standing in the middle of the bedroom. I have to tell Juan about this. It was his first real three-dimensional success, and everything that the kid had claimed about retinal painting. Robert stood and stepped to the side, looking behind the visitor. The image was so solid, so complete. And yet the visitor cast shadows contrary to the real lighting. I wonder whose fault that is. His dark-skinned visitor, Indian, Pakistani, his voice held a South Asian lilt, was still talking. Please don't say no, sir. Interviewing you would be my great honor. You are a resource for all humanity. Robert walked back and forth in front of the visitor. He was still boggled by the medium of the message. Just a small amount of your precious time, sir. That's all I ask. And... He looked around Robert's room, probably seeing what was truly there. Robert had not had a chance to set up false backgrounds. Juan had been going to show him that yesterday, but they had gotten sidetracked by Robert's side of the bargain, tutoring the kid in English. Poor subliterate Juan. This Sharif fellow, on the other hand. How bright are graduate students these days? This particular graduate student was looking more and more desperate. His gaze caught on something behind Robert. Ah, books. You're one who still treasures the real thing. Robert's bookcases were made from plastic slats and cardboard boxes, but they held all the books he had rescued from the basement. Some of them, the Kipling, he would never have bothered with in the old days, but these were all he had now. He looked back at Sharif. Indeed I do. Your point, Mr. Sharif? I just thought it means we share the same values. By helping me, you'll be advancing those noble passions. He paused, listening to some inner voice. Since his lessons with Juan, Robert had become suspicious of people listening to their inner voices. Perhaps we could strike a bargain, sir. I would give almost anything for a few hours of your opinions and reminiscence. I would be happy to be your personal 411 agent. I'm an expert at such services. It's how I pay my way at OSU. I can guide you through the contemporary world." "I already have a tutor." And when he considered the flippancy, he felt a twinge of surprise. In a sense, it was true. He had Juan. Another significant silence. "Oh, him." Sharif, his image, perfect except for the misplaced shadows and the shoes that disappeared a quarter-inch into the floor, walked around Robert. To get a closer look at the books. Suddenly, Robert had even more questions for Juan Orozco, but Sharif was talking again. "These are permanently printed? Not just-in-time chapbooks?" "Of course." "Wonderful. You know, I could show you around the UCSD library." "Millions of volumes." "I can go down there myself any time." But so far he hadn't quite dared. Robert looked at his little library. In the Middle Ages, a rich man might have so many books. Now, people with books were rare once again. But at UCSD, there was a real physical library. And going with his graduate student, that would be a little like the old days. He looked back at Sharif. "When?" "Why not now?" Robert would have to let Juan Orozco know this afternoon's session was off. He felt an instant of uncharacteristic embarrassment. Juan was going to show him how to do glance searches, and Robert had promised Juan scansion. Robert pushed the regrets aside. "Let's go then," he said. Robert took a car down to campus. For some reason he couldn't get a clear image of Sharif inside the automobile. There was just his voice chattering away, asking Robert for his opinion of everything they saw, offering opinions and facts whenever Robert seemed even faintly puzzled. Robert had driven past the outskirts of campus before. Today he would see what the place had finally become. Coming out of Fallbrook, there were the usual subdivisions, unexceptional and dull. But just north of campus, he drove past endless gray-green buildings. Here and there, windowless walkways stretched across the canyons. "Bioscience labs," Sharif cheerfully explained. "They're mostly underground." He fed Robert's epiphany with pointers to images and details. Ah. So these doorless, windowless structures were not some 21st century experiment in communal living. In fact, there weren't more than a few dozen people inside them. The connecting corridors were for biosample transport. Monstrous things might gestate in these buildings and in the caverns below, but salvation too. Robert gave them a little salute. Reed Weber's heavenly minefield was created in places like these. These were the anterooms to UCSD. He braced himself for unintelligible futurism, the main campus. His car drove down Torrey Pines Road. The intersections were almost as he remembered, though there were no traffic lights and no stopping. Cross-traffic interleaved with smooth and eerie grace. Someday I must write a light-hearted piece about the secret life of automobiles. He had never seen one stop for much longer than it took passengers to get off and on. Out in the desert, his car had departed almost immediately, stranding him. But by the time he got back to the road, another had pulled up. The devices were always moving. He imagined them circling the county, forever maneuvering so that no customer ever need wait more than a few moments. But what do they do at night, when business is scarce? That would be the topic of his poem. Were there hidden garages, hidden car parks? There had to be garages for repair work, or at least equipment swap-outs. But maybe there was no other stopping. This was the stuff of both poetry and futurism. Maybe at night when demand fell and they otherwise would have to sleep without profit in some empty lot, maybe then they conspired to clump together like Japanese Transformer toys, to become freight trucks hauling cargo that was too big for UP Express. In any case, the old parking lots on the north side of campus were gone, replaced by gaming fields and House of Cards-style office buildings. Robert had the car drop him at the edge of the old campus, near where applied physics and math used to be. Nothing looks the same, even where there were buildings before. In fact, there seemed to be more open space than he remembered from the 70s. "Don't worry about it, Professor." Sharif was still audio only. It sounded as if he were reading from a brochure. "UCSD is an unusual campus, less traditional than any other in the UC system. Most of the buildings were rebuilt after the Rose Canyon earthquake. Here's the official view. Suddenly, the buildings were sturdy, reinforced concrete, much as he remembered. Robert waved the fakery away, a gesture Juan had showed him early on. "Hands off the main view, Mr. Sharif." "Sorry." Robert walked eastward across campus, sampling the ambience. On the gaming fields, there was just as much rushing around as in the 1970s, half a dozen separate games of touch football and soccer. Robert had never participated in those, but one thing he'd admired about UCSD was that the students played sports that were semi-pro spectator events at other schools. Up close, well, the people he passed looked ordinary enough. There were the familiar backpacks, with the handles of tennis rackets sticking out the top like assault rifles. Many people were talking to themselves, sometimes gesturing into the empty air or jabbing fingers at unseen antagonists. Nothing new in that. Cell phone addicts had always been one of Robert's pet peeves. But these folks were more blatant about it than the kids at Fairmont High. There was something foolish about a fellow walking along, suddenly stopping to tap at his belt, and then talking to the air. The new numerate Robert couldn't resist keeping count of what he saw, and he soon noticed something the old Robert might not have. There were many college-age kids running around, but there were too many old people. 1 person in 10 looked really old as Robert truly was. 1 in 3 were lean and spry, the 20th century cliché of active senior citizens, and some, it took him a while to spot the few where modern medicine was all on target. Their skin was firm and their stride was strong. They almost looked young. Then the most encouraging sight of all, a pair of old duffers coming his way, and both of them carrying books. Robert felt like grabbing their free hands and dancing a jig. Instead, he gave them a broad grin as they walked by. Sharif agreed that stepping into an ordinary building, or even the campus bookstore, wouldn't be an effective way to find real books. "The university library is your best bet, Professor." Robert walked down a gentle slope. The eucalyptus grove was more overgrown than he remembered. The dry crowns rustled in the breeze above. The debris of bark and twigs and branches crunched under his feet. Somewhere ahead of him, a choir sang. Then, through the trees, he saw the Geisel Library, unchanged after all the years. Well, the pillared supports were covered with ivy, but there was nothing virtual about it. He walked out from under the trees and stared. Sharif's voice popped up. "Professor, if you'll bear to the right, the sidewalk goes to the main—" That was the way Robert remembered, but he hesitated when the other's voice dropped away. "Yes?" "Oops, heh. Just detour around to the left. There's a mob of singers blocking the main entrance." "Okay. What is all the singing about, anyway?" Sharif made no reply. Robert shrugged and followed his invisible guide's suggestion, walking around the north side of the building, down to what had been a lower-level parking lot. From here, the library towered above him. He remembered when it was built, the criticisms. "It's an expensive white elephant. We've been hijacked by space cadets." In fact, it did look like something brought down from outer space. The 6 above-ground stories formed a huge octahedron, touching ground on one vertex and clasped by 50-foot pillars. In Robert's time, the structure had been concrete and sweeping glass. Now the vines extended past the 5th story, obscuring the concrete. The library still looked like it came from heaven, but now it was an ancient gem mountain, and the clasp was the green of a supporting earth. The singers were louder. It sounded as if they were singing La Marseillaise, but there were also chants that sounded like a good old-fashioned student protest. He was well under the overhang now. He had to look straight up to see the undersides of the 4th, 5th, and 6th floors, to see where the concrete finally emerged from the ivy. Strange. The edges of each floor were straight as ever, but the concrete was laced with irregular, lighter lines. In the sunlight, those lines glinted like silver wedged in stonework. "Sharif?" No answer. I should look up the explanation. Juan Orozco could do such searches almost without thinking. Then he smiled. The silvery crack lines were a kind of playful mystery, and that might be their explanation. UCSD had a tradition of weird and wonderful campus art. Robert started toward the short stairway that led to a loading dock. This looked like the most direct way into the library. There was a faded authorized staff-only sign painted on the wall. The freight door was rolled down shut, but a second, smaller door was ajar. From within, he could hear some kind of power saw. Carpentry? He remembered what Juan had said about getting Epiphany's default local views. He waggled his hand tentatively. Nothing. He gestured again, a little differently. Oops. The loading dock was plastered with "Keep Out" signs. He glanced up the hillside. Somewhere beyond the crest would be the main entrance. Epiphany showed him a mauve nimbus pulsating in time with the singing. Words floated above the music. "À bas la bibliothèque," down with the Librareome project. Now that he was hearing both real and remote voices, the music was close to cacophony. "What's going on, Sharif?" This time there was an answer. "It's just another student protest. You'd never get in through the front door." He stood still for a moment, filled with mild curiosity about what students demonstrated against nowadays. No matter. He could look that up later. He stepped nearer the half-opened door, looked down a dimly lit hallway. Despite the phantasmic storm of warnings and rules, he saw no obstacle to free passage. But now the strange sound was louder than the choir, rough, tearing growls spaced by silence. Robert stepped through the doorway. 12. Guardians of the Past, Handmaidens of the Future. From its beginning, the Elder Cabal had met on the 6th floor of the Geisel Library. Winston Blount, calling in favors from his years at Arts and Letters, had made that possible. For a while, he had even had a nice clubroom in the staff lounge up here. That had been after the Rose Canyon quake, when the bright young future freaks had been briefly leery of their own technological fixes, and floor space was available to those willing to risk the heights. In the first years, there were almost 30 regulars. The membership had changed from year to year, but they were mostly faculty and staff from the turn of the century, almost all retired or laid off. Time passed, and the cabal dwindled. Blount himself had drifted away from the group, discovering that there weren't many more favors left for him to call in. His plans for a resumed career had centered on the Fairmont Adult Ed program. Then the Orozco boy had unintentionally pointed him at a magnificent shortcut, the Librareome protest movement. And the inner circle of the cabal was perfect for that. Perhaps it was just as well that the inner circle was exactly the cabal's entire remaining membership. Tom Parker was sitting right beside the window wall. He and Blount peered down upon the protesters. Parker chuckled. "So, Dean, are you going to preach to the choir?" Blount grunted. "No, but they can see us up here. Give the folks a wave, Tommy." Blount followed his own advice, raising his arms in a kind of blessing upon the singers at the main entrance and the slightly smaller mob on the terrace by the snake path. In fact, he had offered to speak at the demonstration. In the old days, he would have been a featured speaker. Now he was still a critical player, but of zero publicity value. He flickered through some of the images that glowed above the crowd. My, this event is big. Layered, in fact. But some of the layers were counter-demonstrations, obscene ghosts that capered through the crowd to mock them. Damn them. He turned off all enhancements and noticed that Parker was grinning at him. "Still trying to use those contact lenses, aren't you, Dean?" He patted his laptop computer lovingly. "It just goes to show you can't beat the genius of a mouse and Windows environment." Parker's hands slid across the keyboard. He was working through the layers of enhancement that Blount had been seeing directly with his contacts. Tom Parker might be the sharpest fellow left in the cabal, but he was hopelessly fixated on old ways. "I've customized my laptop to pick out what's really important." Images flickered on his tiny screen. There were things Winston Blount had not noticed in his contacts. Someone had set a kind of nimbus over the demonstrators. Impressive. Tommy was still chuckling. "I can't tell about that purple halo. Is it supposed to be pro or anti-Librareome?" On the other side of Parker, Carlos Rivera leaned back from the window and stretched. "Anti, according to the journalists. They say the halo is to bless the guardians of the past." The three watched silently for a moment. The sound of the choir came through the high-glass windows, but also from protesters around the world. The combined effect was more symbolic than beautiful, since the voices were so far out of sync. After a moment, Carlos Rivera spoke again. "Almost a third of the physical visitors are from out of town." Blount grinned back at him. Carlos Rivera was a strange young fellow, a disabled veteran. He hardly met the cabal's informal age requirements, but in some ways he was almost as old-fashioned as Tommy Parker. He wore small, thick glasses, the kind that had been popular in the early teens. He had typer rings on all his fingers and both thumbs. His shirt was one of the old displayables. Right now it showed white letters on black: Librarians, Guardians of the Past, Handmaidens of the Future. But the most important thing about Carlos Rivera was that he was on the library staff. Parker was studying the numbers on his laptop. "Well, we've got the world's attention. We spiked at 2 million viewers a few moments back, and lots more will be watching this asynchronously." "What does UCSD Public Relations say?" Parker typed briefly on his laptop. "They're lying low. The PR people would just as soon that this be a non-event. Ha! But they're getting pounded by the popular press." Parker leaned back and shifted into reminiscence. "There was a time I would have hidden my own cameras down on the lower floors, and if they dead-zoned me, I'd have broken into the PR site and pasted pictures of burning books all across their press releases." "Oui," said Rivera, nodding his head. "But that would be difficult nowadays." "Yep. Worse, it would take courage." Tommy patted his laptop. "And that's the trouble with people nowadays. They've traded freedom for security. When I was a young man, the cops didn't live in every widget, and there wasn't some clown collecting royalties on every keystroke. Back then there was no secure hardware environment, and it didn't take 10,000 transistors to make a flip-flop. I remember in '91 when I took down the—" And he was off on one of his stories. Poor Tommy. Modern medicine had not cured him of his need to tell about old adventures again and again. But Carlos Rivera seemed to love these stories. He nodded every few seconds, his expression rapt. Blount sometimes wondered whether Rivera's enthusiasm should be held for or against the young fellow. "So anyway, by the time they thought to check for crimps in the fiber, we had dumped all the files and—" Now, for a wonder, Rivera was no longer listening. He had turned toward the stacks, and his expression was full of surprise. He rattled off something in Chinese, then thankfully slipped back into English. "I mean, please wait a moment." "What?" Parker glanced at his laptop. "Have they started the shredders?" Damn, thought Blount. He had been hoping that terrible moment could be marked by the protesters. "Yes," said Rivera, "but that was several minutes ago, while you were talking. This is something different. Someone has gotten into the loading area." Winston bounced to his feet, bounced as much as semi-rejuvenated joints could be made to bounce. "I thought you said there was security down there?" "I thought there was." Rivera came to his feet too. "I can show you." Images popped into Blount's eyes, views from cameras on the north and east sides of the building, more views than he can make sense of. Blount waved the images away. "I want to see this for myself." He plunged into the library stacks, Rivera close behind. "If we had known about this, we could have put some of our people down there." That was the problem nowadays. Security was so good that when it broke down, no one was around to take advantage. In the back of Blount's mind, something marveled at his new priorities. There had been a time when Dean Winston C. Blount had been the fellow on the establishment side, doing his best to make sure that the know-nothings didn't bust things up. Now, a certain amount of hell-raising might be the only way to set the establishment right. "Has the choir seen this?" "Dunno. The best views were quarantined." Rivera sounded out of breath. They detoured around the elevators and staff rooms that occupied the middle of the floor. Now they were moving at right angles to the stacks. Far down the book-lined shelves he glimpsed the sky beyond the windows. "You said there was a chance that Max Huertas might show up today." "Oui, yes. There's some chance he might come. Several libraries begin the project this week, but UCSD is the star." Huertas was more than just the money behind the Librareome. He was also a major investor in the biotech labs near campus. He had turned the university scene upside down with his Librareome insanity, ultimately greasing it past an administration that should have fought him to the death. Blount's jog slowed as they approached the windows. The UCSD campus had suffered a revolution in the last decades. The vibrant building campaign of his time as dean had been swept away by the Rose Canyon quake and the facile logic of the modern university administrations. The campus had reverted to a woodsy, low-density style, with buildings that might just as well have been prefab Quonsets. In a sad, sad way, it reminded him of the campus's earliest years, of his grad school years. We built such a beautiful place here, and then we let opportunism and remote learning and the damn labs dissipate it all. What shall it profit a university if it shall enroll 500,000 and lose its own soul? He reached the northeast windows and looked down. The 6th floor was at the building's maximum overhang. You could see almost straight down, to a stretch of cracked concrete, the library loading dock. And there was a guy down there, furtively looking around. Carlos Rivera caught up with Blount, and for a moment they were both staring downward. Then Blount noticed that the younger man was actually staring through the floor. He'd found some camera on the lower levels. "That's not Max Huertas," said Carlos. "He'd come with a gang of lackeys." "Yeah. But it was someone who could persuade the library rent-a-cops to let him go down there." Blount tapped the glass. "Look up here, you jerk!" It was amazing what little he could see from straight up. The stranger carried himself with a twitchy awkwardness, like an old-timer coping with a regrown nervous system. Blount was beginning to get a very bad feeling. And then the stranger turned his gaze upward. It was like finding a large rat at your feet. "Oh, Christ." A strange combination of disgust and curiosity forced him to say, "Just get him up here." After the sunny loading dock, the hallway seemed very dark. Robert hesitated, adjusting to the light. The walls were streaked with scuff and scrape marks. The floor was naked concrete. This was not a public area. It reminded him of years ago when he and certain undergrads would sneak around in the utility cores of these buildings. Epiphany hung tiny labels on the doors and ceiling, and even the cracks in the walls. They weren't terribly informative, ID numbers and maintenance instructions, the sort of thing that might have been paint stenciled in the old days. But, if he wanted to take the time, he could search through the signs and get background information. And there were mysteries. A large silver-puttied crack in the wall was marked Cantilever Limit Cycle less than 1.2 millimeters, 25S. Robert was about to search on that when he noticed a door decorated with a larger banner, one that ticked out the seconds. 000703, Librareome equipment in operation. Keep out. What the hell, this door was open too. On the other side, the power saw racket was louder. He walked 50 feet, past plastic crates. Rescued data, the labels said. At the end, behind some kind of legged forklift, there was another unlocked door. And now he was on familiar ground. He was at the bottom of the library's central stairwell. He looked up and up, into the foreshortened spiral of steps. Tiny flecks of white floated and swirled in the column of light. Snowflakes? But one landed on his hand. A fleck of paper. And now the ripping buzz of the saw was still louder, and there was also the sound of a giant vacuum cleaner. But it was the irregular ripping buzz that echoed down the stairwell and beat him about the head. There was something familiar about that, but it wasn't an indoors kind of sound. He started up the stairs, pausing at each landing. The dust and the noise were worst at the 4th floor, labeled Catalog Section PZ. The door opened smoothly. Beyond would be the library stacks. All the books you could ever want, miles of them. The beauty of ideas waiting in ambush. But this was like no stacks he had ever seen. The floor was draped in white tarpaulin. The air was hazy with drifting debris. He took a breath, smelled pine pitch and burnt wood, and for a moment he couldn't stop coughing. Brap. Painfully loud now, coming from 4 aisles to his right. There were empty shelves here, a littering of paper scraps and deep dust. Brap. Against logic, sometimes recognition comes hard. But finally, Robert remembered the exact sound which that abrupt roar must be. He had heard it occasionally throughout his life, but always the machine had been outdoors. Brap. A tree shredder. Ahead of him, everything was empty bookcases, skeletons. Robert went to the end of the aisle and walked toward the noise. The air was a fog of floating paper dust. In the fourth aisle, the space between the bookcases was filled with a pulsing fabric tube. The monster worm was brightly lit from within. At the other end, almost 20 feet away, was the worm's maw, the source of the noise. Indistinct in the swirling haze, Robert could see two white-suited figures, their jackets labeled Huertas Data Rescue. The two wore filter masks and head protectors. They might have been construction workers. In fact, this business was the ultimate in deconstruction. First one and then the other would pull books off the racks and toss them into the shredder's maw. The maintenance labels made calm phrases of the horror. The raging maw was a Navicloud custom debinder. The fabric tunnel that stretched out behind it was a camera tunnel. Robert flinched from the sight, and Epiphany randomly rewarded his gesture with imagery from within the monster. The shredded fragments of books and magazines flew down the tunnel like leaves in tornado, twisting and tumbling. The inside of the fabric was stitched with thousands of tiny cameras. The shreds were being photographed again and again, from every angle and orientation, till finally the torn leaves dropped into a bin just in front of Robert. Rescued data. Brap! The monster advanced another foot into the stacks, leaving another foot of empty shelves behind it. Almost empty. Robert stepped into the aisle and his hand caught on something lying on a shelf. It wasn't dust. It was half a page, a remnant of all the thousands of books that had already been sucked into the data rescue equipment. He waved it at the white-suited workers and screamed words that were lost in the noise of their shredder and the worm tunnel fans. But the two looked up and shouted something back. If the body of the glowing worm hadn't been between him and them, Robert might have rushed the pair. As it was, they just waved impotently at each other. Then a third guy appeared, behind Robert. This one was an overweight 30-something wearing Bermuda shorts and a huge black t-shirt. The young man was shouting at him in, what, Mandarin? He waved pleadingly for Robert to follow him back toward the stairwell, away from the nightmare. The 6th floor of the library was not part of the nightmare. In fact, it looked pretty much as Robert remembered from the early 1970s. The guy with the big t-shirt led him through the stacks to a study area on the south side of the building. There was a short fellow with an ancient laptop computer sitting right by the windows. The little guy stood and stared. Then suddenly, he laughed and stuck out his hand. I'll be damned. You really are Robert Goo. Robert took the proffered hand and stood uncertainly for a moment. Book shredders below, mystery man up here, and the crazy choir. He could finally see the singers in the plaza. Ha! You don't recognize me, do you, Robert? No. The guy had lots of blonde hair, but his face was as old as the hills. Only his laughter was familiar. After a second, he shrugged and waved for Robert to sit down. I don't blame you, he chattered on. But recognition the other way is easy. You lucked out, Robert, didn't you? I'd guess the Ven Kurosawa treatment worked 100% for you. Your skin looks better than when you were 25 years old. The old man slid an age-spotted hand across his own features and smiled ruefully. But how's the rest of you? You look a little twitchy. I lost my marbles. Alzheimer's. But hey, right, I can tell. It was the heedless frankness that Robert suddenly recognized. Behind the stranger's face, Robert recognized the freshman who had made his UCSD years significantly more exciting. Tommy Parker. The young squirt who could never be put down, who had been a computer science jock at UCSD before he had even graduated from high school, before there had even been such a major. The little guy who couldn't wait for the future. Tommy nodded, chuckling. Yep. But it's been Professor Thomas Parker for a long time. You know I got my doctorate from MIT? Then I came back here and I taught for almost 40 years. You're looking at a member of the establishment. And seeing what time had done, for a moment Robert was silent. I should be immune by now. He looked out the window at the crowds, away from Parker. So what's going on, Tommy? You're camped up here like some grand commander. Parker laughed and typed at his keyboard. From what Robert could see of the display, it was some ancient system, worse than his view page, and nothing like what he could get from Epiphany. But there was enthusiasm in Tom Parker's voice. It's this protest demonstration we've set up. against the Librareome menace. We didn't stop the shredding, but geez, look at that. I got your break-in on video. Tommy's display showed what looked like a telephoto image shot from north of campus. A tiny figure that might have been Robert Gu was entering the library's freight area. I don't know how you got past security, Robert. Management wonders that too, said the young man who rescued Robert. He had sat down behind the front desk and brushed flakes of paper dandruff off of his hair and t-shirt. Suddenly, the Chad is bad slogan on his shirt made a lot of sense. He noticed Robert's regard and gave him a little wave. Hi, Professor Gu. I'm Carlos Rivera, library staff. His t-shirt morphed to white, which at least made the little bits of paper less obvious. You're part of this destruction? He suddenly noticed the half-page he had saved from the shredder. He laid it gently on the table. There were words there. Maybe he could figure out what they had been part of. No, said Parker. Carlos is helping us. In fact, all the librarians oppose the shredding, excepting the administrators. And seeing that you got past library security, I think we have allies even there. You're a famous guy, Robert. And we can use the video you got. But Robert started to say he didn't have a camera. Then he thought of the clothes he was wearing. Okay, but you'll have to show me how to give it to you. No problem, began Rivera. You're using that Epiphany junk, aren't you, Robert? Yeah, you'll have to get some wearer to help you. Wearables are supposed to be such a convenience, but mainly they're an excuse for other people to run your life. Me, I'll stick with the proven solutions. He patted his laptop. Through some fluke of memory, Robert recognized the model. 20-some years ago, this gadget had been at the cutting edge of power and miniaturization, barely 8 inches by 10, with a brilliant millimeters-thin screen and a fancy camera. Now, even to Robert, it was a ponderous behemoth. How can it even talk to the modern magic? Parker's glance slid across to the librarian. How did he make it into the building, Carlos? Rivera said, Wo bu ji dao. Tommy groaned. You're talking Chinese, Carlos. Oops, sorry. He glanced at Robert. I was an army translator during the war, he said, as if that explained everything. I don't know how he got in, Professor Parker. I saw him walking down from Warshawski Hall. I was using the same viewpoints as our security does. But you notice that even after he got to the shredders, there was still no one to stop him. He turned, looked expectantly into the stacks. Maybe the dean has other people working on this. After a moment, an old man stepped out from behind the books. You know I don't, Carlos. He walked to the window without looking at Robert. Aha, thought Robert. So this is where Winnie's disappeared to the last couple of weeks. Blount stared down at the plaza for several seconds. Finally, he said, The singing has stopped. They know about Gu's arrival, don't they? Yes, sir. Even though we haven't published our own video, there's plenty of journalists floating around. At least 3 popular sources have ID'd him. Outside, the crowd was cheering. Robert tried the little shrug that Juan said would bring up local news. All he got was advertising. And Sharif was still silent. After a moment, Blount walked back to the head of the table and sat down with a wheeze. He hadn't looked directly at Robert. Winnie didn't seem nearly as confident as in Chumlig's class. How long has it been since we last played our little political games? Robert gave Blount a steady look. That should cause Epiphany to search on him. Also, in the old days, that look had always unnerved the guy. Okay. Blount nodded at Tom Parker. Tell our protesters to start the wind-up. You know, the interviews and opinion pieces. What about Mr. New Development here? Tommy jerked a thumb in Robert's direction. Blount finally looked at Robert, and Epiphany began streaming information across his view. Google bio source, Winston C. Blount, M.A. English from UCSD 1971, Ph.D. English Literature from UCLA 1973, Associate Professor of English at Stanford 1973 to 1980, Professor of Literature and later Dean of Arts and Letters at UCSD 1980 to 2012. Biblio, speeches, favorite things. So, Winnie, he said, you still wheeling and dealing? The other's face paled, but his reply was evenly worded. "Call me Winston, or Dean Blount, if you please." There was a time when he had gone by Win. It was Robert who had cured him of that. They stared at each other silently for another second. Finally, Blount said, "Do you have an explanation for how you got in the service entrance?" Robert gave a little laugh. "I just walked in. I'm the most ignorant of all, Winston." What had become of Zulfi Sharif? Tommy Parker looked up from his laptop. "There is recent public information on Robert Gu. Robert's been in deep Alzheimer's for almost 4 years. He's one of the late cures." He glanced up at Robert. "Geez, man, you almost died of old age before you got well. On the other hand, it looks like you've had great medical luck otherwise. So what brought you to UCSD on this of all days?" Robert shrugged. It was surprising how much he did not want to go into his problems with Bob and Miri. "The timing is just coincidence. I came down to UCSD because I wanted to see the books." A not-so-friendly smile came to Blount's face. "How very like you, that you come the day we start burning them." Rivera protested. "It's shredding, Dean. I mean, technically speaking. Except for the Chad, all the shredda is preserved." Robert looked at the torn paper he had brought from downstairs, shredda that had escaped its final resting place. He held up the forlorn slip of paper. "Honestly, I don't know what's going on. What was this? What madness explains destroying the book this was part of?" Winnie didn't answer immediately. He waved at Rivera to pass him the fragment. He set it on the table and stared for a second. His bitter smile grew a little wider. "What pleasant irony. They're starting in the PZs, aren't they, Carlos?" "Dewey," the young man replied, hesitantly. "This," Winnie waved the paper in the air, "is from a science fiction book." A grim chuckle. "Those sci-fi bastards are just getting what they deserve. For 30 years they had literature education hijacked, and this is what all their reductionism has gotten them. Good riddance." He crumpled the paper and tossed it back at Robert. Tommy grabbed the little ball of paper and tried to resuscitate it. "It's just an accident that science fiction came first, Dean." "Actually," said Rivera, "there are rumors the Shredders started with science fiction because there would be fewer complainers among the geeks." "It doesn't matter," said Tommy. "They were scheduled to be well into other stuff by the end of today." Winnie leaned forward. "What do you mean were scheduled? You didn't know?" Parker patted his laptop again. Was he in love with the ancient device or what? "The shredding ran into a minor technical problem. They've shut down for the day." He grinned. "The popular press says the minor technical problem is the sudden appearance of Robert in the middle of their operation." Rivera hesitated, and light glinted in the depths of his thick eyeglasses. "Yes," he said. So the crowd outside had something to celebrate after all. Winnie got up, looked out the window again, and sat down. "Very good. We've earned our first victory. Relay our congratulations to the troops, Tommy." Robert raised his hands. "Will somebody please explain this madness to me? There may be nothing burning, but this does seem like Fahrenheit 451. That's another science fiction story, Winston." Rivera waved vaguely. "Search on keyword Librareome, Professor Gu." Robert gestured and tapped. How does Juan manage to do this without looking like an idiot? "Here, use my laptop. You'll never figure out how to drag news out of Epiphany." Winston Blount slapped the table. "He can do that on his own time, Tommy. We have serious work to do." "Okay, Dean, but Robert has changed things. We can use his reputation." Rivera nodded. "Yes, he's won practically every literary prize there is." "Stuff it," said Blount. "We already have 5 Nobelists on board. Compared to them, Gu is nothing special." Blount's glance flickered across Robert's face. The put-down he directed at Robert was accompanied by a minute hesitation, probably too short for the others to notice. The most important things about Winston Blount were not in his Google bio. Once upon a time, Winnie had thought himself a poet. But he wasn't. He was merely articulate and the owner of a large ego. By the time they both arrived as junior faculty at Stanford, Robert had lost patience with the poseur. Besides, committee meetings would have been deadly dull if not for his hobby of needling Winnie Blount. The guy had been an unending source of amusement because he seemed to think he could outwit Robert. Semester after semester, their verbal duels became more pointed, Winnie's failure more obvious. It hadn't helped the other's cause that Blount had no talent for what he wanted most, to create significant literature. Robert's light-hearted campaign had been devastating. By the late 1970s, poor Winnie was the laughingstock, quietly the laughingstock, of the department. All that was left of his claims to significance was his pomposity. He had departed Stanford, and Robert remembered feeling the satisfaction of having done the world a good deed when Blount found his proper place in the scheme of things, becoming an administrator. But he was probably just as good a poet as the new Robert Goo. I wonder if Winnie really knows that. Of course, Tommy Parker was oblivious of such undercurrents. He responded to Blount's comment as though it were a neutral statement of fact. Someone thinks he's important, Dean. Someone who had the power to slip him past some fairly good commercial security. He turned to Goo. Think back, Robert. I know you're new to the information scene, and Epiphany obscures an awful lot. But did you notice anything strange today? I mean, before you got to the library? Well, he looked into the air above them. His web search was just beginning to show results, text and pics about the Librareome project, rescuing prehistory for the students of today. That was certainly strange stuff. Otherwise, there were the floating lights that meant various things. He tried to remember Juan's explanations. Ah, Sharif was back, a ruby icon that hovered just around the corner of the stacks. I've had some help. A grad student named Zulfikar Sharif. Were you in contact with him as you came down toward the library? Yes. Sharif thought I could get in easier if I didn't try to walk through the crowd at the main entrance. Rivera and Parker exchanged glances. You didn't see the security ribbons? They should have guided you to the south side of the building. Professor, I think you were hijacked. Parker nodded. Don't feel bad about it, Robert. That sort of thing happens a lot with wearables. We should track down this Zulfikar Sharif character. Robert pointed to the ruby light. I think he's still here. The gesture must have been taken as a cue by his epiphany, somehow making the light a public thing. Rivera looked in the direction he was pointing. Yes. See that, Professor Parker? Tommy looked down at his laptop and massaged the touchpad. Of course I see him. I'll bet he's been listening via Robert. What say we invite him out for a chat? Blount was squinting around hopelessly. Evidently he couldn't see the ruby glow. Nevertheless, he took the question as directed at him. Yes, do it. Robert tapped a release. A second passed. The ruby Tinkerbell floated down to the edge of the table and abruptly became a full-sized human being, dark-skinned, with earnest eyes. Sharif smiled apologetically and shuffled through the edge of the table to sit on a chair on the other side. Thank you so much for invoking me, Professor Gu. And yes, nodding to the others, I have been listening. Apologies for my various communication problems. I call that taking advantage of a beginner's ignorance, said Parker. Blount nodded emphatically. I would say so. He hesitated, seemed to think it over. Ah, hell, what does it matter, Tommy? Everything we're doing today is perfectly open. Tommy grinned. True, but one thing I've learned is you always look a gift horse in the mouth. Sometimes they turn out to be the Trojan variety. He looked at the image in his laptop. So, Mr. Sharif, I don't care if you've been eavesdropping or not. Just tell us what you've been doing with Robert Gu. Someone led him down to the service entrance and through all sorts of security. Sharif smiled hesitantly. In all honesty, I was as surprised as you about that. Professor Gu and I were talking freely when he arrived on campus. He got rather quiet as we came down the slope from your Warshawski Hall, and then for no apparent reason he turned left and we went around the north side of the library. The next thing I knew he was walking into the freight entrance, and I lost contact. I don't know what more I can say. My own wearable security is of the highest order, of course. He hesitated a moment, and then changed topic.
Aren't you taking this whole thing in the wrong way? I mean, the Librareome project will open up all past literature to everyone, and faster than any other project could do it. What is wrong with that?
This last was met with total silence. Winston Blount smiled thinly.
I don't suppose you've seen our website. Not as yet.
He paused, and his eyes seemed to be looking far away.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
He smiled.
I suppose I should be on your side. What you want will keep my 411 job safe. See here, I love the old poets, but old-time literature is so hard to get at. If your interest is in post-2000 topics, critical sources are everywhere and research gets results. But for the rest, you have to search through that.
Sharif waved at the orderly ranks of books, the stacks that filled the library's 6th floor.
It can take days to gain even trivial insights.
Lazy bum, thought Robert, and wondered at Sharif's earlier enthusiasm for real books. But he had noticed the trend even in his own teaching days. It wasn't just the students who refused to get their hands dirty. Even so-called researchers ignored the universe of things that weren't online. Winnie glowered at the young man.
Mr. Sharif, you don't understand the purpose of the stacks. You don't go into the stacks expecting the precise answer to your burning question of the moment. It doesn't work that way. In all the thousands of times that I've gone hunting in the stacks, I've seldom found exactly what I was looking for. You know what I did find? I found the books on close-by topics. I found answers to questions that I had never thought to ask. Those answers took me in new directions and were almost always more valuable than whatever I originally had in mind.
He glanced at Rivera.
Isn't that so, Carlos?
Rivera nodded, a little weakly, Robert thought. But Winnie was absolutely right, so right that Robert had to say something on the same side. This is insanity, Sharif. Apparently, the Librareome project is someone's idea for photographing and then digitizing the library. But suddenly he was remembering things from his last years at Stanford. Didn't Google already do that?
That's true, said Rivera. In fact, that was our first argument, and perhaps still the best one. But Huertas is a great salesman, and he does have arguments in his favor. What he has in mind is fast and very, very cheap. Past digitizations have not been as global or as unified as this will be. And Huertas has lawyers and software that will allow him to render micro-royalty payments across all the old copyright regimes without any new permissions.
Winnie vented a sour laugh. The real reason the administration people bought into this is that they like Huertas's money, and maybe even the publicity. But let me tell you, Mr. Sharif, shredding destroys the books. That is the bottom line. We will be left with a useless jumble.
Oh no, Professor Blount. Read the overview. The pictures coming from the camera tunnel are analyzed and reformatted. It's a simple matter of software to reorient the images, match the tear marks, and reconstruct the original texts in proper order. In fact, besides the mechanical simplicity of it all, that's the reason for the apparent violence. The tear marks come close to being unique. Really, it's not a new thing. Shotgun reconstructions are classic in genomics.
Oh yeah? Robert picked up the much-abused page that he had rescued from the PZ stacks. He held it out like some limp murder victim. So what perfection of software is going to recover something that was torn from its binding and never photographed? Sharif started to shrug and then saw the expression on Robert's face.
Sir, it's really not a problem. There will be some loss, true. Even where everything is properly photoed, the programs will make some mismatches. Potentially, the error rate can be less than a few words per million volumes, far better than even hardcopy republishing with manual copy editing. That's why other major libraries are participating in the project, to get accurate cross-checking.
Other major libraries? Robert realized that his mouth was hanging open. He shut up. He couldn't think of anything to say. Tommy stared into his laptop.
You seem suddenly well-informed, Mr. Sharif. But, well, I am wearing, the young man said.
Humph. And all you really want is to pursue your love of literature.
Yes. My thesis advisor has based her entire career on Goo's Secrets of the Ages. And now I find out that the great poet is back from Alzheimer's. It's the opportunity of a lifetime. Look, if you don't believe the Google bio, check in the 411 directories. I have lots of satisfied customers, many of them literature students at UCSD. Not that I give them an unethical degree of help, not at all. Aha, maybe ghost-written homework was still a no-no, even in this brave new world. I don't know what happened with Professor Gu today, but didn't it slow down the Librareome project? Isn't that what you want? Blount and Rivera were both nodding agreement. Yep, said Tommy. You're a horse of some kind. I am simply a lit in English student. Tommy shook his head. You could be almost anything. You could be a committee. When you want to sound like a lit lover, we get chat from a member who knows about poetry. Tommy tilted back his chair. There's an old saying, the beginning of trust has to be an in-person contact. I don't see any usable chain of trust in your biography. Sharif stood and walked partway through the table. He looked upward, waving his arms at the sky. You want in person? That I can supply. Look down here at the bench by the footpath. Tommy tilted his chair still farther back and glanced over his shoulder. Robert walked to the window and looked down. Much of the crowd had dispersed, leaving just a few knots of die-hard demonstrators. The footpath was a tiled serpent that wound its way up the hillside, its head reaching just to the edge of the library terrace. It was a very real mosaic, new artwork since Robert's years at UCSD. I came all the way from Corvallis just to see Professor Gu. Please don't turn me away now. And there by the path was a second Zulfi Sharif, this one not virtual at all. He was looking up at them and waving. 13. The Miri gang is born. For as long as Miri could remember, she'd had this problem with grandparents. Alice's parents, and Alice's grandparents too, had all been living in Chicago. Not one of them had survived. On Bob's side of the family, Robert had been almost dead, but then he came back. Now Miri was afraid she was losing him all over again. And then there was Lena. Lena Gu was only dead on the record. Lena had persuaded Bob to set up that lie with the Friends of Privacy. Lena even ordered him to keep the details from Miri. But Bob had told Miri what he was doing. That was smart, because Miri would have figured it all out anyway. This way, Miri was imprisoned by her promises to Bob. She hadn't breathed a whisper of the truth to Robert, even when they were still talking and he had been so desperate. But now Miri was getting desperate. She hadn't seen Lena in 5 months. Almost, she had called Lena after the Ezra Pound incident, but that would have only confirmed Lena's opinions of Robert. Bob just wanted to ignore Robert's problems. Coward. Alice was no coward, but she was deep in training these days and it wasn't going well. Okay, I can handle this on my own, Miri had told herself. She conceived a clever rehabilitation plan, working with Zulfi Sharif. At first, that had been great. Sharif's wearable had been easy to subvert. She had direct access to Robert. But after Robert's trip to UCSD, she realized that someone else was using Sharif too. It was definitely time to visit Lena. Miri waited till the weekend and took a car down to Pyramid Hill. The place was really busy on Saturdays. Bob said it reminded him of the arcades of his childhood. You had to travel physically to the park, but once you got there, you could do touchy-feely with all the best games. It was run by Baja Casinos, but for kids not old enough to legally gamble. The important thing for Miri was that the park had pretty good security. Even if Robert got curious about where she was going, it was unlikely he could follow her through to Lena. She unhooked her bicycle from the rack on the back of the car and imaged it as a small jackass. Her own persona was classic anime, big eyes, spiky hair, and tiny mouth. That should turn off anyone who might otherwise try to play with her. Miri walked her jackass along a path that circled the hill. She overruled the anime imagery to view what was most popular today. Ugh. It was mostly Scoocha-Moody nonsense. Salsapueds and Baba Yagas were everywhere. A year ago, no one had heard of the Scoochies, and now they were bigger than some of the corporate names. They had even dented the mega-release of the latest Cretaceous Returns. There were hundreds of different types of Scoochie characters.
Some were slyly stolen intellectual property. The rest were from folklores at the edge of the world. The imagery was very, very cheap, without any creative center. Maybe that's why little kids were the biggest fans. Near the top of the hill, a lesser scoochamoot roared into the sky. That sound was not watts from some synthesizer. The departing scoochamoot was how her view imaged the park's high ride. The ride capsule blasted from deep in the hill, hit 4 Gs before it coasted into the sky, giving its passengers almost a minute of 0 G before touching down in the park annex. It was the most spectacular ride in Southern California. Nowadays, Miri's friends sniffed at it. Might as well be a UPX package. But when Miri was little, she had spent more than one afternoon bouncing back and forth across the sky. Today, she got halfway to the east exit without choosing a particular game. She was careful not to touch, much less ride, the mechs. She especially avoided the furry cuddly critters. Except at the exits, you touch, you pay was the rule at Pyramid Hill. Maybe she should buy into a game just to shed some of the marketing pressure. She paused, looked across the hillside. There was lots of noise and action, but if you listened carefully, you could tell that the kids in the bushes were actually playing in other universes, all choreographed so neither players nor equipment would get in each other's way. She had picked the right cover. Classical anime was just too highbrow for these dorks. How about twin spirits? You only need 2 physicals for that. Eep? Miri almost tripped over her jackass. She twisted around, putting the bike between her and the voice. There was a real person, also tricked out in anime costume. Miri dropped down into the true view. Juan Orozco. Talk about bad luck. She had never imagined he would be into classic anime. She found her voice, a trilly, high-pitched English thing that Annette Russell had given her. Not today, I'm afraid. I'm looking for something grander. Orozco, and the spiky-haired critter he presented, cocked his head questioningly. You're Miri Gu, aren't you? This was majorly bad etiquette, but what do you expect from a 14-year-old loser? So, I still don't want to play. She turned away and pushed her bike along the path. Orozco followed right along. He had a fold-up bike that didn't get in his way at all. You know I've teamed with your grandpa in Miss Chumlig's composition class? I knew that. Boogers. If Juan learned what Miri was up to, then Robert might too. Have you been tracking me? That's not against the law. It's not polite. She didn't look at him, just stomped along very quickly. I haven't been watching second by second. I just was hoping to run into you, and then I saw you coming in the west gate. So maybe he had just set up proximity alerts. You know, your grandpa is trying to help me. Like with my writing. I think I'm getting better at it. And I'm teaching him to wear. But I feel sorry for him. He seems to be angry all the time. Miri kept walking. Anyway, I was thinking, if he could get some of his old friends, maybe he would feel better. Miri whirled on him. Are you recruiting? No. I mean, I have an affiliance that could benefit seniors, but that's not what this is about. Your grandpa is helping me at school, and I want to help him. They were coming down the hill, approaching the east gate. This was the last chance for Pyramid Hill to make money. The closer you got to the gate, the harder the sell, across all park-supported realities. Furries danced playfully around them, begging to be picked up. The critters were real mechanicals. If you reached out to touch them, you'd find plush deep fur under your hands and real heft to their bodies. Near the gate, management wanted to sell these little robots, and a free feel-goodbye had swayed thousands of otherwise resistant children. When Miri was younger, she'd bought about $1 a month. Her favorites still played in her bedroom. She rolled her poor jackass through the crowd, avoiding the talking bears and the miniature scoochamoot's, and the real children. Then they were out the gate. For a moment, Miri fumbled and lost her imagery. Now she was a plain fat girl, and her bike was a dumb machine. Orozco just looked skinny and nervous. He had a shiny new bike, but he couldn't seem to get it unfolded. I don't want him to find out about Lena. She jabbed a finger at the boy's chest. My grandfather is fine. He doesn't need to be recruited into some payoff scheme. Outside of school, you stay away from him. She flashed imagery that Annette had created for their Avengers clique. The boy flinched. "But I just want to help. And furthermore, if I catch you tracking me—" She switched to a deniable mode, a delayed delivery he wouldn't see for several hours. Anonymous, Arrow, Juan Orozco, Open SM. "If you really anger me, your school transcripts will look like you tried to scam them. Close SM." Juan's eyes widened slightly at the sudden silence. He would have some time to stew over what was coming. It was all empty threat, of course. Miri believed in obeying the law, even if she might pretend otherwise. She ran her bike a couple of steps and hopped on, and almost fell off. Then she recovered and coasted down the hill, away from Orozco. The Rainbow's End retirement community was in a valley northeast of Pyramid Hill. The place was very old and famous. It had been founded 60 years ago, ages before the suburbs ever got out this far. It hit its peak in the early 21st century, when a wave of newly rich old people had arrived here. Miri pedaled along the bike path, doing her best to stay out of everybody's way. Her guest pass was still valid, but kids were mostly second-class citizens at Rainbow's End. When she was young, visiting Lena here, she had thought the village was magical. The real lawns were as beautiful as the fake ones in West Fallbrook. There were real bronze statues. The colonnades and brickwork were real too, finer than all but the most expensive of the shopping malls. Since then, she had studied senior issues in school, and there was no way to avoid certain cynical conclusions. There was still some real money in Rainbow's End, but it was money spent by people who couldn't do any better. Most of those who remained were living on vapor and biotech promises, unlucky in investment and/or medicine. Orozco had not tried to follow or cover his tracks. She had traced him eastward. He'd finally gotten his bike unfolded and was pedaling toward the Mesita subdivision. She watched with narrowed eyes. Could Juan Orozco be the punk who'd briefly hijacked Sharif at UCSD? No way. That had been a loud smart aleck who insisted on bragging. More important, Mr. Smart Aleck really was competent. Maybe as sharp as Miri herself. Okay, there were more important things to think about. Lena's house was at the far end of the second street up. It was time to image and imagine. She had thought a lot about this meeting, thinking all the things she might say, all the sad things she might see. Miri had constructed a special vision. It was based on things she had been working on in some form since the second grade, when she learned the personal significance of variant 12 intractable osteoporosis. First, she made the trees along her path taller and wider, nothing like palms. As she climbed the hill, their high leafiness was replaced by overarching boughs of long-needled evergreens. Of course, Miri didn't have any physical support for this. She didn't have game stripes in her shirt. She didn't have micro-cooling. The sun still beat on her, even if she made the sky overcast and the trees bend low. Maybe she should think of the heat as some sort of spell. She had thought of doing that before, but there were always other improvements that seemed more important. After all the months of daydreaming, this vision was not beholden to any commercial art. It borrowed from 100 fantasies, but the effect was Miri's very own, for her concept of Lena. She had not put any of it public. Most visions were much more fun when they were shared, but not this one. Finally, she lurched to a stop and got off the bike. The last couple 100 feet had to be on foot. There were a few other people around, but in her vision they were unremarkable peasants. She saw the sidewalks and wheelchair ramps as forest paths and mossy, time-worn steps. She stumbled more than once on the inconsistencies, but that seemed only fair for a humble petitioner such as herself. And then she was in the inner grove. There were occasional side paths, evidence of cabins hidden deeper in the forest. Her trees were very old here, their huge branches high above her head. Miri walked the bike along the ancient path. The people of the inner grove were higher rank, not in the category of Lena, but still powers to be respected. Miri kept her eyes on the ground and hoped that none of them would talk to her. She made the final turn, walked another 50 feet, to a wide, timbered cabin. When she looked up, she could see breaks in the tree cover, but they didn't reveal sky. Instead, she was looking up into sun-touched green. The highest crown of the forest canopy stood right above this place. The witchery of witches, the source of elder wisdom. She leaned her bike against the timbers and reached up to hit the massive brass knocker. The sound boomed loud in her ears. She ignored the junky 20th century melody that actually played. That was the old doorbell that Lena had brought from Palo Alto. A moment passed. Miri heard footsteps from within. Footsteps. The huge door creaked inwards, and Miri's envisioning was confronted with a significant challenge. A woman, not much older looking than the teachers at school. "What are you doing here?" Miri stared for a moment, speechless. She rarely hit surprises this big. After a moment, she recovered herself and nodded respectfully. "Xiang? Yes. You're Miri, aren't you? Lena's granddaughter?" She stepped aside and gestured Miri in. I didn't know you'd recognize me." Miri stepped indoors, imagining madly. Xiang looked too young to be a real witch. Okay, I'll make her be Lena's apprentice. Whatchamagoogle, a newbie witch. Newbie Xiang smiled. "Lena has shown me pictures of you. We even saw you at school once. Lena told me you would come around, sooner or later." "So, she'll see me?" "I'll ask her." Miri gave a little bow. "Thank you, ma'am." Newbie Xiang led Miri to an upholstered chair next to a book-laden desk. "I'll be right back." Miri settled in the chair. Oops, it was hard plastic. As for the desk, well, those were real books, the kind some people used for just-in-time reading. The pages were whatever you wanted, but they were real pages. Of course, these were not the thick and hoary things of Miri's imaging, but they were piled deep. There was a view page on top, very much out of place, and a confession of ineptitude. Miri quickly morphed it into a glowing grimoire. She edged forward in her chair and looked at the books. Mechanics and electrical engineering. These would be newbie Xiang's. Miri had studied the background of all the students in Robert's classes. The box of toys under the desk must be things she had built in shop class. Miri recognized the warped transport tray from the news. What an incredible coincidence that Xiang was rooming with Lena. There were sounds behind her. The inner door was opening. It was newbie Xiang, with the senior witch right behind her. Miri was ready with imagery for this. Lena's real chair had 6 small wheels on articulated axles, very practical and dull. But Mistress Gu's chair had tall wooden wheels, sheathed in silver and canted outward. Little blue sparks chased each other around the rims as it moved. And Miri imaged Lena dressed in heavy black, a black that absorbed the room's light in the classical magical way. A black that obscured the details of what it clothed. Lena's pointy-brimmed hat was hung jauntily from the chair's high back post, and that was where Miri's special effects ended. The rest she always kept the way that Lena really was. In fact, all her vision was to give her grandmother the proper frame, one that would reveal how wonderful she truly was. The senior witch looked Miri up and down, and then said, "Didn't Bob tell you to let me be?" But she didn't sound as angry as Miri had feared. "Yes, but I miss you so much." "Oh." She leaned forward slightly. "How is your mom, Miri? Is she okay?" "Alice is fine." Lena knew way too much about Alice, but she had no need to know. Besides, she couldn't help Alice. "I wanted to talk to you about some other things." Mistress Gu sighed and closed her deep-set eyes. When she opened them, she might have been smiling. "Well, I'm glad to see you, kiddo. It's just that I don't want to argue with you or Bob. And most of all, I don't want you-know-who to know that I'm still around. I'll only argue a little bit, Lena. As much as will make positive headway and still leave me welcome to come visit again. You don't have to worry about you-know-who." Mistress Gu's own wording was straight out of fantasy tradition, though it was sad that Robert should be cast as ultimate evil. "I promise I won't reveal you to him. At least not without your permission. I took precautions coming here. Besides, you-know-who is no good at snooping." Lena shook her head. "That's what you think." Newbie Xiang sat down beside the wheelchair and watched them silently. Maybe she could help.
You see you-know-who every day, don't you, ma'am? Miri said.
Yes, said Xiang.
In shop class and Louise Chumlig's search and analysis.
Miss Chumlig's not so bad, at least for the bonehead classes. Miri was fast enough to squelch the additional comment, but she felt herself blush even so. Newbie Xiang didn't seem to notice.
In fact, she's quite good. I've been telling Lena.
She glanced at the senior witch.
Louise knows things about asking questions that took me a lifetime to understand. And more than anyone, she's shown me the importance of analysis packages.
She pointed at the old grimoire. Miri was a little taken aback. Yes, Miss Chumlig was a nice person, but she was full of clichés, and she droned. But even a junior witch is not someone you contradict, and Miri was very anxious to be congenial. She dipped her head.
Yes, ma'am. Anyway, you see a lot of you-know-who. Is he really such a terrible person?
Xu Xiang shook her head.
He is strange. He looks so young. Robert, you-know-who, can be very gracious, and then suddenly cut you dead. I've seen him do that to several children. The old people steer clear of him. I think Winston Blount hates him.
Yes, Miri had watched Winston Blount in the UCSD library last Saturday. Most of her attention had been absorbed in the battle for the persona of Zulfikar Sharif, but she had not missed Blount's hostility. Newbie Xiang glanced at the frail lady in the wheelchair.
I'm afraid Lena is right about him. He uses people. He admired my shop project and then walked off with it.
Lena cackled. That was something an elderly person could do well. In Miri's opinion, it was the only positive thing about old age.
Shoo, shoo. You told me you were thrilled to see him chop that car.
Newbie Xiang looked embarrassed.
Well, yes. I got into science with model rockets and homemade RF controllers. I'd have been nothing without hands-on experience. Nowadays, our access to real things is muffled by layers of automated bureaucracy. And I guess my own she is partly to blame. So both Robert and I wanted to break something, and I cheered him for acting. But what I wanted was of no concern to him. I was just a convenient tool.
Lena laughed again.
You're so lucky. You learned in days what took me years.
She raised a clawed hand to wipe at her hair. Modern medicine had not completely failed Lena Gu. 5 years ago, she'd had Parkinson's. Miri remembered the tremors. Modern medicine had reversed her Parkinson's, kept her mind sharp, stopped various ills large and small, but her abnormal osteoporosis was still beyond cure. As far back as the 2nd grade, Miri had been able to understand the technical why of that. The moral why was something even Alice couldn't explain. Miri looked into the wizened face of the senior witch.
I'm glad it took you years to see through you-know-who. Otherwise, you two would never have had Bob and raised him to marry Alice. And I would never be.
Lena looked away.
Yes, she grumped. Bobby was the only reason I stayed with your grandfather. We gave Bobby a good home, and he was halfway human with the boy, at least till it was clear he couldn't run Bob's adult life. By that time, Bob had escaped to the Marine Corps.
Her gaze flickered back to Miri.
I congratulate myself on that. I made a terrible mistake marrying your grandfather, but it brought 2 lovely lives into existence, and it only cost me 20 years.
Don't you ever miss him?
Mistress Gu's eyes narrowed. That's coming perilously close to arguing with me, young lady. Sorry.
Miri came over to kneel on the floor beside Lena's wheelchair. She reached out to hold Lena's hand. The old woman smiled. She knew what was coming, but she didn't have completely effective defenses.
You had all those years apart from him. I remember you visiting, back when you-know-who was well and never visited.
Even then, Lena had been a little old lady, a busy doctor who smiled the most when she was talking to Miri.
Were you happy then? Of course. After all those years, I was free of the monster.
But when you-know-who began to lose his mind, then you helped him." Lena rolled her eyes and looked at newbie Xiang. "When I say the word, you kick this brat back on the street." Xiang looked uncertain. Okay. But that's not just yet." Lena looked back at Miri. "We've been over this ground before, Miri. Bob came here to Rainbow's End and begged me to help. Remember? He brought you along with him. Bob has never understood how things were between Robert and me. God bless him, he doesn't realize that all the affection he saw was just for him. But between his pleading and your cute little face, I agreed to help out with the monster's final years. And sometimes dementia softens a person up. There was a year or so when Robert was nearly helpless, but he could still recognize people and remember our years together. There was a time when he was tractable. We actually got along for a while." Miri nodded. "And then they figured how to cure Robert's brand of dementia. By then your grandfather had declined from tractability into a kind of veggie state. Miri, I would have stuck with him through the end if there hadn't been the miracle cure. But I could see what was coming. The monster would be back." Lena punched a crooked finger in her granddaughter's direction. "Burn me once, shame on him. Burn me twice, shame on me. So I stay out of the picture. Understand?" But her other hand remained in Miri's. The girl gave it a squeeze. "But couldn't this be different? By the time they cured grandfather, part of him had already died." That had been Jin Li's theory, not Miri's. "I know he's often angry now, but that's because he's lost a lot. Maybe the bad things you remember are gone too." Lena waved her free hand in the direction of newbie Xiang. "Did you hear what Shu just said about his new nobleness of character?" Miri thought fast. It never worked with Alice, but sometimes a quick change of subject could distract Bob. She glanced at newbie Xiang. "Lena, you've been living here since grandfather's been sick. You could have moved anywhere since you don't visit us anymore. But you're still just 10 miles away." Lena's chin came up. "I've lived in San Diego for years. I'm not going to give up seeing my friends, shopping the old stores, hiking. Well, I have given up the hiking. The point is that even resurrected, you-know-who is not going to run my life." "But," very thin ice here, "did you know Dr. Xiang before?" The senior witch's lips thinned. "No. And now you're going to point out, or let plaintive silence imply, that since there are 2,500 old folks here at Rainbow's End, this matchup couldn't be coincidence." Miri was silent. Finally, newbie Xiang spoke up. "It was my choice. I moved down here this summer, about the time I got my get-up-and-go back. I'm one of the older people living at Rainbow's End, but I'm so bright and bubbly." A strange, sad smile. "They don't know what to do with me. So I volunteered to be a roommate. It's worked out well. Your grandma is 10 years younger than I am, but that doesn't mean so much at our age." She gave Lena's shoulder a pat. Miri remembered that Lena Llewellyn-Gu had done years of psychiatric consulting here at Rainbow's End. If anyone could arrange a matchup with Xu Xiang, it was her. She opened her mouth to remark on this, and noticed the warning glare in Lena's eyes, as clear as any silent messaging could ever be. After a moment, Lena shifted in her chair. "See, my girl? Pure coincidence. But I do admit it's been useful. Shu keeps me advised of you-know-who's adventures in modern education." She gave a nasty, witchy smile that needed no help from Miri's special effects. "Yes," said Xiang. We have our collective eyes on him. The monster is not going to catch up with me this time around." Miri rocked back. "You're running a joint entity." She hadn't dreamed the two witches could be so truly modernly magical. "A what?" said newbie Xiang. "A joint entity. Partners with complementary strengths and weaknesses. In public you are one, represented by the mobile partner. But what you can do and understand is the best of each of you." Xiang stared at her without comprehension. "Oh." Miri pinged both women. Except for Lena's medicals, they were fully offline. Miri had been too distracted by her own imagining. "You aren't wearing, are you?" Xiu gestured at her desk. "I have my view page and these books. I'm trying to learn so many serious things, Miri. I don't have time to bother with wearing." Miri almost forgot her mission. "Dr. Xiang, you're so wrong about wearables. I mean, hasn't Miss Chumlig talked about that? Some analysis packages don't have traction if you run them with static video." Newbie Xiang gave a reluctant nod. "She showed me Blast 9. But that just seems to be molecular design dressed up in game toy nonsense." "But you've only run them on your view page." The younger witch hunched down. "I have so much to learn, Miri. I'm working through the simpler things, what I can run on the view page." Lena watched the other woman for a second, and then she seemed to wilt back into her wheelchair. She looked down at her granddaughter. "Poor Miri. You don't understand. You live in a time that thinks it can ignore the human condition." She cocked her head. "You've never read Secrets of the Ages, did you?" "Of course I've read it." "I'm sorry, Miri, I'm sure you have. After all, it's my beloved ex-husband's most famous achievement. And I'll give him this. Those poems are a work of genius. Their implacable weight is all his hurtfulness turned to support great truths. But you can't see that, can you, Miri? You are surrounded by medical promises and halfway cures. It distracts you from the bedrock of reality." She paused and her head bobbed. It was almost like her old palsy, but maybe this was simply indecision, wondering whether to say more. "Miri, the truth is, if we are careful and lucky, we live to be old, and weak, and very, very tired. There comes an end to striving." "No, you'll get better, Lena. You've just had bad luck. It's just a matter of time." There was a whisper of a witchy cackle, and Miri remembered that "it's just a matter of time" was the mantra of Robert's poem cycle. For a moment, grandmother and granddaughter glared certainty at each other. Then Lena said, "And this is about where I figured our chat would come. I'm sorry, Miri." Miri bowed her head. "But I just want to help." Strange. That had been the Orozco kid's whine. To Miri. Okay, maybe he wasn't a complete jerk. And maybe he could help. But there was something else he'd said, and right now it was much more important. Yes. Suddenly Miri saw how she could turn defeat into victory. She looked up into her grandmother's face and smiled innocently. "Did you know, Lena, that you know who is learning to wear?" 14. The Mysterious Stranger. Even after 3 weeks, Robert and Juan still did most of their studying in person, right after classes let out. They would walk out to the bleachers, and one ignoramus would endeavor to teach the other. Occasionally, Fred and Jerry Radner would tag along, unofficial third and fourth ignoramuses. The twins had teamed with each other in Chumlig's composition class, but they seemed to take innocent pleasure in following Robert's progress, offering advice that was more colorful than Juan's, but rarely as useful. Then there was the fifth ignoramus. Xiang had chickened out of creative composition, but she was still taking her other courses at Fairmont. And, like Robert, she was learning to wear. Nowadays, she wore a frilly beaded blouse, another kind of Epiphany beginner's outfit. She was there the afternoon when Robert and Juan ran into the Chileans. This was out on the track that circled the athletics field. No one else seemed to be around. The varsity teams wouldn't be here for a while yet. Miri, Arrow, Juan, Open SM. "Hey, wake up, Orozco. Flag down." Open Enum. Close SM. Juan, Arrow, Miri. Open SM. "Sorry, I didn't see them." Close SM. Miri, Arrow, Juan. Open SM. "You missed them yesterday, too. Flag them before they shift to the Radners. I told you these guys would make good practice." Close SM. Juan, Arrow, Miri. Open SM. Okay. Close SM. "Hey," Juan said abruptly. "Dr. Gu, Xiu, look." He shipped an Enum capability to Robert's Epiphany. It was just like the targets they'd been working with the last few days. The kid claimed that if you practiced, this kind of interaction was as natural as looking at where another person was pointing. It wasn't that easy for Robert Gu. He stopped and squinted at the icon. By default, that should force access. Nothing. He tapped on his phantom keypad. He noticed Xiang, a few feet away, doing the same. And then, suddenly, there were a half-dozen students in evidence, all jabbering in Spanish. Miri, Arrow, Juan, Lena, Xiu, open SM. Okay, I think Robert sees them. Close SM. Lena, Arrow, Juan, Miri, Xiu, open SM. I see them. Can you, Xiu? Close SM. Xiu, Arrow, Juan, Lena, Miri, open SM. No, yet I must. Close SM. Miri, Arrow, Juan, Lena, Xiu, open SM. Don't try to message back, Dr. Xiang. You're not fast enough yet. Robert will get suspicious. Just talk out loud, as if to him and Juan. Close SM. Xiang was silent for a moment, her fingers still tapping. She was even worse at wearing than he was. But then she said, Yes, I do see them. She glanced at Juan Orozco. Who are they? Friends of Fred and Jerry, from way south. Chile. Miri, Arrow, Juan, open SM. Tell them to play Sync Monster. Close SM. Juan, Arrow, Miri, open SM. Okay. Close SM. Juan rattled Spanish at the visitors, almost too fast for Robert to understand. Something about helping beginners with a monster. The other's Spanish was even less intelligible, but maybe that didn't matter. The visitors stepped back, and the space was filled with a shambling purple something. Xiang laughed. I see that too, but the creature, it's not even pretending to be real. Robert leaned close to the lopsided vision. It's pretending to be a stuffed animal, with crudely stitched seams and tufts of stuffing peeking from between the joints. But the vision was almost 7 feet tall, and when Robert approached, it shambled back from him. Robert laughed. I've read about these things. Lena, Arrow, Juan, Miri, Xiu, open SM. I looked it up, Xiu. You move, it moves, but each of you can only control a part of it. Close SM. Oh. Xiang stepped forward, blocking the creature's retreat. Its rear legs stopped, but the front kept pushing, and it almost tipped over. Miri, Arrow, Juan, open SM. Say the goal is to make it do a graceful dance. Close SM. Juan said, The goal is we all cooperate to make it move. Dance around it, Xiu. She did. Music followed her motion. The creature's rear legs re-engaged, and its butt end seemed to track her march. The children from Chile thought that was hilarious. When Robert cocked his wrist and wiggled a beat, the music came up. Juan began clapping, and the beast's shoulders twitched to the music. The children from the far south watched silently for a moment. They looked as solid as the real Juan and Xiang, but they were no more expert than most San Diego users. Their shadows went the wrong way, and their feet had only a casual acquaintance with the surface of the lawn. But after an instant, the Chileans seemed to hear the music and began clapping too. And now the critter's tail, their domain in this game, began pumping up and down. Robert expanded on his gestures, grabbing control of the creature's floppy claws. For a moment, the monster danced in sync with the music, each gesture consistent. But the network delay was about half a second, and worse, it varied randomly from a tiny fraction of a second to well over a second. The dance got wilder as errors were corrected and overcorrected, until the tail was whacking at the heel claws. The creature rotated onto its back and its legs flailed in random directions. Lena, Arrow, Juan, Miri, Xiu, open SM. That was fun. Close SM. Damn, said Robert. But everybody was laughing, and not at any particular victim. One by one, the faraway children disappeared, till only the real people were left, Robert and Juan and Xiang. We could have done better, Juan. Lena, Arrow, Xiu, open SM. See, he's always complaining. Give him another minute and he'll be making sly claims that you are to blame for everything that went wrong. Close SM. Juan was still laughing. I know. But the network link was basura más odiosa. There are game companies who give you CheapNet for free because it makes everyone so mad they upgrade to paying status. Well, then why did we try? Hey, to practice. For fun. Robert remembered the inept international choir down at UCSD. We should have used a metronome. Can you bring these kids back? Nah, we were just, like, waving to each other. You know, in passing. In passing. I didn't see them at all until you showed them to me. How busy is the ether? Robert slashed the air with his hand. How many realities burbled imminent? Out here in public, it's lots too busy to view all at once. There's probably 300 or 400 nodes in line of sight of your epiphany. Each of those could manage dozens of overlays. In a crowd, there'd be hundreds of active realities, and bazillions potentially. Miri, Arrow, Juan, Open SM. Don't go there. My grandfather is smart enough to add up teeny clues and guess at us invisibles. Close SM. Juan, Arrow, Miri. Open SM. Yeah? Well, you're making one clue yourself. Showing Mrs. Gu visible to Shu just confuses her. Look how she avoids where you have Lena standing. Close SM. The boy seemed to lose his train of thought. Of course, when there are just 2 or 3 people around, the laser traffic is mostly just a potential. They walked farther along the track, the boy demonstrating how to surf through the public views. Robert and Xiang practiced at his direction, sometimes achieving a consensus view. Xiang seemed more relaxed than at the beginning of the walk. At least she was walking a bit closer to Juan and Robert. But Shu didn't respond when Robert joked, I'd say we're getting to be truly awful. Lena, Arrow, Shu. Open SM. C. Close SM. Robert wondered at what a weird duck this Xiang woman was. Xiang was weird in other ways. Though she had dropped the composition class because she was too shy to perform in front of others, she loved the shop class. Every day she seemed to be playing with something new from the class inventory. That was the only time she was clearly happy, smiling and humming to herself. Some of her projects were obvious to the new Robert. Some he could make good guesses about. She was happy to explain them. Maybe there aren't any user-serviceable parts inside, she said, but what I built I understand. She was doing the equivalent of a student semester project every day, and enjoying every minute of it. She wasn't entirely crazy. Normally she didn't show up when Robert Gu was teaching Juan. Robert had never taught children, and he didn't like incompetence. For all Juan's good intentions, he was both. And now Robert was pretending to teach him to write. It's easy, Juan, Robert heard himself say. Lies on top of pretense? Well, maybe not. Writing crap was easy. 20 years of teaching graduate poetry seminars had shown him that. Writing well was a different thing. Writing beauty that sings was something that no amount of schooling could teach. The geniuses must take care of themselves. Juan Orozco was distinctly less able than the students of Robert's experience. By 20th century standards, he was subliterate, except where he needed words to access data or understand results. Okay, perhaps he was not subliterate. Maybe there was some other word for these crippled children. Paraliterate? And I bet I can teach him to write crap, too. So they sat high in the bleachers, pounding words across the sky, Juan Orozco oblivious of the runners below and the games far away. There came a time when he didn't play with his fonts anymore. There came a day when he wrote something that had affect and image. It was not utter crap. It was almost up to the standards of muddled cliché. The boy stared into the sky for half a minute, his jaw slack. That is so bitchin'. The words, they make me see things. His gaze flickered sideways to Robert. A smile spread across his face. You with wearing, me with writing? We're getting really good. Perhaps equally so. But Robert couldn't help smiling back. A week passed. Most evenings, Robert had interviews with Zulfi Sharif. After school, and sometimes on weekends, he and Juan worked together. Much of that was remote now. They were still flailing around for a semester project. More and more, Robert was intrigued with the problem of far coordination. Games, music, sports, it all got jittery beyond a few thousand miles and a couple dozen routers. The boy had bizarre plans for how they might put everything together. We could do something with music, manual music. That's lots easier than game synchronization. Robert went for hours at a time without thinking about his demented, maimed condition. These school projects were more interesting to the new Robert Gu than Sharif's admiring interviews, and far more interesting than his occasional visits to UCSD. The library shredding had been temporarily suspended, apparently due to the demonstration and his own unintendedly dramatic appearance there. But without the demonstrators, the library was a dead place. Modern students didn't have much use for it. There was just Winnie's elder cabal up on the 6th floor, rebels whose cause was suddenly on hold. Robert and Xiang had mastered most of the Epiphany defaults. Now when he looked at a real object in just that way, explanations would pop up. With the proper squint or stare at attendant icons, he got the added detail he wanted. Look at the object a different way, and he often could see through and beyond it. Xiu wasn't as good as Robert with the visuals. On the other hand, if she didn't get flustered, she was better at audio searches. When you heard a word you didn't know, if you could tag it, then search results would appear automatically. That explained the marvelous vocabulary, and equally marvelous screw-ups, he noticed in the children's language. Miri, Arrow, Juan, OpenSM. You should tell him that the non-defaults are a lot harder. Close SM. Juan, Arrow, Miri, OpenSM. Okay. Close SM. You know, Dr. Gu, you and Shu are, really good with the defaults. But we should work on the non-defaults, too. Xiang nodded. She was remote today, too, though not as realistically as Juan Orozco. Her image was perfectly solid, but her feet were melted into the bleacher bench in front of her, and occasionally he got glimpses of background, her apartment. He kidded her about that, but as usual when he made a joke, it just made her even more quiet. Lena, Arrow, Juan, Miri, Shu, OpenSM. What? What did he see? Close SM. Miri, Arrow, Juan, Lena, Shu, OpenSM. Not to worry. Shu has a good background filter. Besides, you're in the kitchen and she's sitting in the living room. Close SM. Robert turned back to Juan. So what are the most useful non-defaults? Well, there's silent messaging. The bitrate is so low it works when nothing else does. Yes, I've read about SMing. It's like the old instant messaging, except no one can see you're communicating. Juan nodded. That's how most people format it. Lena, Arrow, Juan, Miri, Shu, OpenSM. No! Let the SOB learn SMing on his own. Close SM. Miri, Arrow, Juan, Lena, Shu, OpenSM. Please, Lena. Close SM. Juan, Arrow, Lena, Miri, Shu, OpenSM. It's something everyone uses, ma'am. Close SM. Lena, Arrow, Juan, Miri, Shu, OpenSM. I said no. He's already sneaky enough. Close SM. The boy hesitated. But it takes a lot of practice to do it smoothly. It can be more trouble than it's worth when you get caught. Maybe he was remembering run-ins with his teachers? Xiang sat forward on the bench. She was leaning on some invisible piece of furniture. Well, what are some other things? Ah, lots of stuff. If you override the defaults, you can see in any direction you want. You can qualify default requests, like to make a query about something in an overlay. You can blend video from multiple viewpoints so you can be where there is no physical viewpoint. That's called ghosting. If you're really slick, you can run simulations in real time and use the results as physical advice. That's how the Radners do so well in baseball. And then there's the problem of faking results if you hit a network soft spot, or if you want a sender to look more realistic. The boy rattled on, but now Robert was able enough to record the words. He would have to come back to this. Lena, Arrow, Juan, Miri, Shu, OpenSM. The monster's eyes are glazing over. I think you've distracted him, Juan. Close SM. Shu said, Okay, let's start with the easiest one. That would be moving attention from face front. The boy talked them through some simple exercises. Robert had no idea how this looked to Xiang. After all, she was already remote. For himself, looking directly backwards was easy, especially if he took the view off his own shirt. But Juan didn't want him to use mirror orientation. He said that would just be confusing once he moved on to other angles. Without the defaults, things got very tedious. I'll spend my whole life just tapping in commands, Juan. Maybe if we use the eye menus, Xiang said. Robert gave her an irritated look. I am. Lena, Arrow, Xiu, Open SM. Never criticize him. He'll get back at you when it hurts the most. Close SM. Xiang's gaze dropped from his. He looked at Juan. I never see you tapping your fingers. I'm a kid. I grew up with ensemble coding. Hey, even my mom mostly uses phantom typing. Well, Xiu and I are retreads, Juan. We have learning plasticity and all that. Teach us the command gestures or eye blinks or whatever. Okay. But this is not like the standard gestures you've already learned. For the good stuff, everything is custom between you and your wearable. The skin sensors pick muscle twinges that other people can't even see. You teach your epiphany, and it teaches you. Robert had read about this. It turned out to be just as weird as it sounded. A cross between learning to juggle and teaching some dumb animal to help you juggle. He and Xiang had about 20 minutes to make fools of themselves before the soccer teams came out to play. But that was long enough that now Robert could look all around himself with just a subtle shrug. Juan was smiling. You guys are really good for old folks, said Xiu. Juan's smile broadened. Yeah. He looked at Robert. If you can do this, maybe I can learn to put words together. Look, I gotta go help my ma. She's running a tour this afternoon. See you all tomorrow, okay? Okay, said Xiang. I should leave too. How is that most gracefully accomplished? Ha! Most graceful takes practice, but I want it to look cool to anyone watching. He pointed at the teams rowdying about on the soccer field. For them, I mean. So how about if I iconify and guide you, Dr. Xiang? Very good. Xiang's image collapsed into a ruby point of light. The boy stood and grinned at Robert. I think I have the geometry good enough that no one has to cooperate on the receiving side. His image climbed down the bleachers. His shadow matching was much better than Sharif normally managed. Xiang's icon tagged along right above his shoulder. He reached the grass and walked away along the edge of the bleachers, his figure shortening in perspective. And then, abruptly, golden letters hung across Robert's vision. Xiang, Arrow, Gu, Open SM. See you tomorrow. Close SM. Huh. So that's what silent messaging looked like. Robert watched the two till they were out of sight. Lena, Arrow, Miri, Xiu, Open SM. Wow. I can't tell Juan's image from the real people. That boy is clever. Close SM. Miri, Arrow, Lena, Xiu, Open SM. He did okay. Close SM. Robert had no more classes. He could go home now, too. There were plenty of rides available. The cars flocked to the traffic circle when the children were going home. But just now, Robert wasn't keen on getting back to Fallbrook. He saw that Miri would be arriving home in a few minutes. Bob was on watch duty tonight, whatever that meant. Any run-in with Miri would bring Alice Gu into action. Robert was amazed that he'd ever thought his daughter-in-law was smooth and diplomatic. In a subtle way, she was scary. Or maybe it was simply that Robert realized that if Alice ever became determined, he would be exiled to Rainbow's End. He'd never been able to decide if that spelling was the work of an everyday illiterate or someone who really understood the place. Okay, so hang around school and watch. There were dynamics here that were unchanged since his childhood, perhaps unchanged since the beginning of human history. He would rebuild his sense of superiority. He climbed to the south corner of the bleachers, far above the kids forming up soccer teams, and even clear of the secretive children who sat at the other end making barely veiled jokes about everyone else. Miri, Arrow, Lena, Xiu, Open SM. He should be going home now. Close SM. Lena, Arrow, Miri, Shu, open SM. Not my monster. See the far look in his eyes? He's thinking about everything that's happened, figuring out just how to cause Shu grief. Close SM. Shu, Arrow, Lena, Miri, open SM. He has seemed pretty normal since he went crazy in shop class. Close SM. Shu, Arrow, Lena, Miri, open SM. Note, Lena, please use silent messaging. I know I just sat down by you at the kitchen table, but I want to get some practice. Close SM. Lena, Arrow, Miri, open SM. Sigh. Shu's a dear, but she can be so obsessive. Close SM. Shu, Arrow, Lena, open SM. Yoo-hoo, Lena, what are you typing to Miri? Close SM. The sun was lowering behind him, and the shadow of the bleachers extended partway onto the field. He had a naked-eye view of most of the campus. In fact, the buildings looked like junk, the sort of thing you used to buy mail order if you needed some extra storage in your backyard. But it wasn't all new junk. The school's main auditorium was wood, rebuilt here and there with plastic. According to the labels he called up on overlay, it had originally been a pavilion for showing horses. Shu, Arrow, Lena, Miri, open SM. I think he's just training his epiphany. Close SM. Focus on the soccer field. That looked like something from Bobby's school years, if you didn't mind the fact that there were no line marks or goals. Robert brought up the sports view, and now he could see the usual field layout. The soccer kids moved out onto the field. They wore crash equipment, real helmets, quite unlike what he remembered. The kids' high-pitched voices wafted direct to him without any magic of modern electronics. They circled around midfield, seemed to be listening to someone. With a whoop, the teams rushed toward each other, chasing... what? An unseen ball? Robert searched frantically through his options, saw a flickering parade of possible overlays. Aha! Now the teams had spectacular uniforms, and there were umpires. In the bleachers, there was a scattering of adults, teachers, parents, what you'd expect for a contest that was more a class event than varsity sport. Shu, Arrow, Lena, Miri, open SM. What is that game? Close SM. Miri, Arrow, Lena, Shu, open SM. Egan Soccer, close SM. Shu, Arrow, Lena, Miri, open SM. He's just watching the game, Lena. Close SM. Lena, Arrow, Miri, Shu, open SM. Maybe. Close SM. Shu, Arrow, Lena, Miri, open SM. I think one is right about him, Lena. Let me talk to him. You'd still be covered. Close SM. Shu, Arrow, Lena, open SM. Don't be that way. Close SM. Robert still couldn't see the soccer ball. Instead, the field was now covered by a golden fog. In places, it came almost to the players' waists. Tiny numbers floated within the mist, changing with the thickness and brightness of the glow. When the players of opposing teams rushed into close contact, the glow flared brightly, and the children would angle around each other as if trying to line up a kick. And then the light would erupt like an arc of wildfire across the field. Shu, Arrow, Lena, Miri, open SM. What about Sharif, Miri? You use him to talk to Robert, right? Close SM. Miri, Arrow, Lena, Shu, open SM. Yes, I thought Sharif would be a perfect cat's paw. He has the right academic background to talk to Robert. And he has terrible personal hygiene. It was easy to take him over. Trouble is, so did somebody else. Mostly we're getting in each other's way. Hey. Close SM. Shu, Arrow, Lena, Miri, open SM. I've lost all the close-up views on your grandfather. Close SM. Miri, Arrow, Lena, Shu, open SM. We've lost local audio, too. That was seamless. I didn't know Robert was that swift. Close SM. Lena, Arrow, Miri, Shu, open SM. I warned you. Close SM. One child broke away from the others and raced along the golden fire, somehow guessing just where and when it would flare up. The girl gave an odd, flailing kick and landed on her rear. For an instant, there was a light in the nearest goal, so sharp and intense it was as if all the fog had suddenly coalesced into the fuzzy image of a soccer ball. Everybody was shouting, even the phantom adults in the bleachers. Robert made a grumpy noise. Even something as simple as a schoolyard game didn't make sense. He pulled at his cuff, trying to get a clearer view. "It's not your fault, my man. You're seeing properly." The voice seemed to be coming from right beside him. Robert glanced over, but there was no body to keep the voice company. He stared into the empty space, and after a moment the voice continued. "Just look at the scoreboard. Everything is fuzzy about this game, even the score." On the big scoreboard facing the bleachers, the goal was recorded as 0.97. "I do think that should be rounded to 1. That was an excellent near-certain goal the girl kicked." On the field, the teams had retreated to their sides. Another phantom kickoff was in progress. Robert kept his eyes on the action below. He didn't reply to the helpful voice. "You don't recognize the game, do you, Professor? It's Egan's soccer. See?" A reference floated across his vision, everything anyone could want to know about Egan's soccer. Out on the field, 3 kids had fallen over, and 2 had collided. "Of course," the voice continued, "it's really just an approximation to the ideal." "I'll bet," said Robert, and he almost smiled. The stranger's tone was confiding, the speech affected, and almost every sentence was a mild put-down. It was a pleasure to run into a type he understood so well. He turned and looked into the empty space. "Run along, kid. You're a long way from being able to play head games with me." "I don't play games, my man." The reply started out angry, segued back to patronizing good humor. "You are an interesting case, Robert Goo. I'm used to manipulating people, but usually through intermediaries. I'm much too busy to chat with bottom dwellers directly. But you intrigue me." Robert pretended to watch the game, but the voice continued. "I know what's eating you up inside. I know how much it bothers you that you can't make poetry anymore." Robert couldn't suppress a start of surprise. The invisible stranger gave a little chuckle. Somehow he had distinguished the movement from Robert's natural twitchiness. "No need to be coy. You can't disguise your reactions here. The medical sensing on school grounds is so good that you might as well be hooked up to a lie detector." I should just walk away. Instead, he watched the soccer match for a few moments. When he was sure he had proper control of his voice, he said, "You are admitting to a crime, then?" Another chuckle. "Of sorts, though it's the crime of superior network skills. You can think of me as something of a higher being, empowered by all the tools with which mortal men have chosen to smarten the landscape." This must be a kid. Or maybe not. Maybe the visitor was invisible because even his virtual presence on school grounds was a violation of law. Robert shrugged. "I'd be happy to report your superior network skills to interested parties." "You won't do that. Primus, because the police could never identify me. Secundus, because I can return to you what you have lost. I can give you back your poetical voice." This time, Robert was in control and managed a creditable chuckle of his own. "Ah," said the other, "such suspicion. But also the beginning of belief. You should read the news, or just loosen up your ad filters. In olden times, you had athletes on steroids and students on amphetamines. Those drugs were largely false promises. Nowadays, we have things that really work." A drug dealer, by God. Robert almost laughed for real. But then he considered himself, his smooth skin, his ability to run and jump and scarcely feel out of breath. What's already happened would be magic by the standards of my past life. Yes, this might be a drug dealer, but so what? Where's the profit in drugs for recovering world-class poesy? Robert spoke the words with proper flippancy, then realized how much he was revealing. Maybe that didn't matter. "You are so old-fashioned, Professor." The stranger paused. "See those hills to the south of you?" Hills covered with endless housing. "A few miles beyond them is one of the few places on Earth where physical location is still important." UCSD? Close. I mean the biotech labs that surround the campus.
What goes on in those labs is nothing like 20th century medical research. Modern cures are awesome things, but often they are unique to the individual patient.
You can't finance research that way.
Don't get me wrong, broad-spectrum cures are still the big moneymakers, but even those use custom analysis to guard against side effects. Yes, you are a singleton case. The Alzheimer cures are sometimes incomplete, but the failures are idiosyncratic. There is no other great poet who's had your problem. As of today, there is no cure.
This clown knew how to mix the brutal put-downs with flattery.
But we live in an age of enhancement drugs, Professor, and many of them are singleton hits. There is a chance, a very good chance, that the labs can be caused to find you a cure.
Magic. But what if he can do it? This is the future, and I am alive again, and maybe... Robert felt the hope growing within him. He couldn't help it. This SOB has me. I know it's manipulation, but that doesn't matter. So who am I dealing with, oh mysterious stranger? It was a losing question, but it just slipped out. Mysterious stranger? There was a pause, no doubt as this paraliterate looked up the reference.
Why, yes, you got my name on the very first try. Mysterious stranger. That is good.
Robert gritted his teeth. And I take it that getting your help involves something dangerous or illegal?
Definitely illegal, Professor. And somewhat dangerous. For you, that is. Whatever might cure you would be pushing into unknown medical territory. But at the same time, very much worth it, don't you think?
Yes. Maybe. Robert kept the tension out of his voice and glanced mildly at the empty space beside him. What's the price? What do you want from me? The stranger laughed.
Oh, don't worry. I simply want cooperation with a project you're already involved in. Keep seeing your pals at the UCSD library. Go along with their plans.
And keep you up to date on them?
Ah, no need for that, my man. I am an all-encompassing cloud of knowingness. No, what I need is your hands. Think of yourself as a droid who was once a poet. So, Professor, do we have a deal?
I'll think about it.
Once you do, I'm sure you'll sign.
In blood, I suppose?
Oh, you're so old-fashioned, Professor. No blood. Not yet.
Lieutenant Colonel Robert Gu, Jr. had brought work home from the office. That's how he thought of it anyway, when he worked in the time that both he and Alice thought should be theirs and Miri's. But Miri had her own studying to do tonight, and Alice, well, her latest assignment was the worst yet. She wandered about, stony-faced and terse. Anyone else in her position would be dead by now, or a raving lunatic. Somehow she hung on, often simulating something like her natural self, and successfully managing the prep for her latest assignment. That's why the Corps keeps driving her harder and harder. Bob pushed the thought away. There was a reason for such sacrifice. Chicago was more than a decade past. There hadn't been a successful nuclear attack on the U.S. or any of the treaty organization countries in more than 5 years. But the threat was always there. He still had nightmares about the launchers at that orphanage in Asunción, and what he had almost done to shut them down. And as always, the web oozed with rumors of new technologies that would make the classical weapons obsolete. Despite ubiquitous security, despite the efforts of America, China, and the Indo-Europeans, the risks kept growing. There would still be places that would come to glow in the dark. Bob sifted through the latest threat assessments. Something was in the wind, and it might be closer than Paraguay. The really bad news was 2 paragraphs further on. An analyst pool at CIA thought the Indo-Europeans might be somehow collaborating with bad guys. Christ, if the great powers can't stand together, how can humanity make it through this century? There was motion behind him. It was his father, standing in the doorway. "Dad?" he acknowledged politely. His old man stared for a second. Bob made the general form of his paperwork visible. "Oops. Sorry, son. You're working?" He squinted at Bob's desk. Yeah, some stuff from the office. Don't worry if it looks blurry. It's not on the house menu. Ah, I was wondering if I could ask you some questions. Bob hoped he didn't look too surprised. This diffident approach was a first. He waved for his father to take a seat. Sure. At school today, I was talking to someone. Voice only. The caller could have been on the other side of the world, right? Yes, said Bob. If it was from far away, you might notice. Right, jitter and latency. Is he just parroting jargon? Before he lost his mind, Dad had been a technical ignoramus. Bob remembered once in the days of very dumb phones when Dad insisted that his new cordless handset was a cheap substitute for a cell phone. Mother had proven him wrong by having Bob take the cordless down the street and try to call her home business number. She'd rarely made mistakes like that. The old man had been hell on her for weeks afterward. Dad was nodding to himself. I suppose timing analysis could reveal a lot. Yes, your average high school student is good at both sides of that game. If you hadn't ruined things, you could learn all this from Miri. His old man looked away, introspective. Worried? Is someone hassling you at school, Dad? The thought was boggling. Robert gave one of his old malevolent chuckles. Someone is trying to hassle me. Maybe you should talk to your teachers about this. You could show them your epiphany log of the incident. This is a standard sort of problem they have to deal with. There was no return fire. The elder Goo just nodded seriously. I know, I should. I will. But it's hard, you know. And given your job, well, you've spent years working on life and death versions of these problems, right? You'd have the most expert possible answers. It was the first time in Bob's life that his old man had said anything nice about his career. This must be a setup. There was silence for a moment as the father waited with apparent patience, and the son tried to think what to say next. Finally, Bob gave a laugh. Okay, but the military answers would be overkill, Dad. Not because we're that much smarter than a billion teenagers, but because we have the secure hardware environment. Down at the bottom, we control all the hardware. Leaving aside the moonshine fabs and the hardware abusers. The fellow I was talking to this afternoon styled himself an all-encompassing cloud of knowingness. Is that bull? How much can he know about me? If this jerk is willing to break some laws, he can find out a lot about you. That probably includes your medical history. Maybe even what you've said to Reed Weber. As for spying on you moment to moment, he can usually watch you in public places, though that depends on your defaults and the density of local coverage. If he has Confederates or zombies, he can learn what you do even in dead zones, though that information wouldn't come to him in real time. Zombies? Corrupted systems. Remember what things were like when I was a kid? Almost any nastiness we had on home computers we have on wearables now. The situation would be absolutely intolerable without the she. Dad looked blank, or maybe he was Googling. Don't worry about it, Dad. Your epiphany gear is about as secure as you'd be comfortable wearing. Just remember that other folks may not be so trustable. Robert seemed to be digesting what his son had said. But aren't there other possibilities? Maybe little gadgets the, kids can stick on you? Yes. The little doofuses are no different than I was, but they have more opportunities for mischief. Last semester it had been the crawling up your skirt spider cams. For a while, the gadgets had been a goddamned mechanical infestation. Miri had raged about the invasion for days, and then dropped the issue so abruptly that Bob suspected she'd wrought some terrible revenge. That's why you should always come into the house through the front hall. We have a good commercial bug trap there. Just you and I talking here is as private as your epiphany can be. So what exactly is this fellow hitting you up for? You're from so far outside the school scene, I can't imagine you being successfully hassled. By God, Dad actually looks shifty. I'm not really sure. I think it's just the hazing a new kid gets. He gave a little smile. Even when the new kid happens to be an old fart. Thanks for the advice, son. Sure thing. The old man sidled out of the room. Bob's gaze followed him into the hall and up the stairs to the privacy of his room. Dad was definitely a man with things on his mind. Bob stared at the closed bedroom door for a moment, wondering at life's inversions and wishing he and Alice were like some folks, the ones who snooped on their own miscellaneous dependents. 15. When metaphors are real. For the next week, Robert avoided UCSD, just to see if the mysterious stranger would react. He was beginning to feel confident with Epiphany, although he might never be as skillful as kids who grew up wearing. Xiang was lagging behind him, mainly because of her self-doubts. She had refused to wear for 3 days after one particularly mistaken gesture had dumped her into she refused to say what, but Robert suspected it was some kind of porn view. The language in the Gu Orozco project, while not poetry, had risen above the level of egregious noise. Robert had a surprising amount of fun working with video effects and network jitter. If their project had been shown in the 1990s, it would have been taken as a work of genius. That was the power of the libraries of clichés and visual gimmicks that lay in their tools. Juan was properly afraid it wouldn't count for much with Chumlig. We need some added value or she'll fret us. He Googled up some high schools with manual music programs. Those kids think it's a tragic form of gaming, he said. In the end, Robert chatted up student musicians in Boston and southern Chile, far enough apart to really exercise his network ideas. Sharif had returned to Corvallis, but they had several more interviews. Some of the guys' questions were a lot more intelligent than Robert would have expected from their first encounters. He surfed the web a lot, to study up on security issues and, on occasion, to see what had become of literature. What was art, now that surface perfection was possible? Serious literature was there. Most of it didn't make much money, even with the micro-royalty system. But there were men and women who could string words almost as well as the old Robert. Damn them. Still silence from the stranger. Either he had lost interest, or he understood his power over Robert. It is so easy to win when your victim is desperate. It had been a long time since anyone had beaten Robert Gu at a stare-down, but then one Saturday he skipped his session with Juan. Instead, he took a car to UCSD. Sharif showed up on the way. Thank you for accepting my call, Professor Gu. The image sat down in the car seat, part of its butt disappearing into the cushions. Zulfi didn't look nearly as well put together as recently. It's been hard to reach you lately. I thought we covered a lot of ground on Thursday. Sharif looked pained. Robert raised an eyebrow. You're complaining? Not at all, not at all. But you see, sir, it's possible that perhaps I've allowed my wearable to become, perhaps somewhat corrupted. It's possible that I'm subject to some degree of hijacking. Robert thought back on some of his recent reading. That's like being a little bit pregnant, isn't it? Sharif's image shrank further into the upholstery. Indeed, sir, I take your point. But, frankly, my systems are sometimes subject to a small degree of corruption. I wager that is true of most users. I had thought the situation was manageable, but things have reached the point where... Well, you see, I did not interview you Thursday. Not at all. So the mysterious stranger had had it both ways, bludgeoning Robert with silence at the same time he carried on as another player. Sharif waited a moment for Robert to say more, then rushed forward with, Please, Professor, I do so very much wish to continue these interviews. Now that we know there is this problem, we can easily work around it. I beg you not to cut me off. You could clean up your system. Well, yes, in theory. I had to do that once in undergraduate school. Somehow I ended up the zombie in a cheating conspiracy. Not my fault at all, but the University of Kolkata required me to fry clean all my clothes. He raised his hands up in open-palmed prayer. I've never been very good about backups. The debacle cost me more than a semester of progress toward my degree. Please don't make me do that again. It would be even worse now. Robert looked out at traffic. His car had turned onto Highway 56 and was tooling toward the coast. Up ahead were the first of the biolabs, and perhaps the mysterious stranger was there too. By comparison, Sharif was a known quantity. He looked back at the young fellow and said mildly, "Okay, Mr. Sharif. Carry on in your slightly corrupted state." An old memory struck him, how the computer techs at Stanford had always badgered him about the latest antivirus updates. "We'll simply rise above all the petty vandalism." "Quite so, sir. Thank you so much." Sharif paused, exuding profound relief. "And I'm more eager than ever to proceed. I have my questions here somewhere." Hesitation and a blank stare as he changed mental gears. "Ah, yes. Has there been any progress on the revised Secrets of the Ages?" "No," Robert replied a little shortly. But this was the sort of question you'd expect of the authentic Zulfi Sharif. Robert mellowed his answer with some half-truths. "I'm still doing high-level planning, you know." He launched into a long discussion of how, even though Gaian poetry was sparse, its creation required infinitely precise planning. He'd said things like that in the old days, but never laid it on quite as thickly as now. Sharif ate it up. "So over the next few weeks, I'm going to be visiting my old friends, in the library. That will give me some insights into the plight of the, vanquished aged. You're welcome to come along. If you watch carefully, you may learn things about how I work. And afterwards, I'd be happy to critique your conclusions." The younger man nodded eagerly. "Wonderful, thank you." Amazing the thrill it was to have someone look up to him, even if it was the sort of no-talent that he had shielded himself against all through his earlier life. This must be how poor Winnie worked it, using big words and pomposity to fool the even less inspired. Robert looked away from Sharif's image and tried to keep his smile from turning predatory. And when Sharif gets smarter, I'll know it's the stranger. There were no demonstrators at the library today, but, surprise, there were lots of in-person students. This was heartwarmingly like his recollections of years past, with the library the center of the university's intellectual life. What good things had happened in the last week? He and virtual Sharif walked through the glass doors and took the elevator to floor 6. The building interior was not visible to Robert, even with his new access skills. Okay, look for recent news items. But by then he was on the 5th floor. Lena, Arrow, Juan, Miri, Shu, open SM. "Hey, I've lost the view." Close SM. Juan, Arrow, Lena, Miri, Shu, open SM. "The 6th floor isn't publicly searchable today." Close SM. Miri, Arrow, Juan, Lena, Shu, open SM. "Maybe if I just ask Robert for forwarding." Close SM. Sharif had faded to a luminescent reddish blob. "I can't see anymore," he said. "And I'll bet you're the only person I can hear." Robert hesitated, then waved permissions in Sharif's direction. Let's see what the cabal makes of that. Winnie and Carlos Rivera were sitting at the window while Tommy was hunched over his laptop. "Ni hao, Professor Gu," said Rivera. "Thanks for coming." Tommy looked up from his laptop. "But I'm not sure we want your little friend." Sharif got support from an unexpected place. Winston Blount said, "Tommy, I think Sharif might be of some use." Tommy shook his head. "Not anymore. Now that UCSD is shredded." "What?" The stacks were still full of books. Robert stepped back and ran his hand across the spines. "These feel real to me," he said. "You didn't see the propaganda on the lower floors?" "No, I took the elevator, and so far I'm not very good at seeing through walls." Tommy shrugged. "We're on the last unshredded floor. Like we figured, the administration was just waiting for the fuss to die down. Then one night they swooped in with extra shredders. They were done with 2 floors before we had a clue. By then it was too late." "Damn." Robert settled into a chair. "So what's the point of protesting now?" Winnie said, "It's true that we can't save UCSD. In fact, the clever SOBs have twisted things around so that the Librareome project is more popular with the students than before. But so far, UCSD has the only library that's been shredded." Rivera burst into Mandarin. "Dui, danshi tamen shuyao hui diao chita de tu shu wan yinwei." He hesitated, seemed to notice the blank looks. Sorry." I meant to say, they still need to destroy other libraries. For cross-checking. The data reduction and virtual reassembly will be an ongoing project, tending asymptotically toward perfect reproduction. Robert noticed that Tommy Parker was watching with a faint smile. So you do have a plan? I ain't saying nothing while Sharif is here. Winnie sighed. Okay, Tommy, go ahead and shut him down. Sharif's rosy glow moved a little ways out from the stacks. It's all right. I don't want to be a prob... The glow vanished. Tommy looked up from his laptop. He's gone. And I've dead-zoned the 6th floor. He pointed at an LED on the edge of his ancient-looking laptop. Robert remembered some of Bob's claims. Even the Homeland Security hardware? Don't tell, Robert. He patted his computer. Genuine Paraguayan inside, shipped just before they shut the fabs down. He gave them a shifty grin. Now it's just us, unless one of you is wearing dirty panties. Blount looked pointedly at Robert. Or unless one of us is a fink. Robert sighed. This isn't Stanford, Winston. But what if the mysterious stranger were actually a cop? That should have occurred to him before. He pushed the thought away. So what's your plan? We've been reading The Economist, said Rivera. Huertas International is on shaky financial ground. Delays here at UCSD could force him to dump the whole project. He stared at Robert through his thick spectacles. You could see images flickering around in the things. Even though they've shredded almost everything here? Dewey. The young man leaned forward, and his T-shirt showed a torrent of worried faces. It's like this. The Librareome project isn't just the video capture of pre-millennium books. It's not just the digitization. It goes beyond Google and company. Huertas intends to combine all classical knowledge into a single object situational database with a transparent fee structure. Object situational database? This was beyond Robert's newfound nerdliness. He stared over Rivera's head, trying to look up the term. Nothing was coming back. Tommy's dead zone, yeah. Rivera took his stare as disbelief. It's really not that much data, Dr. Gu. A few petabytes. The main thing is that it's very heterogeneous compared to similar-sized datasets in most applications. Of course, your point? From the corner of his eye, he saw a smile come to Winnie's face. The guy knew Robert was blowing smoke. So, Rivera continued, the Huertas collection will contain almost all human knowledge up to about 20 years ago, all correlated and connected. It's the reason Huertas is paying the state of California to let him commit this atrocity. Even the first rough compilation could be a gold mine. From the project's start 6 weeks ago, Huertas International has a 6-month monopoly on the Librareome they're creating. That's 6 months with sole access to real insight on the past. There are dozens of questions that such a resource might resolve. Who really ended the Intifada? Who is behind the London art forgeries? Where was the oil money really going in the latter part of the last century? Some answers will only interest obscure historical societies, but some will mean big bucks. And Huertas will have exclusive rights to this oracle for 6 months. But he has to get the data put together, said Winnie. If Huertas loses a few weeks, there'll be hundreds of organizations that decide they might as well wait till the monopoly runs out, when they can get an even more complete answer for free. It's worse than that. Chinese Informagical has dibs on the British Museum and the British Library, using much better equipment than Huertas has. The Brits have shown more gumption than UCSD, but their digitization is due to begin any time now. If Huertas gets any further behind, he and the Chinese will be in a price war for the sale of first looks. A regular death spiral. Tommy's amusement was without malice. He had always been fascinated by how things come apart. Robert remembered in the 1970 brush fires, teenaged Tommy had been out in East County, helping with communications, but also enjoying every minute of the disaster. So, why does the stranger want me in on this? Blount chuckled. Confused, Robert? Back at Stanford, Winnie wouldn't have dared such an open jibe, at least not after the first year. But now the only comebacks Robert could imagine were adolescent sarcasm. So he replied mildly,
Yes, I'm still in the dark. Blount hesitated, sensing one of the old Robert traps. The point is that we're talking about doing Huertas and the Librareome project serious harm. We're past legal recourse, so anything that depends on delaying the enemy must involve criminal behavior. Got it? Yes. We really are conspirators. Rivera nodded. And that by itself is a felony. Tommy laughed. So what? I just subverted the DHS snoop layer. That's a national security rap. I don't care if we're talking high treason, said Robert. If I can get back my song. I mean, you know what a lover of books I am. The others nodded. So what is the plan? Blount gestured to Tommy. The little guy said, Do you remember our underground hikes? In the 1970s? Yes, they were fun. In a brain-damaged way. Tommy's grin broadened. You're telling me the steam tunnels are still in use? Yep. In the 90s, that type of construction went out of style. There were lots of new buildings that weren't connected. But then in the aughts, folks wanted extremely high-rate comms, and the bioscience people wanted automatic specimen transport. These guys had lots of money. Even more so nowadays, said Carlos. Tommy nodded. Near lasers are not for them. They want X-laser and grazer gear, trillions of colors per path, and trillions of paths. Nowadays, the steam tunnel network is not for power or heat. Now there are branches extending under Torrey Pines Road to Scripps and Sauk. I hear you can walk out under the ocean a short ways, though heaven knows what they're doing there. To the east, you can get into every one of the biotech labs. Suddenly, Robert saw why the mysterious stranger was interested in the elder cabal. Aloud, he said, What does this have to do with the Librareome project, Tommy? Ah, well, you know that Max Huertas made his fortune out of biotech. He owns some of the biggest labs in North America, including one just a few thousand feet northeast of us. It was easy for him to modify his genome software to support the Librareome. Okay, so he's storing the Shredda in vaults under the north side of campus. And he's not done with them. The shredding got him plenty of images, but the coverage is not complete. He's got to scan and rescan where there were problems in the first pass. Now, if there weren't this time limit, he'd be better just to wait till the next victim library goes up in shreds and use that for cross-checking, but he's in a rush. That storage is also part of the Huertas propaganda, said Winnie. When they're done with the rescans, the Shredda will be safely preserved in the Huertas vaults, for the sake of the archaeologists of future generations. Some of our faculty actually bought into that. Well, said Rivera, there's a small amount of truth to the claim. The paper will last longer in cool nitrogen than it would on library shelves. Winnie waved his hand dismissively. The point is, the books have been destroyed, and Huertas is going to destroy more libraries if he's not stopped. Our plan is... He looked around and seemed to realize that he was on the edge of prison time. Our plan is to break into the steam tunnels and go to where Huertas is storing the Shredda. Tommy has come up with a way to make that Shredda unreadable. What? We're protesting the destruction of the library by destroying what's left? Just temporarily, said Tommy. I found an incredible aerosol glue. Spray it on and the Shredda will be like a huge chunk of particle board. But after a few months, the glue will just sublimate away. Rivera was nodding. So we are not making things worse. I wouldn't be here if I thought we were wrecking what's left of the books. Huertas' scheme is unnecessary brutality, trying to grab everything when a slower approach would be just as good. Maybe we can derail him long enough so that the old-time book-friendly digitizers can catch up, and no more libraries will be wrecked. Now his T-shirt was touting the American Library Association. Robert leaned back and pretended to consider what they were saying. You say the Chinese are about to shred the British Library? Rivera gave a sigh. Yes, and they're going to whack the museum too. But the EU is looking for an excuse to stop them. If we make Huertas look bad... I see, Robert said judiciously. He avoided Winnie's eyes. Blount was already suspicious enough. Okay, the plan seems pretty feeble, but I guess it's better than nothing.
Count me in. A grin spread wide across Tommy's face. Hey, Robert. Robert finally looked at Winston Blount. Now the question is, why do you want me in? Blount grimaced. Another pair of hands. Various errands. Tommy rolled his eyes. The fact is, we couldn't dream of doing this before you showed up. Me? Why? Ha! Think what we're talking about. Breaking into the steam tunnels, walking a mile across one of the most secure biolabs on Earth. I bet I could get us in. But could I hike us undetected across the biolabs? No way. That only works in old Star Trek shows, where the ventilation system was designed mainly to drive idiot plots. This is the real world, and real-world security guys know about tunnels too. That still doesn't answer the me why. What? Oh, I'm getting to that. Anyway, after our protest tactics fizzled, I began to do some research. Tommy patted his laptop. News groups, chat, search engines, I used them all, along with crazy stuff that looks more like online betting than anything else. Maybe the hardest part was to do it all without alerting the feds. That slowed me up, but eventually I got a pretty good picture of the lab's security. It's what you'd expect of a critical national security site. Serious stuff, but clunky. The system is password and user intrinsic oriented, and mostly automatic. The intrinsic is a standard biometric from certain officers in the U.S. Protective Services. And guess who happens to be nearby and on the access list? My son. Not quite. Your daughter-in-law. Alice. That's ridiculous. She's some kind of Asian affairs expert, when she's not a mental basket case. And then he thought about the mysterious stranger. This is all too pat. Winnie. Since when are you the security expert, Robert? I should keep my mouth shut. They're going in the direction I want. But he'd lost his old skills at verbal maneuver, and he blundered ahead. Information like this doesn't turn up in a Google search. Tommy shook his head, but there was a look of pity in his eyes. The world has changed, Robert. Nowadays I can get answers in ways that would have been impossible 20 years ago. 100,000 people all over the world collaborated in my search, in little bitty parts of it that no one ever recognized. The biggest risk is that my results are simply bogus. Disinformation is king nowadays. Even when the lies are not deliberate, there are the various fantasy groups out there trying to torque reality around to their latest adventure game. But if we're getting fooled, it's not an ordinary con job. There are details and corroboration that come from too many independent sources. Oh. Robert made that sound impressed. In fact, he was impressed. Maybe the stranger could deliver. They talked for another half hour, but nothing more specific was said about the betrayal expected of Robert. Tommy had other tasks for them. They needed some university passwords and some voice fakery. The entrances to the steam tunnels were embedded in concrete now. There was no ground-level entrance, as there had been 50 years ago, when construction was underway. And there was a problem with Tommy's aerosol glue. The glue? Tommy looked faintly embarrassed. It doesn't exist yet, but it's almost been invented. Tommy had broached the concept on an ornamental gardening forum, crossed that with some VCs. The Ornamental Shrub Society of Japan was even now working with some Argentine biologists to create the final form of the aerosol. The product should exist in less than 2 weeks, its first showing to be in a Tokyo plant training exhibit. A leader of advanced product was to be UPX'd to Tommy shortly before that. He looked back at Robert's incredulity. Hey, this is just what hacking is like nowadays. It was past 3 p.m. The shadow of the library had stretched into the east, drowning nearby buildings. The 4 conspirators were done for the day. Tommy stood. We can do it. We may not even be caught. But if we are, so what? It'll be just like the old days. Carlos Rivera got up more slowly. And it's not like we're harming anything. Tommy put a finger to his lips. I'm lifting the dead zone, gentlemen. He typed on his laptop, and the LED on the top edge of the case was extinguished. They were all silent for a moment, trying to think of safe things to say. Okay. Rivera glanced at Robert. Would you like to see what the library has done with the empty stacks? You mean what Tommy said was propaganda? Rivera gave a wan smile. Yes, but it's beautiful in a way. If it had been done after a gentler digitization, I would love it without reservation. He led them around the floor, past the elevators. The stairway entrance has the best ambience. Winnie Blount grimaced, but Robert noticed that he was tagging along. The stairwell was dimly lit. The naked eye view showed concrete walls, seamed here and there with the silvery lines he had seen from the outside. As he stepped through the doorway, Robert's view shifted to some kind of standard enhancement. Now the lighting came from gas mantle lamps set in the walls. The shadowed concrete was gone. These walls were built from large stones, squared with chisels, fitted together with scarcely room for mortar. Robert reached out to touch the wall, snatched his hand back as he felt slippery stone, not clean concrete. Rivera laughed. You're expecting the usual disappointment, right, Dr. Gu? When touch contradicted visual illusion. Yeah. Robert let his hand trail over the stone blocks, trace out the softer patches of lichen. University administration has been very clever about this. They enlisted the belief circle community and encouraged them to install touchy-feely graffiti. Some of the props are impressive even without the visual overlays. They went down 2 flights of stairs. This must be the landing for the 5th floor entrance, but now the door was carven wood, gleaming darkly in the gaslight. Rivera pulled at the pitted brass handle, and the 8-foot-tall door swung open. The light from beyond was actinic violet, wavering from dim to painfully bright. There were sparking sounds. Rivera stuck his head through and chanted something unintelligible. The lighting became more civil, and the only sounds were distant voices. It's okay, said the librarian. Come on. Robert stepped through the half-opened door and looked around. This was not the 5th floor of the Geisel Library, planet Earth. There were books, but they were oversized things, set on timbered racks that stretched up and up. Robert bent back. The violet lights followed the stacks upward, limned their twisted struts. It was like one of those fractal forests in old graphics. At the limits of his vision, there were still more books, tiny with distance. Whoa. He slipped, felt Tommy steady him with a hand in the small of his back. Neat, huh? Said Parker. I almost wish I was wearing. Yeah. Robert steadied himself on a nearby rack. The wood was real, thick, and solid. He brought his gaze down to floor level and looked outward along the aisle. The path through the stacks was twisted, and it didn't end at the external wall that must be there, just 30 or 40 feet away. Instead, about where the windows should be, there were sagging wooden steps. It was the sort of ad hoc carpentry he had loved in old used bookstores. Beyond the steps, the stacks themselves seemed to be tilted, as though gravity itself were pointing in a different direction. What is all this? The 3 were silent for a second. Robert noticed that they seemed to be wearing dark armor. Rivera's outfit had some spiffy insignia. It also looked suspiciously like a t-shirt and Bermuda shorts done in blackened steel plate. Don't you get it? Rivera said finally. You 3 are Knight's Guardian, and I'm a librarian militant. It's all from Yeji Hatsek's dangerous knowledge stories. Blount nodded. You never read any of those, did you, Robert? Robert vaguely remembered Hatsek from about the time he retired. He sniffed. I read the important things. They walked slowly down the narrow aisle. There were side paths. These led not only left and right, but up and down. Snake-like hissing sounds came from some. In others, he saw Knight's Guardian hunched over tables that were piled with books and parchment. Light shone into their faces from the pages of opened books. Illuminated manuscripts indeed. Robert stopped for a closer look. The words were English, printed in a cracked Gothic script. The book was some kind of economics text. One of the readers, a young woman with overgrown eyebrows, glared briefly at the visitors, and then gestured into the air above. High in the stacks, there was a thump, and a 4-foot-wide slab of leather and parchment came tumbling down. Robert hopped backward, almost stepping on Tommy, but the falling book came to a hover just within the student's reach. The pages riffled themselves open. Oh. Robert backed carefully out of the alcove. I get it. These are the digitizations of what's been destroyed so far. The first pass digitization, said Blount. Bastard modern administrators got more good press out of this than all the rest of their propaganda put together. Everybody thinks it's so clever and cute, and next week they'll shred the 6th floor. Rivera led them outward, toward the sagging wooden stairs. Not everybody is happy. The Geisel estate, Dr. Seuss, didn't go along with the university on this. Good for them. Blount kicked at the timbered stacks. Our students might as well go to Pyramid Hill. Robert gestured in the way that was supposed to revert vision to unenhanced reality, but he was still seeing purple light and ancient leather-bound manuscripts. He tapped the explicit reversion signal. Still no onset of reality. I'm stuck in this view. Yep. Unless you take off your contacts or declare a 911, you can't see what's really here. And that's another reason for not using Epiphany. Tommy waved his open laptop like some talisman. I can see the illusions, but only when I want them. The little guy walked down another side path, here poking at a book that lay groaning on the floor, there stepping into an alcove to look at what the patrons were doing. This place is so cool. When they reached the wooden stairs, Rivera said, Be careful, these things are tricky. About halfway down, the steps tilted and the perspective was all askew. Winnie went first. He hesitated at the twist. I've done this before, he grunted, almost to himself. I can do it. He stepped forward, started to stumble, and then stood straight, but tilted compared with Robert and company. When Robert reached the threshold, he closed his eyes. The Epiphany default was to drop all overlays on eyes closed, so he was briefly immune to the visual trickery. He stepped forward, and there was no real tilt, just a simple turn. Tommy came right after him. There was a big grin on his face. Welcome to the Escher Wing, he said. The kids just eat this up. At the bottom of the stairs, there was another 90-degree turn. Parker said, Okay, now we're walking back toward the building's utility core. Only we have the feeling that we're still wandering through unending books. Books ahead and behind, and off to the side, hidden in alleys. Books above, like chimneys disappearing in purple light. He could even see books below them, where rickety ladders seemed to drop off into the depths. If Robert looked at them with slightly averted vision, the lettering on the spines and covers gave back a black light glow, violet almost too deep to see, but very clear, with the Library of Congress codes cryptic and rune-like. The books were the ghosts, or maybe the avatars, of what had been destroyed. They made sounds, groaning, hissing, whispering, conspiring. Deep in the alleyways, some of the books were in chains. Gotta watch out for Das Kapital, said Rivera. Robert saw one of the tomes, the word fits for once, pulling at its chains, the links ringing loudly on massive eye bolts. Yup. Dangerous knowledge yearns to be free. Some of the books must be real touchy-feely props. The students in one alley were piling books together. They stood back and the texts nuzzled into each other in an orgy of flapping pages. So that's bibliographical synthesis? Rivera followed his gaze. Yes. This started out as the scam Dean Blount said, something to endear the shredding project to the public. We represent books as near-living things, creatures that serve and bewitch their readers. Terry Pratchett and then Jerzy Hatzek have been playing on that theme for years. But we really didn't appreciate the power of it all. We have some of the best Hatzek belief circles helping with this. Every database action has a physical representation here, just as in Hatzek's library militant stories. Most of our users think this is better than standard reference software. Winnie looked back at them. He had gotten far enough ahead that he seemed foreshortened, as if they were seeing him through a telescope at some great distance. He waved in disgust. That's the betrayal, Carlos.
You librarians don't approve of the shredding, but look what you've done. These kids will lose all respect for the permanent record of the human heritage.
Tommy Parker was standing behind Robert. He muttered gleefully,
Winnie, the kids had already lost all respect.
Rivera looked down. I'm sorry, Dean Blount. It's the shredding that's evil, not the digitizing. For the first time in their lives, our students have modern access to pre-millennium knowledge. He waved at the students down in the alley. And it's not just here. You can reach the library from the net, just minus the touchy-feely gimmicks. Huertas is allowing limited access without charge, even during his monopoly period. This is just the first pass digitization, and only HB through HX, but we've had more hits on our pre-millennium holdings in the last week than we had in the last 4 years. And much of the new business is from faculty.
Hypocritical bastards, said Winnie.
Robert looked at the students in their alcove. The sex between books had ended, but now the books floated in the air over the students' heads, and the pages sang out in tiny voices to volumes still unsearched. Metaphor incarnate. They trooped back toward the utility core. It turned out to be several times farther than Robert remembered. The staggered aisles must take them around the center of the real 4th floor. Finally, they were in sight of the 8-foot-tall doors. After everything else, the carven wood was quotidian reality. Even the floor had flattened into something solid and normal-looking. And then that floor shifted under his feet.
What?
Robert flailed out, fell against the wall. Books shifted on their shelves, and he remembered that some of those were as real and heavy as they looked. Lightning flashed in pulsing arcs. Rivera was shouting in Mandarin, something about a fake earthquake. Whatever it was, the swaying and shifting were real. A groaning sound came from below, and bats rushed back and forth in the air above. The swaying diminished, cycled around like a dancer doing a little jig. And then it was over. The floor and walls felt as steady as they had been in Robert's grad school years. Tommy climbed back to his feet and helped Winston Blount up.
All okay?
He said. Blount nodded dumbly, too shaken for sarcasm.
It's never done that before, said Tommy.
Carlos nodded.
Aya, dui buchi, wogang xiang chi lai tamen jintian shi xin don shi,
he said, something about trying something new today. Tommy patted the librarian on the shoulder.
Hey man, you're talking Chinese.
Rivera stared for a moment, and then responded, still in Mandarin, but faster and louder.
It's okay, Carlos, don't worry.
Tommy guided the young man down the stairs. Rivera was still talking, but in bursts, repeating,
Was I shuo yin yu ma? Shi yin yu ma?
Am I speaking English? Is it English?
Just keep going, Carlos, you'll be okay.
Robert and Winnie brought up the rear. Blount was squinting his eyes in that exaggerated way of his, searching.
Ha, he said. The bastards were using the stability servos to shake the building. See?
And for a wonder, Robert did see. All the practice was paying off.
Yes.
The Geisel Library was one of the few buildings not replaced after the Rose Canyon quake. Instead, they built active stabilization into the old frame. So the admin thought this would give a little extra realism.
We could have been killed, said Blount.
They were at the 3rd floor. Coming up the other way was a group of students. At least Robert assumed they were students, since they were laughing and most had chosen monstrous forms. The two groups slid past each other, the oldsters silent until the students had disappeared above them. Tommy said,
What triggers the rock and roll, Carlos?
Rivera weaved around an armoire that was built into the wall. Now he shouted,
Am I speaking English yet?
Yes.
Oh, thank God. Sometimes I dream I get stuck forever.
He walked several paces, almost crying with relief. Then the words came streaming out of him.
Yes, I understood your question. I'm not sure what triggers our fake earthquakes. I was at the meeting where we decided to use the stability system this way. The trigger was supposed to be any attempt to open a book that contains knowledge mankind was not meant to know. Of course, that's a joke, except when it's so deadly serious that Homeland Security shows up. So I think we just trigger the shakes at random.
They continued downward, Rivera all but babbling. Our chief librarian is totally committed on this. She's also a big cheese in the local HotSec belief circle. She wants to implement HotSec-appropriate penalties for users who break library rules. Tommy's look of concern was replaced by technical interest. Geez, he said. HotSec torment pits? At the main floor, they stepped out onto the standard carpeting of the library's main foyer. An hour earlier, Robert and Sharif had gone through this area to get to the elevators. Robert had scarcely noticed the clean, open space, the statue of Theodore Seuss Geisel. Now it was a welcoming sanity. They walked through glass doors into the afternoon sunlight. Winnie turned to look up at the overhanging stories of the library. They've turned the place into a menace. That earthquake was... Abruptly, his gaze came down from the sky. Are you okay, Carlos? The librarian waved his hand. Yes. Sometimes getting stuck is a little like an epileptic seizure. He wiped his face. He was drenched in sweat. Wow. Maybe this was a bad one. You should get medical attention, Carlos. I am. See? Medical flags had popped up around his head. I alarmed out on the stairs. There's at least one real doctor watching me now. He hesitated, listening. Okay, they want me at the clinic. Some kind of brain scan. I'll see you next time. He saw the look on their faces. Hey, don't worry, guys. I'll come along, said Tommy. Okay, but don't talk. They're prepping me for the scan. The two walked off toward the west side traffic circle. Robert and Winnie stared after them. Blount spoke with uncharacteristic uncertainty. Maybe I shouldn't have hassled him about the HotSec stuff. Is he going to be okay? Probably. Every time another veteran gets permanently stuck, the VA looks real bad. They'll do their best for him. Robert thought back to all of Rivera's strangeness. Normally, his Mandarin was just short interjections, almost an affectation. If those had been in Spanish, he might not even have noticed. But now... What's the matter with him, Winnie? Blount's gaze was abstracted. He shrugged. Carlos is a jit. What's that? Huh? Christ, Goo, look it up. He glared around the plaza. Okay. He gave Robert a forced smile. Sorry, Robert. JIT's an easy search topic. You'll find lots of good discussion. The important thing is, we have to keep our eyes on the ball. Carlos would want that. A lot depends on you doing the right thing. But what is that? What? Winnie held up a hand. We're working on it. We'll get you the details soon enough. On the drive home, Robert looked up JIT. There were millions of hits, in medicine, in military affairs, in drug enforcement. He picked up the global security summary off the top of respected contrarian sources. JIT, just-in-time training, also just-in-time trainee, when referring to a victim of the procedure. A treatment that combines addressin therapy and intense data exposure, capable of installing large skill sets in less than 100 hours. Most famous for its tragic use in the open link Sino-American conflict, close link, when 100,000 U.S. military recruits were trained in Mandarin, Cantonese, and a list of specialties that Robert had never heard of. In less than 90 days, the Americans had made up their military language gap. But then there were problems. This talent pool was decisive in ground operations. However, the human price of the procedure was apparent even before the end of the war. Robert Gu, and perhaps every student, has dreamed of shortcuts. Learn Russian or Latin or Chinese or Spanish overnight and painlessly. But be careful what you wish for. He read the sections on side effects. Learning a language or a career specialty changes a person. Cram in such skills willy-nilly, and you distort the underlying personality. A very few JITs suffered no side effects. In rare cases, such people could undertake a second hit, even a third, before the damage caught up with them. The rejection process was a kind of internal war between the new viewpoints and the old, manifesting as seizures and altered mental states. Often the JIT was stuck in some diminished form of his/her new skill set. After the war, there was the legacy of the JIT-disabled veterans and continuing abuse by foolish students everywhere. Poor Carlos. And just what is the mysterious stranger promising me? This had definitely been one of those future shock days. Robert rolled down the window and felt the breeze sweep by. He was driving north on I-15. All around was a dense suburbia, much like the most built-up parts of 20th century California, except that here the houses were a little drabber, and the shopping malls were more like warehouse districts. Strangely, there were real malls, even in this brave new world. He had shopped in a couple of them. Some places had plenty of solid architecture. Shopping for the old at heart was their motto. That would not have worked in 2000. Robert pushed away the mysteries and the fear, and practiced with his epiphany. Let's see the minimum adornment. Robert shrugged the familiar gesture. Okay so far. He could see simple labeling. Everything, even the ice plant on the sides of the freeway, had little alphanumeric signs. Another shrug of the shoulder, and he was seeing what the objects he was passing, or accurately the owners of the objects, wanted him to see. There was advertising. The malls had guessed he was an old fart, and tuned their ads accordingly. But there was none of the outright spam of some earlier sessions. Maybe he finally had his filters set right. Robert leaned back from the window and reached out to wider universes. Colored maps appeared before his eyes. There were realities that were geographically far away, not overlaid upon San Diego at all. Those must be like the cyberspace crap of the 80s and 90s. Finally, he got a window that promised public local reality only. Yeah, only 200,000 of them for this part of San Diego County. He chose at random. Outside the car, the North County hillsides were swept clean of the subdivisions. The road had only 3 lanes, and the cars were out of the 1960s. He noticed the tag on the windshield of his car, now a Ford Falcon, San Diego Historical Society. Bit by bit, they were reconstructing the past. Big hunks of the 20th century were available for people who wanted those simpler times. Robert almost stayed with this view. It was so near his own grad school years. It was so comforting. It also occurred to him that these history fans might be allies of the Librareome project. With Huertas's database in place, they could proceed even faster with their reconstructed nostalgia. He brought up the control window. There was something called continuous paratime traversal. Or maybe he should pick on a particular writer. There was Jerzy Hatzek. No, he'd seen enough of a little knowledge for today. How about Terry Pratchett? Okay. The subdivisions were adobe now. His car was an artfully contorted carpet, swooping down a grassy slope that a moment ago had been the grade north of Mountain Meadow Road. In the valley ahead, there were colorful tents with signs painted in a cursive script that made the Roman alphabet look vaguely like Arabic calligraphy. There was a scrap of ocean visible in the long westward-tending valley. And sailing ships? Robert Gu had read one Pratchett novel. His recollection was that the action mainly took place in a city that resembled medieval London. This was different. He tried to see into the tent city. Miri, Arrow, Lena, Xiu, open SM. I have him again. See? Close SM. Xiu, Arrow, Miri, Lena, open SM. Wow. You're driving right next to him? Close SM. Miri, Arrow, Lena, Xiu, open SM. No, this is cobbled together from the hills and various car cams. Close SM. Xiu, Arrow, Miri, Lena, open SM. He just seems to be looking around. Close SM. Miri, Arrow, Lena, Xiu, open SM. I have a lock on Sharif's persona. We've got Robert all to ourselves. Close SM. Lena, Arrow, Miri, Xiu, open SM. This is ridiculous. Close SM. Miri, Arrow, Lena, Xiu, open SM. Okay, so now I'm Sharif, sitting right beside Robert. Oh, darn. Close SM. Someone gave a polite cough. Robert twisted around. It was Sharif, sitting on the far end of the passenger seat. Didn't mean to surprise you, Professor. The vision smiled ingratiatingly. I tried to reappear earlier, but there were technical difficulties. That's fine, said Robert, wondering vaguely if Tommy was still interfering. Sharif waved at the landscape around them. So what do you think? It was the land of San Diego with a little more water, and a different people, a different civilization. I thought I was dialing into one of the Terry Pratchett stories. Sharif gave a shrug. You got the main Pratchett belief circle all right, at least for San Diego. Yes, but... Robert waved at the grasslands. Where's Ankh-Morpork? Where are the slums and the dives and the city guard? Sharif smiled. Mainly in London and Beijing, Professor. It's best to fit one's fantasy to follow something like the underlying geography. Pratchett writes of a whole world. This here is what fits San Diego. Sharif stared for a moment. Yes, this is Abu Dajib. You know, the sultanate he put just south of Sumarbad in The Fiery Crow. Oh. The Fiery Crow. Written after you lost, after I lost my marbles, yeah. It's immense. I can imagine someone writing about such a place, but no one man or even a movie company could put together all the... Robert shrank back from the window as a woman on a winged iguana flew by. He slipped into the real view, saw a highway patrol cruiser speeding past. Sharif chuckled. It's not the work of one man. There's probably 1 million fans who've contributed to this. Like a lot of the best realities, it was also a commercial effort. The most successful external cinema of 2019. In the years since, it has just gotten better and better. An act of love on the part of the fans. Robert had always resented the millions that went into the film industry, and the writers who got rich from it. I'll bet Pratchett made a pretty penny out of this stuff. Sharif gave a smirk. More than Hatzek. Not as much as Rowling. But the micro-royalties add up. Pratchett owns a rather large part of Scotland. Robert shifted away from the Pratchett imagery. There were others, Tolkien views, and things he couldn't recognize even from their labels. What was SCA? Oh. In the SCA vision, the suburbs were transformed into villages behind walls, and there were castles atop the higher hills. The county parklands looked fierce and forested. Sharif seemed to be following his imagery. He jerked a thumb at the Los Pumas Valley Park just sliding by on the right. You should see their run fairs. They grab the whole park, sometimes run pretend wars between the barons of the hilltops. It's excellent, my man, truly excellent. Ah. Robert turned and took a close look at Sharif. The match to his earlier appearance was perfect, except for the smart-ass grin on his face. And you're not Sharif. The grin broadened. I was wondering if you'd ever catch on. You really must learn to be more paranoid about identity, Professor. I know you've met Zulfi Sharif in person. That is the graduate student you think it is, and just the groveler he seems. But he doesn't have good control. I can show up as Sharif whenever I please. That's not what you said a few minutes ago. Sharif frowned. That was different. You've got other fans. One of them is not fully incompetent. Huh? Robert thought a second, then forced a smile. Then perhaps you'd better have some passwords so I don't blurt all your secrets to the wrong Sharif, eh? The mysterious stranger didn't look amused. Very well. When I first say my man, that will trigger a certificate exchange. You don't have to do a thing. Now Sharif's face had a faint greenish tinge, and his eyes had a slant that had nothing to do with epicanthic eye folds. He smiled. You'll see your Ginny and know it's really me. So what did you think of Tommy Parker's plan? Sharif, stranger Sharif, leaned toward him, but there was no feel of motion in the faux leather seat. I am everywhere, and I appear however I wish to produce the results that I wish. Despite all Tommy's cleverness, I was there. He stared into Robert's eyes. Heh, at a loss for words, aren't you, Professor? And that's your whole problem, isn't it? I want to help you with that,
But first, you'll have to help me.
Robert forced a cool smile. A winning reply was nowhere to be found. The best he could do was, "You're promising me a miracle without showing me a particle of evidence. And if it's JIT you're offering, I'm not buying. That's not what creativity is about." Sharif sat back. His laugh was open and pleasant.
Very true. JIT is a dread miracle. But happy miracles are possible nowadays. And I can make them.
His car had left the freeway. It drove the winding way along Reach Road. They were only a few minutes from West Fallbrook and Bob's place. The mysterious stranger seemed to watch the scenery for a few moments. Then,
"I really wanted to get a head start on things today. But if you insist on hard evidence..."
He gestured and something flashed in the air between them. Normally that indicated that data had been passed.
"Take a look at those references. And here's proof that I was largely behind the breakthroughs described."
"I'll take a look and get back to you."
"Please don't take too long, Professor. What your merry crew is planning is dead on arrival without your prompt help. And I need that if I am to help you."
His car turned onto Honor Court and slowed to a stop just beyond Bob's house. It wasn't even 4:30, but the ocean haze had moved in and things were getting dark. Little clusters of children were playing here and there along the street. God only knew what they were seeing. Robert stepped into the chill air, and there was Miri pedaling a bicycle up the street toward him. They stared at each other awkwardly. At least, Robert felt awkward. Normally, they didn't see each other except with Bob or Alice. In the old days, I never would have felt an instant's discomfort for blasting this child. But somehow the concerted anger of Bob and Alice, and Miri's own stiff-necked courtesy, made him very uncomfortable. I can't stay here, owing children who should owe me. Miri slid off her bike and stood beside him. She was looking into the car. Robert glanced at the departing vehicle. He could see Sharif still sitting in the back seat. Maybe she could too. "That's Zulfikar Sharif," Robert said, rushing into explanations like the guilty soul he was. "He's interviewing me about the old days."
"Oh."
She seemed to lose interest.
"Hey, Miri, I didn't know you had a bike."
She walked the bike along beside him.
"Yes," she replied seriously. "It's not good for transportation, but Alice says that I need exercise. I like to ride around Fallbrook and game out the latest realities."
Thanks to the miracle of epiphany, Robert could guess what she was talking about.
"In fact, it's not really my bike. This is Bob's, from when he was younger than I am."
The tires looked new, but his eyes traveled over the aluminum frame, the peeling green and yellow paint job. Lord. Lena had insisted they buy this bike for the boy. Memories of little Bobby came back, of when he was trying so hard to learn to ride. He had been such a nuisance. They walked the rest of the way to the door in silence, Robert lagging a bit behind his granddaughter.